ready? Because apparently I wasn't, considering how late I am. Haha, going live on TV now. Hello chat, how are we doing today? Ooh, stretch. Hello chats, how's it going? So, I am both late and early, for once. Because originally I was planning on streaming quite a bit earlier today. Then I realized and completely forgot until my alarm went off reminding me that I have a holiday Crimbus work party today. And so I started trying to get ready for that and posted in the Discord, hey, so I'm gonna be streaming later tonight because I forgot I have this Crimbus party to go to. This holiday party, whatever winter solstice celebration you choose to identify or observe or otherwise. And then I started being like, oh, you're supposed to wear cocktail wear. What do I wear? Because I'm a fairly, like, androgynous, agender person. I'm not that big a fan of, like, wearing a lot of mask clothing, so I was like, I could just wear, like, a dress shirt. But what else can I wear? So I started trying to figure something else. I was like, maybe I can wear, like, a cowl neck with, like, a waistcoat, but I don't have a waistcoat. Because I left my waistcoat and a lot of my cold clothing in Atlanta when I moved to Phoenix and everything. And I started looking around, and I was like, I can't really decide. Let me look up some inspiration on my phone. And I looked up some inspiration on my phone, and I discovered Uji. Lolita clothing, which is like the Prince Lolita style clothing. And I've never been that big of a fan of it since a lot of like the classic, like the more typical stuff you see for OG fashion is stuff from like Black Butler, right? Like, let's see. Like a lot of the stuff you see is kind of more like Black Butler sort of things, and I like the Victorian aesthetic, but I'm not that big about it. But I started finding some like more modern OG clothing stuff, and I was like, oh, these are kind of nice. Let me see if I can pull up like some of the random shit I found. Since I made like a little Milanote board with stuff in it, assuming Milanotes will load. There we go. So I was like, oh, there's like some cuter stuff in here, right? Like this is like, oh, this is kind of more modern wear. It's androgynous. Like I like this, especially like the whole idea of like a waistcoat with long tailcoat and everything like that. So like, oh, this is cute. And so then I started looking at all of that stuff, and then was like, oh man. Originally I found stuff on what's it called, Devil Inspired or something, but it turns out that's like a really shitty company, so you don't order from them. Because outside of this, them, like, they are mostly just, like, a Taobao reseller anyway. But outside of them, you know, doing the whole, like, stealing other people's designs and making their own version of it thing that a lot of these, more shady fashion stores do. They also just, like, don't send people their shit sometimes and are really hard to get refunds from. And so I was like, okay, maybe let me look at, like, the individual brands and, like, try to figure some stuff out. And then I looked into it and found out about because like 42 Buy is like a selling service that you can use to buy Chinese stuff, right? Because it's hard to buy Chinese stuff if you're not in China, from like actual Chinese stores, and like Taobao, which is basically Chinese Etsy. But they have these services that you can just like send them the links and they'll buy all this stuff, send it to their warehouse, make sure everything is fine, and double check it to make sure you're not getting like the wrong item or something like that, and then send it to you. But it turns out that they also have 42 Lolita, which is their own like storefront that is selling Taobao Lolita clothing. And so I started looking at that. I was like, wow, look at all these cute things. Man, I'm gonna like make an order and like get some stuff. And then I was like, man, I wonder how much the tariffs will make this cost. And it was like, oh, that says $151 for shipping. Yeah, never mind. And then, you know, time had passed. I was like, well, I'm not actually at the holiday party yet. Then when I was trying to like actually get ready for the holiday party, I realized, oh shit, I'm kind of sick. And alright, my roommate came back with respiratory infection, probably COVID, from his New Year's Eve trip to Vegas because airports are disgusting. I was like, maybe I shouldn't go to this party. I'm late anyway, and maybe I shouldn't go to this party anyway, because my entire, like, every single, like, restaurant and bar outlet at the hotel I work at is going to this holiday party, and I should probably not get the entire hotel potentially sick. Plus, I kind of don't feel like leaving the house today. So here we are now streaming instead. Hello chat, how's it going? Slightly sick VTuber Jinx, favorite Trash Panda lead fairy person to Goondola To Gacha. I am so bad at kayfabing. I am so bad at my, like, VTuber lore, chat. But my VTuber is just kind of me, and I am so bad at even remembering what my fucking VTuber lore is. I'll get better at it, probably. I don't know, maybe. Okay. I also am now realizing, too, that I haven't eaten today, and I'm streaming, so I'm not going to cook. And I don't really have much in terms of leftovers left to eat, so I'm gonna pull up DoorDash real quick and order some food so that I can eat today and tomorrow. What do we have? I could just order from the same Mexican place I always order from, because they have really good portions and good prices and tasty food, and they always have, like, 0 delivery fee and, like, money off coupons and stuff. And I don't really know. I don't know. I'm like scrolling through real quick to see if there's anything else, but I really think it's probably just go with the same place as always. Ain't got time to think about trying out a new place. Just go with old reliable, since I know that they have very good stuff and good prices. Carne asada burrito special. Get 2 of those. I normally get the carne asada. I'm trying to eat a little bit healthier, I say as I order a carne asada burrito. But I'm trying to eat a little bit healthier, since I'm now realizing that, like, 20s Jinx, when working behind at a restaurant or behind a bar, would just, like, grow a 6-pack from the amount of physical exertion I would have, regardless of what I ate, because Asian body type, I guess. Because Chinese bodies do that, I guess. But now that I am 33-year-old hag, that is not really happening naturally anymore, so I'm realizing now that I actually do have to kind of watch what I eat somewhat, and also probably do some external exercise and workouts, which I will work on tomorrow, I guess. I was like, I'm gonna start a new exercise routine, and then the past 2 days, I have been a shut-in and not doing that, but I did do some neat art stuff yesterday, so at least that's nice, I guess. The fuck is machaca? Machaca with eggs and with eggs combo. I don't know what this is, but it looks neat. Hydration check. Hi, Dread. Welcome in. I appreciate the hydration check. I do have both caffeine and some Arizona iced tea on me, which I moved to Phoenix, Arizona last year, right, in February, and I've always really liked drinking Arizona tea, and I always wondered how people from Arizona feel about Arizona green tea, right, because it's like, do they, like, resent it for being, like, the thing that everyone thinks about when they think of Arizona? Turns out, they just kind of don't really care. It's alright, it's okay. They're just like, it's okay, it's whatever. Turns out no one really gives a shit about it. Don't really think about it, I guess. I think those 3 things should be plenty for food. Yeah, an order of 3 things should be fine. 0 delivery fee. I am not getting carne. The reason I talk about that whole thing of, like, eating healthy is I'm not getting carne asada fries. I normally do, because they're, like, easy, lazy food to eat, but I'm not gonna get carne asada fries. I'm gonna try these things instead. Let's see, continue, saving 99 cents with deals, let's go. Wait, what are the deals on this? I thought there was like a up to $10 off deal, but what is it? So there's like a $0 delivery fee, $10 off reward for every $100 spent? I'm not spending $100 to get $10 off DoorDash, what the fuck do you mean? Okay, whatever. Don't need a pin because security's picking it up anyway. And so that just makes it more annoying and complicated. Okay, highest tip option, $7.75. Cool. Alright, looks good. Oh, wait, shit, is that the right card? Okay, well, okay, cool, whatever. It's fine. Alright. Food will be here in 9:17 to 9:32, so like 25 to 40 minutes. Cool. And then we'll have actual food. Oh, that's right, double dashing is a thing, so I can have them, like, go somewhere else to buy something else. I could have them go to 7-Eleven to get me a big gulp, chats. The biggest gulp for the biggest boys and the biggest gals. I could have them go to McDonald's to get a single order of French fries. Do people actually do this? I could have them go to Dollar General to get me some Dawn Platinum Fresh Rain Scent Liquid Dish Soap. Because I need food and I'm out of dish soap or something. I could have them go to a drive-thru liquor store? What? Hold up. Wait, what? A bottle of Cazadore is 80, Reposado's 18 bucks? What? Chat, I could have them go to a drive-thru liquor store and get me a $137 bottle of Clase Azul 80 Repo. Who the fuck ever pays for that shit, though? Okay, actually, no, a lot of people do. I sell a lot of Clase Azul Repo. It's a very pretty bottle, for those who don't know, chat, so it's like a very popular, expensive tequila for people to buy. Because it's just very pretty and tastes like birthday cake. I'm not even joking. It's a completely natural tequila, no additives or anything, but it tastes like a fucking vanilla cake. It's so fucking sweet, holy shit. Infinite possibilities. I mean, they are probably quite finite, but the permutations are incredibly large, for sure. Anyway, I'm not going to have them go pick me up a bottle of liquor. I have a fucking full bar here at home. I just don't really ever drink much anymore, chat. Because, like, a lot of my drinking in the past mostly happened, like, at work, because I was managing a bar. So I would be tasting stuff with reps, or trying, or like testing out new cocktail builds and stuff like that, experimenting with that stuff. Or just, like, after work, going to like, the Irish pub next door and grabbing a drink with other industry people, right? But I work at, like, a fancy hotel now. And we aren't allowed to drink after work. Like, we can't, like, get a drink after work after getting off of our shift. We have to come in, like, and even if we did, we don't get a discount on booze, and then our regular discount for food is only 15% anyway, which is comically low. Why even give me a discount at that point? Considering how high our fucking prices are. So, I don't really drink at work, and then I get home, and then, like, I'll drink when I'm, like, going out with friends or going out to something, but I even don't do that often, because I work weekends, right? And, like, I'm the permanent closer, so I'm getting off work at, like, fucking midnight, earliest, not, like, 11 or midnight, and shit closes down here at, like, 2 o'clock. So just kind of, like, shrug, oh, it's Cabinet's birthday. What does Hungry Woman say? Oh, no, I clicked off, fuck. Shit. Try that again. I actually don't know where you're supposed to click to get the dialogue. There we go. I don't mind waiting. Time will give your soul an even more special, delightful taste. For you, I always have enough patience. So, on this special day, what have you prepared to quench my thirsty palate? Damn, girl, chill.
Didn't expect you here.
I say that, but most of these women cannot chill when it comes to Chief. And when we talk about this game being the toxic lesbian gacha, there is lots of gayness happening between the actual female characters, but also there is much gayness happening with your MC, Chief, and the community has decided and agreed that Chief is canonically female. You can pick, like, male or female MC like you can in a lot— what the fuck? Why is there no career info? Okay, that was weird. You can pick a male or female MC, but the community is pretty much all agreed it's female MC. They actually did, like, a poll. There was, like, a poll done at one point on, I think it was a Weibo poll, in CN, because it's bigger in CN, but they did a poll on how many people use male versus female Chief, and, like, you know, in most, like, Western markets, especially for gacha games, and most Western gacha, like, Western popular gacha games, because Path of Nowhere is gigantic, it's massive cult following in China, very small and global. But in most of them, you know, like, male MC tends to be the one that people gravitate towards, because it's generally a primarily male player base, and they would rather self-insert with a male character, right? Path of Noah is one of the few gachas that is a majority female player base, and if I remember— actually, I think I can pull up the poll real quick. Where is it? Also, why is bitrate bad? What is happening? Why internet's no gooding? How does stream quality look? YouTube is giving me the scary yellow message saying stream quality does not look good. The fuck? I like... No? I wonder... Huh, weird. You clicked to light the cake. Oh, gotcha, Neo. Appreciate it. Also, welcome in. Good to see you. Where is it? Path to nowhere. Oh, there we go. Chief users on PTN Weibo group. Dang, my internet is fucking struggling right now. What is going on? Hello? Is the stream alive? Chat, is the stream alive? Have we died? Why can't I load this? Why is this recovering consciousness? Did the stream die, chat? Hello? Chat, are you there? Chat, are you there? Oh dear. Oh dear. Huh, weird. I'm gonna take a look at some settings real quick. My YouTube studio can't even load up right now, so I can't even like see if there's like active chat right now. And Streamlabs doesn't have any chat open. Oh wait, oh, hold up. Stream is lagging a lot. Yeah, it's having, huh? It is having issues. There are problems happening with the stream. I don't know why my internet is shitting itself. Even Discord can't load in right now. Hold up, chat, one sec. Let me fuck around with some internet settings real quick. Oh, wait. Are we back? I'm not having any like frame drop issues. And Streamlabs says that the stream quality is fine, so it just seems to be like an upload issue. Yeah, it's still got poor connection. Weird. Okay, I had to cut connection for a second there. Are we back? I had to cut connection and reconnect real quick. Did that fix it? Okay, YouTube says that we have excellent quality, like, upload right now, so I think we're fine. Are we back, chat? Are we so back? Oh, nope, it went poor again. Motherfucker! Well, that was brief victory, if you can even call it that. Okay, how about now? How about now, chat? Okay, I had to briefly disconnect again, and then reconnected just now. And it's YouTube saying the connection's excellent, so I think we're good. I swapped to a different band on my Wi-Fi router and seeing if that helps. It's possible that the bandwidth on the other band's being eaten up pretty heavily. I think my roommate's raiding right now. So, since he might have a bunch of like tools and stuff open, it might be slowing things down. I don't know. It looks like we're very good now. I think we're good. Okay, let's just assume we're good, chat. We'll just keep moving on. Let's assume we're good. Currently not buffering. That's good. Alright, well that is an improvement over massively laggy no bitrate, so sure. Also, what chief outfit do we wear right now, chat? How are we feeling today? This is like default chief. Beautiful and androgynous as always. Hooded chief. I do not have cake chief. I do not have steampunk chief. I do not have elegant bun-haired chief. I do have elegant mask chief. We do have China chief. We have hello there fellow kids chief. I don't know why this one amuses me so much. We have ragged just came back to life from being dead for like a few months chief. We have other China chief. And then we have military chief. You know what? I think we stick with hello there fellow kids chief. Okay. Alright. I guess we'll just like knock out dailies super fast. Well, we have successfully almost hit the 30 minutes required of random bullshit before we actually do the thing in the stream title, so that's good. Although I am realizing now I might need to do PGR daily super fast. Since it's 9 o'clock, which means at 10 o'clock PGR resets. The others we can wait until like later. But I should probably get that knocked out so we don't miss dailies on PGR, because I should really be better about actually remembering to do those. They take literally 70 seconds.
Let me savor it.
I did not mean to actually do this mission. I meant to rate it. Whoops. The quota, so true. The quota of quotable yapping. I don't know. I can't think of anything funny for that. My brain might be lacking calories, chat. I haven't eaten today, and I should do that. But we're waiting on DoorDash right now.
I need to do it myself.
Yes you do, McQueen. You should always do things yourself, especially Chief. For those who know, that character who just spoke, McQueen, is like incredibly flirtatious, canonically. It's like one of her big things. She is an arts forger.
Me, Chief?
Very, very charming, androgynous art forger. And there's like a meme in the community from one of the bigger I think they're a mod in like the official Discord or something, or official Reddit or something, who just will take like every single character and just put McQueen's face on them. Where is McQueen? Actually, I don't have it built, but yeah, this character. They will take everyone, and just put McQueen's face on them for some reason. I don't know why, but if you play Arknight, it's kind of like the Myrtle thing, where everyone will where it's the whole ex Arknights op if they were better, and it's just the Arknights op with Myrtle's face on it. Okay, that takes care of all of that. We just need to burn Stamanimas. And we continue farming this shit. I've been farming this shit for like a month. And I'm going to still be farming it, because I have so many reforged units to build. For those who don't play the game, or aren't familiar with like the newer updates, they added reforges to older characters to make them better again. So like, Rahu was always kind of mid. New reforge makes her quite a lot better, but it's like this additional level of investment you can invest into characters to make them better and give them new interesting additions to their kit and whatnot. And I'm currently building Reforge 11, who is like new meta top competitive magic DPS. But holy shit, this shit is expensive. It takes a lot of stamina investment. Like I need so many more purple things, chat. I need all the purple things so I can actually get that maxed out. I should probably unlock this. I should probably unlock these, actually, as well. I actually don't know which one of these is supposed to be good. It doesn't really matter, though. You have to unlock every single one to max out the character's stat gains anyway, though. So I guess I shouldn't even really bother looking at this point. We just click the button. Fuck! I should have bought this. God damn it. Did it roll over yet? Do we have new digi thing? We do have new data crevice. Okay, so I can actually just get those mats. Oh, look, holy flower. Should claim these. I love that the end game auto completes now. It's so cozy. You can it only auto completes to like the third highest level of clearing, but that gets you all the important rewards. So like you can still just clear every week further to get fucking 20 hypercubes per, so 60 more hypercubes. A pull in this game is 180 hypercubes, by the way, chat. That's not even a full pull. So it's like really just you do it because you fucking feel like doing it. Yeah, okay, so I could get 11 built up by doing these, but doesn't matter. I still need to get more purple things anyway for her. So I might as well just not worry about that until I actually can max her out. I only have the English voice acting in this game is fucking incredible, chat. So this is like Arknights, where you can select specific language dubs for specific characters, and I have every character set to English because their dubs are incredible, except for two. Horo is one of them. This character who has the skin right now is one of the only two I have set to Chinese because I cannot stand their English dub. They also, the same voice actress also does the dub for Langley, who is like your literal boss mommy character in the main story. She's a standard banner character and one of the more popular like mommy types in the community, at least. Many players very big fan of Langley and want steppies. But their EN voice acting is not great. And I don't want to like blame the voice actress, because I'm sure she's great at what she does, but the voice director needs to do a better job because holy shit, I cannot stand like their EN voice acting on all the performances on both cases. Alright, anyway, I guess we can actually start the thing now. We're at 34 minutes in. That means that we have hit the quota. Should I do... You know what? Yeah, let's do the thing. Here, let's do this. One sec. Let's make this look a little bit nicer by turning on a window capture instead. And okay, this is kind of annoying to fit. 1 second. There? Does that look good? Okay, yeah, that looks clean. Okay, cool. Just get rid of all of the BlueStacks UI. Access permit B95601 validated. Welcome, Jinx-san. You are cleared for entry into the restricted area. Biometric authentication complete. Area scan is clear. The transport is now ready. For your safety, please stand clear of the platform edges during transit. The elevator groans as it descends into the abyss, a deep rumble echoing through the shafts. Finally, a colossal ring-shaped confinement structure materializes from the gloom. I would love a deep rumble echoing through my shaft. Peering through the glass, you see no ordinary prisoners in the cells that line the ring. Instead, each cell seethes with raw, untamed mania that pulses and swirls, threatening to breach its confines. The deep restricted area, located in the deepest sublevels of the MBCC, this facility has now been unlocked, a testament to your newly elevated clearance and the trust replaced in you by Edge. Okay, so there is a piece of gear in the game called Deep Restriction, or Deep Restricted Area or something that has this little thing in it, so I guess now we finally actually get to see what that really old piece of gear is referring to. Before the shackles appeared, which is MC's like special power, we lacked effective means to control highly dangerous and difficult to manage cylinders. For humanitarian reasons, execution was not an option. So, cryosleep technology was employed to preserve them in stasis, a practice that continues to this day. With the latest Link technology, we can now attempt to enter their deep consciousness and awaken their minds. Due to your excellent performance during the previous incidents, Paradisos has authorized another link attempt. You will delve into a sinner's consciousness to obtain the intelligence we require. Is this related to the mirage things that you can do as like a side thing? You step from the elevator and follow a track deep into the facility, stopping at last before an enormous stasis tank. Through the semi-transparent glass, the form of a pale body is visible, suspended in liquid. There she is! Goddamn, the art in this game is gorgeous. Her skin is deathly white, a stark contrast to the pitch-black mania that seeps from her, filling the container with its dark aura. Her eyelids are sealed shut, yet they flutter with a subtle, restless tremor, as if she is adrift in a dream that has lasted for decades. Who is she? Hilda Hartline. She was a cryptography expert working for the Metropoles during the First Outland War. She is the one who cracked the city's supposedly unbreakable encryption and led the development of the new monolith system. While she was active, the city's intelligence was virtually an open book to the Metropoles. By the way, chat, if you don't understand any of this, I don't either. I am not fully caught up on the main story, and also I don't know how much of this even is like necessarily directly explained or what's not. All of these specifics. If anything, the monolith system might be something we learn about in this story. In NF-71, she was captured on the outskirts of the city after a tip-off to the intelligence department. She resisted arrest, using her power to generate an extraordinarily powerful mania field. The casualties were devastating. Post-capture, she attempted to corrupt the transformation during interrogation. Given the invaluable intelligence in her mind, we were left with no choice but to place her in cryosleep and detain her here. She has remained in the restricted area for decades. Damn, girl straight up was like, I would rather turn myself into a horrific monstrosity than be captured by you. You review the files provided by Shoal. While they contain Hilda's biographical background and some limited information on Farland intelligence agencies, historical materials from the era remain scarce, likely due to inconsistent record-keeping. In contrast, the Link user manual is remarkably comprehensive. It's clear that following your previous experience, the system has undergone significant upgrades across the board, with a distinct focus on enhancing your safety during the process. What is Paradisos expecting from this mission? We hope you can extract more information on the monolith system and Atlan sinners. Specifically, we need to understand how the Metropole secured the allegiance of such a powerful sinner in an area where they were exceptionally rare, and whether any secret technology was involved. Should you succeed in turning her allegiance, having her work for us upon awakening would be an ideal outcome. However, we recommend you make that judgment call based on the situation you encounter. Finally, the decision to keep her alive or eliminate her completely is also yours to make. Wait, so okay, I've heard that this story is actually like full proper visual novel style with multiple endings, so do we actually get to choose to kill her or not? Sounds like a special kind of interrogation. Your assessment is absolutely correct. The upgraded link system does possess this functionality. We are very much looking forward to your performance, Chief Jinxo One-san. As Shoal speaks, it guides you to an experimental apparatus that feels somewhat familiar. Research assistants move with quiet efficiency, conducting their final preparations, while the other end of the machinery is already connected to Hilda's containment tank. A deep, resonant hum fills the air as the instruments within the glass chamber power up, establishing a link between your consciousness and Hilda's. The world around you dissolves. Its colors and shapes bleed away into nothing. When your awareness sharpens again, you are adrift in an absolute, boundless darkness. Oh. Bet. Well, this is a neat setup. Normally, Path of Nowhere stories and events happen, like, actually not in people's psyches and memories, so this is an interesting setup. There is, like, a system of, like, these little side story things you can do for like, certain characters that they kind of did, like, a tiny... I think they did, like, 5 or 6 of them at the beginning of the game, like, first year or two, and then kind of dropped them, called Mirages, that are these little, like, mindscape puzzles and explorations of, like, character psyches and pasts. They were pretty neat, but I guess kind of moving back towards that kind of a thing with this story. The very air in this nearly shattered consciousness space is thick and damp, heavy with the raw scent of rainwater. Unsteady fragments of light drift like dust motes nearby, their faint glow a fragile defense against the consuming darkness that lurks just beyond. A primal instinct screams that danger hides within that void. Compelled, you move forward, using the drifting points of light as your guide deeper into the consciousness. Press the circle! As you touch the luminous specks, it resonates with a soft chime, and a cascade of human voices whispers faintly from the shadows, echoing from all directions at once. State your name.
Hilda Hartling.
There we go, there's the voice acting. We click the circle. What is your identity?
I will head to the Dis City University as a researcher, studying radio waves and communications.
You know, I was wondering, there was a part of me that's like, why are they not voicing the unknown inquirer? But I think it might be an intentional thing to try to keep their voice unspecified for story reasons. What is your actual mission?
To monitor signal intelligence within this city for the metropoles, decrypt secure communications, and relay all pertinent data to the Intelligence Security Agency. And concurrently, to prove my value to the city-state.
When you asked for a name, not gonna lie, that shit was bad. So she replied, smile. Pushing through the weak, lingering fragments of her consciousness, you finally find purchase in the endless dark. A single, solid foothold. Oh! Oh! Oh dear, I've seen this hentai. Gorgeous art, though. There, you find her. She is curled within a nest of sludge, a manifestation of pure mania. A grotesque armor of contamination and sharpened thorns encases her body, their hostile posture a clear warning against any approach. Try to attack her! Negotiate with her or call out her name. Hilda! Hilda, is that you? Her eyelids flutter faintly at the sound of your voice, but no other movement follows. Negotiate with her. Reason requires a listening ear and a coherent mind. The one before you clearly possesses neither. Okay, I guess we just have to attack her. She is a spy from the metropoles. Caution is a courtesy you cannot afford. You unleash your shackles against the filth blocking your path. The shackles quickly clear the oozing mania, but when it strikes the thorns surrounding her, it dissipates harmlessly. You realize with the start, these thorns are not mania binding her, but a defense born from something else entirely. After your futile attempts, the nearly lost woman finally stirs. Her eyes shift, and her gaze, faint but unmistakable, lands directly on you.
This is inside my own mind.
Well, she figured that out really fast.
Who are you? How did you get in here?
Oh, optional requirement not met. Oh, interesting. So I guess we have to do a replay to get this option, huh? Alright, reveal your identity and demand her cooperation.
MBCC.
Yeah, so this is like actual proper visual novel style.
Sounds
Interesting.
Like just another one of this city's attack dogs.
I mean, you're like
But I'm afraid you've wasted
60%
your
correct.
effort. There's nothing left for you here.
Without warning, an invisible force slams into your chest, driving the air from your lungs and forcing you to your knees. Across from you, Hilda's form shudders. In response, the surrounding mania, now a thick, oily sludge, heaves into motion. It lashes out like a living thing, wrapping around your limbs and coiling around your throat with shocking speed.
From the moment I was caught, my only purpose was to die cleanly. On my own terms.
Damn.
What you've captured
Spoken like a
is
true
just
spy.
a hollowed out shell.
A hollowed out shell that has been chilling in cryosleep for literal fucking decades.
This is for the best. A clean end is all I wanted.
Well,
Now
too fucking
goodbye.
bad.
Don't even bother. I'd rather die than be Dis City's new dog.
In an instant, you are submerged in the choking black tide. Your lungs scream for air that doesn't come. Save me, Shorl! Your frantic struggles are useless against the sludge's grip. Your vision sparks with violent, chaotic colors, and the iron taste of blood fills your mouth. As the last of your strength ebbs, your movements become weak, uncoordinated twitches. The darkness at the edges of your sight swells, consuming everything, until finally your body goes still. Ending achieved. Price of honesty. Okay, well, I guess... So we have to int. We have to lose one time and then loop back around. Okay, I see how the structure's working. Chief, I regret to inform you that you've just died during the link process. There is no cause for alarm, though. This was simply the subject's consciousness rejecting your presence. You were forcibly disconnected, not actually harmed. As you've now experienced, the mindscape can be quite perilous. The slightest misstep can lead to failure, which is why every decision must be made with care. I will assist you by analyzing each action and its consequences, generating memory nodes, and outlining potential paths forward. Let us try again when you are ready. The choices you make in Mind Labyrinth may lead to different endings. Return to the starting point and select the different key options to explore new story branches. Neat! Some key options can only be unlocked after obtaining additional information. When new options become available, the corresponding story nodes will be highlighted and automatically located. You can now return to the starting points to select the new options. Huh, neat. Okay. Full proper story branches. We read this part already, right? Yeah, okay. So we just need to keep moving forward until...
I will head to the Dis City University as a researcher, studying radio waves and communications.
So, oh, actually, if I hit skip, does it take us straight to the choice? Oh, it does. Okay, cool. Make up an identity that she might accept. You step back into the desolate landscape of Hilda's mind. This time, wiser from your last encounter, you craft an identity she might trust. So I guess that her mind doesn't recall the previous encounter then. Interesting. A fellow spy from the Metropole Alliance who infiltrated the city's prison. Then you reveal your true purpose. The truth is, I need your memories. Your work on Monolith could be the key to turning the tide against the city. ...
Are you telling me the war is still going on?
Ha ha ha. You give a slow, confirming nod. We're stalled, locked in a stalemate without the right tools to end it. It's been dragging on for years. Your mind, your work, they're vital. And right now, I'm your only chance to get out from under the city's thumb. ... She falls into a deep silence. The dark mania around her seethes in response, a turbulent mirror of her inner conflict. You hold your ground, waiting.
My memories are just fragments now. This
You have been in cryosleep for
is
literally
the only one
decades.
that hasn't completely faded. If this broken place holds what you're searching for, then I suppose this is the only choice.
Then, with a gesture from her, the stagnant sludge convulses. It vomits forth the buried contents of this darkness. Bricks and rubble, mountains of flowers, the sun, the moon, and a blanket of stars, a cosmology of her past. Though the ground thunders with the rise of spectral ruins, her voice cuts through the cacophony, perfectly clear.
Do you have any idea what you're about to walk into?
I mean... No, but I'm sure Chief has seen worse. Whatever it may be, I'm willing to face it for the city-states.
Then, let's go.
To that inescapable, stormy night. Ooh. That's an intro line. Yo, who this man's, though? Who this nerd-ass looking man over here? NF-71 on the eve of the city's independence. With the warfront collapsing, the Metropole Alliance was staring into the abyss of inevitable defeat. After the city's forces intercepted a series of nuclear strikes, it became clear that only a weapon capable of countering their anomalous power wielders could change the course of the war. In a final, desperate gamble, the Metropole Alliance marshaled its remaining forces for a massive, surprise attack. To shroud the operation in absolute secrecy, they turned to a team of elite cryptographers, tasking them with new, unbreakable cipher. They called it Monolith. There we go, now we learn about Monolith. The Monolith awaits. Report immediately. The evening is cloudy, with a fine, sparse rain drifting in the air. You trudge up the rugged, muddy path toward the hilltop manor. In the distance, the purr of luxury cars echoes, but none turn onto this forgotten track. This is the city's remote outskirts, where the roads remain stubbornly wild. In the failing twilight, the shadow of withered trees sway, weaving an atmosphere thick with unease. A perfect hideout for spies, you think. Leaning against a gnarled tree to catch your breath, you finally manage to flag down a passing car.
Hi, you can see me. Are you all right?
The window slides down to reveal a man in his 20s, so thoroughly ordinary he's almost invisible. They just straight up called this man a basic bitch. His face is the kind you forget the moment you look away. But his presence here, now, tells you everything. You're almost certain he's another Outland spy, here for the monolith. A ride is an obvious advantage, and if you can turn the journey into an opportunity to gather information, infiltrating the manor will be that much simpler. Show him the telegram.
Oh, you got this telegram too? Well, it seems we're in the same line of work. Get in, I'll take you there. And if you don't mind, I've got some of my girlfriend's spare clothes in the back.
Remember, chat, a good spy is a truly basic bitch. The kind of person whose face you forget the moment you look away, I guess. To give you privacy, the young man steps out of the car and turns his back to the window. You quickly change into the spare clothes he provided in the back seats. The outfit is perfectly, extraordinarily ordinary. A mirror of the man himself. It's the kind of bland, nondescript attire that allows you to vanish into a crowd the moment you look away.
The name's Edward Simmons, and you are? Oh, it's perfectly fine if you'd rather not answer. I understand. We're not exactly in a profession that encourages sharing.
Ooh, make up a name. You can call me Grey Coats.
Can't say I've heard the code name before.
Definitely not a reference to Grey Throat.
Then again, that doesn't mean much in our line of work. The name I just gave you isn't the one I was born with either. Honestly, by the time we get to the manor, I doubt we'll meet a single person who's using their real name.
Despite his claim that your profession doesn't really encourage sharing, Edward proves to be a relentless chatterbox, probing you with casual conversation throughout the drive, definitely not trying to probe you for information. You offer cautious, non-committal replies at first, but soon realize it might just be his nature. Eventually you close your eyes, feigning sleep to end the charade. Oh, shit, my food might be here, it's 9:30. Sec chat. Hello, you have a food delivery in the lobby. 9 minutes ago. Okay, I'll be right back, chat. I gotta go grab foods. So yeah, BRB, we'll grab DoorDash, and then we will come back and continue while I eat and talk through eating or something, I guess. Okay, bye. And we are so back, chat. Thank you, Brain Background, for your service as always. Alright, I am back, chat, with food. So, as best I get food from, I always get like 1 or 2 of the carne asada burrito plates. Because it's a good amount of food with some nice rice and refried beans and everything with it as well. Burritos are stuffed with lots of good stuff. But I also try to get something else. Like I mentioned earlier, I didn't want to get carne asada fries this time. Because I'm trying to eat at least a slightly bit healthier. And I saw this machaca stuff, which looks very interesting. And it's pretty much what I thought it looked like from the picture, which is like shredded pork mixed with scrambled eggs, it looks like. And it's very tasty. I gave it with some corn tortillas, so now I can make like little tacos out of it. Dump a bunch of both the like roja and verde salsas over the top. I love salsa verde, chat. There's something about tomatillos that just makes better salsa than tomatoes do. But the roja salsa that this particular place makes also is a lot spicier, so I can mix the two. And then I still have some El Yucateco green habanero salsa to throw on top of things as well to add a little bit more heat because need it spicy. Okay. Damn, that is tasty. I have to get this more often. It's like a insanely generous portion of this machakas. Like, it's one of those big styrofoam boxes, but it's half filled with this mixture of shredded pork and scrambled eggs. With the other half completely filled with rice and refried beans. I'm a big fan. Tried new thing. Big fan of new thing. Oh, fuck. I actually forgot to grab any sour cream. It's fine. I have sour cream in the fridge, and I was going to throw it on there, and I forgot, but it's probably better I don't anyway if I'm trying to eat a little bit healthier. Okay. Okay. Back to brain deep diving into gorgeous intelligence cryptographer spy woman who has been living in cryosleep for fucking decades. Ah, shit. The car rumbles to a halt at the manor gates. After a half-hour journey, the manor looms, a relic of brick and stone. Under the watchful eyes of 2 fully armed guards, you and Edward are ushered into the main hall. I need Edward to talk so I can take another bite of food. A handful of figures are already scattered through the hall. Some observe from solitary perches, others speak in hushed tones, within small circles. I think this is too quiet. That's a bit better. Every person maintains a carefully constructed plainness, a collective effort to remain unmemorable. I don't know, these two over here look kind of memorable. Like, I feel like these two, like, this man has too many rings on to not be memorable. The most fundamental rule of espionage is to blend in. And now that rule applies to you as well. A glance at your own outfit confirms it. Thanks to Edward, you are perfectly camouflaged. This is Hilda's memory. Link has recreated the pivotal days in this manner that culminated in the birth of Monolith. Your objective is to unearth her secrets and extract the vital intelligence from this period. Now, you decide to observe the people sitting alone in corners, observe the people gathered in groups, examine the surroundings. Let's so look at the people in the corners. A grim-faced man with cropped hair occupies a corner. Yes, this man is very unmemorable, chat. Look at this man. I would definitely forget what this man looks like. Haha. His bearing immediately sets him apart. He carries himself not like a bureaucrat, but with the sharp alertness of the room's guards, likely a soldier or field operative. He fidgets incessantly, rolling an unlit cigar between his fingers, his hand then straying to absently touch his collar. In another corner, a short-haired young woman, beautiful, sits with unnerving stillness. Her sharp eyes have been actively scanning the room since she arrived, missing nothing. I don't even think she'll get a name, but that doesn't matter. Screenshots. We love gorgeous, short-haired butch women. Where the fuck is my Path to Nowhere folder? There it is. Okay, moving on. Observe the people gathered in groups. Alright, let me open this up real quick. Okay. Scroll. There we go. Nearby, a circle of socialites draped in elegant attire is... Wait, a circle of socialites draped in elegant attire is chatting with practice ease. I guess is the correct form to use there. My brain wants to say are chatting because it's plural, but a circle is technically singular. A circle is chatting with practice ease. A circle of socialites is chatting with practice ease. Okay, yeah, my brain had a little moment there where I thought maybe that was grammatically incorrect, but it's actually grammatically correct. Anyway.
Let's be pragmatic. The outcome on the front is a foregone conclusion. The question for the Alliance now isn't if, but how we negotiate our position with Dis City.
This man sounds like a Ponce. I hate him.
No one seriously believes the monolith is for fighting. It's a deterrent, well, a rather powerful bargaining chip, that's all.
Mind your tone, Mr. Johnson. This is not the place for such defeatist talk. A single setback is not a surrender. Our intelligence operations have been cultivated for decades. We have the network, the resources to wage a protracted campaign from the shadows, if it comes to that. Our resolve is our greatest weapon. We must not waver. Victory in the next phase depends on it.
Examine the surroundings. A modest offering of coffee and sugar is laid out for guests. The coffee is a bitter, dark liquid made from stewed lettuce, and the accompanying sugar cubes are just cheap, questionable candies, a telling detail of the shortages. You've only just put down the dreadful cup when you glance up. A figure now stands on the second-floor staircase, looking down upon the hall.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am
It's
Hilda
her!
Hartling. My thanks to you all for accepting my invitation.
Her voice, cool and clear as the time Dr. Mouse eating. Cuts through the hole. I was hoping she'd have a second line. Instantly, the room freezes, every gaze drawn to the top of the central staircase. This is your first time seeing her true form, not as a prisoner in a canister, or a soul drowning in filth. An oversized coat hangs from her slender frame, making her seem unbearably fragile. Her skin is deathly pale, almost translucent, and her eyes hold the eerie, grayish-red hue of a specter. We love albino women. Merely standing seems to require a monumental effort, as if a faint breeze could dissolve her into nothing. She offers a slow, courteous bow to the assembled crowd.
I know the monolith is the subject on everyone's mind. But first, allow me to provide some necessary context for this gathering. Since the Nightfall, human civilization has suffered a devastating blow. We watched nations dissolve into scattered settlements and struggling city-states, each fighting for its own survival. It was Dr. Keelon's discovery of the hypercube that finally reunited us. It gave us a common purpose: to build this city and forge the city-state coalition. We were meant to stand as a unified front, a testament to humanity's resilience. We operated on a foundation of shared knowledge and rational trade. This city, as the sole source of hypercubes, was a partner, not a master. But that foundation is now being deliberately dismantled.
Aww. A strategic wartime map unfolds behind her, detailing the metropoles and the territories. Several zones are highlighted in alarming red and orange, indicating active conflicts and military stalemates. Her red-gloved hand glides over the charts, bypassing other hotspots to settle unerringly on the most critical location in the bottom right quadrant, this city.
There are forces among us sowing division under the
city.
false banner of independence. They are pitting brother against sister, severing the very bonds that made us strong. They have reignited old hatreds between city-states, reducing a united front to squabbling fragments. They profit from the chaos they create, while civilians pay the price, displaced by the flames of war. We cannot, and we will not, allow this to continue. However, our efforts have been compromised. A mole within our operation has been leaking monolith intelligence,
Definitely not me from the
coordinating
future, haha.
attacks against our interests.
Okay, we didn't do that part. The room holds its breath, but no one is surprised.
To mitigate the ongoing security risk, I requested the relocation of the entire project. This safe house was selected for its defensibility and isolation,
Fancy-ass safe house!
creating a contained environment to secure the monolith's development. Now, with the monolith in its final testing phase, I advised my superiors that we issue assistance directives laced with critical data to invite all of you here.
Quote-unquote invite.
It was, of course, a calculated risk. I am operating on the assumption that our mole would find such bait irresistible and would inevitably be drawn into our midst. This presents our best opportunity to identify, capture, and eliminate the threat.
So, like, in this situation, we definitely have to be careful not to be found out, but we also probably aren't actually the mole, considering that we are a strange psychic insert into this memory.
Now,
Who's it
if
gonna
you will all
be?
remain calm and in place, we will begin the verification process.
Ah, fuck. An uncanny silence holds— that was a new person. An uncanny silence holds the room. Hilda descends the stairs, offering nods to a few familiar faces, while approaching others for quiet inquiries. You watch, your focus sharpening as you note her method. She uses gloved hands to briefly touch the hems or collars of their clothing, exchanging a hushed word before moving on. Then, her path leads inevitably to you. Oh no, we aren't gonna know how to answer. The memory of the fidgeting man. His collar, his tail, clicks into place. A classic place for a poison pill. In a flash of insight, you palm the small candy from your pocket and covertly slide it into your own collar. Hilda stands before you, her face a mask of confusion.
You're a face I don't recognize.
Haha.
You weren't on my list. And you...
Haha.
You don't carry yourself like an agent or spy.
Haha. Her voice remains soft. She reaches out, not a gesture of affection, but of inspection, neatly straightening your collar.
Your poison pill is larger than standard issue. Not an expert at concealment, are you?
Haha.
You must be from a different agency. Or something else entirely. So, let's not waste time. Who are you?
Haha. You had the look, the mannerisms, enough to pass a casual inspection, but it's painfully clear that isn't enough for Hilda. You need a story, an identity that fits into this web of deceit. Everyone here is an undercover agent personally selected by her, each with a prior history with Monolith. You, an outsider who knows none of them, and has never interacted with Monolith, need a plausible role. The most logical choice seems to be... I'm an anomalous power expert sent by the Metropoles. I'm an undercover agent infiltrating the City Intelligence Bureau. Power expert. The Metropole Alliance, currently facing devastating losses against Augustus and her Reaper forces, is in a desperate position. Their understanding of Mania is limited, but they recognize its potential as a weapon. This desperation creates a critical opportunity for you. As you know, the Alliance has recently suffered repeated attacks from individuals with anomalous capabilities. A new department was quickly formed to investigate these city phenomena. I am JinJinx Nesan, the lead specialist appointed to the case. We detected a significant surge of anomalous power around this estate. Given the importance of your meeting, Command sent me to assess the situation. I mean, it's a smart cover. We are very much experts on Mania. You aren't lying, not truly. This entire manor has been steeped in Hilda's mania from the start, where anomalies may occur at any moment. As you expected, your mention of anomalous power draws a measured glance from Hilda.
An anomalous power expert. Have you all heard of such a thing?
Fuck you, bitch.
This city's new assets have been a strategic nightmare. It's logical that the higher-ups would seek their own countermeasures. Still, an
Also, fuck you,
expert?
bitch. I hate these two.
Unverified.
Understood, miss. Thank you for coming and offering your assistance.
As skeptical murmurs ripple through the crowd, she offers a single, slow nod. Her expression remains an unreadable mask of ice. Whether she believes you or is merely playing along is impossible to discern. Without another word, she turns and withdraws from the gathering, returning to her place on the steps.
My task is to complete the final integration testing and core calibration of the monolith prototype within the next 3 days. The mole's objective will be equally clear: to either seize or sabotage it. Therefore, I will be staying in my room, dutifully serving as bait.
The fact that she is explaining this to the crowd, that she knows that there is a mole in, means that this is definitely part of some larger scheme. I also feel like the well-dressed businessman and elegant lady are both supposed to kind of come off as hateable, and are probably red herrings and not actually the mole.
I am, as you know, a cryptographer. My skills are in ciphers and systems, not counter-surveillance. Many of you are far more capable in that field. The mole is one, while the innocent are many. I would welcome the assistance of anyone.
Hey,
in this
deity,
room who
welcome
considers
in.
themselves
Oh
blameless.
shit! It says 9:54. That means that PGR is about to reset, and I forgot to do the dailies. Hold up, chat. Well, welcome in. Good to see you, deity. Thank you for reminding me that PGR is about to reset by existing. Hey, Merrick, how's it going? Good to see you. You got here just in time for me to realize, holy fuck, PGR is about to reset, and I need to do my dailies real quick. Good thing they take, like, 70 seconds. Go, 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 go. Click the thing, click the thing. Hello, Teddy. Neat kicks, girl. Love your boots. Just finished my PGR dailies, though. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. We are both very aware of when PGR resets. And also both probably pretty bad about not doing it before, in like, other than like the last hour of PGR being up. Anyway. 是会刮, 是会刮. Actually, wait. Have I done my dailies? Oh, wait, shit. Right, we played yesterday. So I guess dailies are actually technically done. Either way. Yeah, I guess dailies are actually done. I couldn't remember, because we played, like, right through resets, so I couldn't remember if I actually finished dailies or not before we hopped off. I guess in that case I just need a bunch of stamina. Oh, I didn't do Fortune Machine either, though. Oh. Back. Oh, it's not a clear stage option in here. I guess it was a cleared stage yesterday, which means now I have to go through the long way of getting the simulated battlefield. Oh no, it took me an extra 2 clicks. How awful. Hate that. Oh god, throat. My vape is a little bit burnt, so that is affecting, that is giving me a slight cough. That and my roommate. I was supposed to go to a Christmas work party today, but ended up not going, partly because I just kind of didn't feel like leaving the house today, honestly. Like, I just didn't really feel like going out. And also I didn't feel like figuring out what to wear. But also because my roommate did come back from Vegas, their Vegas New Year's Eve trip, kind of sick, possibly COVID. And figured I figured it'd be a good excuse to not to go, because I don't want to get everyone in my hotel sick. Because, like, everyone from every outlets, every, like, restaurant and bar at our hotel is going to this party. And I should probably not show up potentially carrying COVID. So, partly an excuse to not go, partly also, like, a legitimate concern. Okay, anyway, yeah, I guess PGR Day is already done. Okay, back to Toxic Lesbian Gacha game. Let's go! I heckin' love daily speedruns. Well, at like 1:55, 5 minutes before daily reset, we'll be doing more daily speedrunning as per usual in a Jinx stream. Alright. Crimbus, is it still December? So it's a holiday party, but since we are a hotel, right? We wait until after all the holidays and holiday rush is over before having a holiday party, because we're busy. So that's why they waited until the first week of January to like actually do the holiday party, because you know we're very busy through like Crimbus and everything, and through New Year's. Yeah, and then also want people to like come back from their own vacations, because some people also take off work-wise for like the New Year and stuff like that, doing trips and all that.
If you are uncertain how to proceed, then the best course of action is simple inaction. Wait. Watch. The day the monolith is erected will be eventful enough.
I can't wait for Hilda to erect our monolith. Her gaze sweeps across the erect her monolith? Maybe it's her, I guess maybe it's more so erect her monolith. I guess it is kind of the community's monolith though, isn't it? Her gaze sweeps across the room, deliberate and assessing, before finally settling on you.
Let's hope our collaboration over the next few days is a productive one.
Haha. The moment Hilda departs, a tense, murmuring energy fills the room. The crowd, once a unified audience, fractures into hushed clusters, dissecting her shocking announcements. The men-named pretense of the seminar is gone, stripped away to reveal the raw anxiety of a mole hunt that now poisons the air, evident in every nervous gesture and whispered word.
Ah, so that's your real name.
Haha.
Do you mind if I call you Officer?
That's right, we gave him a fake name earlier. Someone you don't remember is suddenly at your side, making you jump. Has he been here the entire... Someone you don't remember? We rode in the car with this. He gave us a ride. A name doesn't matter much. What matters is knowing who you are and what you're doing, what you're here to do.
Meeting you truly feels like a stroke of luck, Officer. Though the rain chose such an inconvenient moment, it brought me here, right to you, Officer. It's almost as if fate intended.
You know, I feel like they're trying to set him up to be the mole, but I also feel like that might also be a red herring. You cut short his sentimental speech, gesturing for him to look at several people standing nearby. Do you know them? Hilda is the Bates. This entire gathering is a trap designed by her to force the agency's mole into the open. Right now, your top priority is to gather intelligence on Hilda, on every guest present. The sources are irrelevant. The information is everything. Just then, Edward let out a distinctly delighted "Aha!"
Since arriving, I've made a point to speak with quite a few people, more public roles. Which one would you like to know about, Officer?
Ooh, how nice of him to share all this information. He definitely won't withhold important details about certain things for the sake of his own machinations. Definitely not. How's the food? It's really good, Dred. I have a single tortilla left now, and I'm actually kind of building a last taco. I'm pretty full, but I'm gonna force myself to eat it anyway because I haven't eaten today and I need more calories. Tell me about Hilda! This beautiful spy, this intelligence cryptographer. Hilda, the surveil citizen and a member of the cryptography department, specialized in code-breaking and engineering. Despite her talents, she has been denied promotions due to her parents' political stigma. 2 years ago, she was transferred from the metropolis to this city, where she decrypted numerous classified communications and was promoted to senior officer. 6 months ago, she was assigned to lead the secret Monolith projects. The elderly scholar. Manfist. Manfist! A surveil citizen and former head of the cryptography department, is a training instructor who was rehired after retirement. For several years, he has been undercover in this city. Renowned for his talent and spotting potential, he has cultivated numerous skilled spies for the metropoles. The well-dressed businessman. Johnson, a Fraser socialite and director of the Wartime Economic Intelligence Center, serves as an economic advisor. A notorious playboy, he controls various financial channels and implements wartime sanctions against the city through economic pressure and smuggling operations. The elegant lady. Helen, a city native and junior officer in the operations department, was referred by Hilda. Skilled in song and dance, she frequents entertainment venues to charm high-ranking officials for intelligence. As a recent recruit, she only has access to low-level information. Ooh. Actual city trader. Let's go. Edward himself. Edward, a surveil citizen referred by Manfist. Manfist is trained in stealth operations and thefts. Deployed to the city 3 years ago, he infiltrated the Foreign Affairs Bureau as a diplomatic assistant to gather and relay intelligence. I feel like he's definitely not telling us the full truth about himself at the very least. Time is running short. Could you compile a report for me later? Can you do some busy work for me? Can you write it down for me? It's remarkable how accurate Edward's briefings are, given how concise they are. The fact that he can organize intelligence on so many people in such a short time is extraordinary. Extraordinarily sus. This guy really does have a knack for intelligence work. Suddenly, the crowd erupts in a crash of overturned furniture and shattering glass.
You got a death wish? Say that.
Yeah, we didn't ask about this guy.
I dare you.
I feel like we should have asked about this guy. Caustic middle-aged. Ooh, he's not voiced. Why isn't he voiced? Why are they keeping him so mysterious? I'll say it as many times as it takes. Her family's name is Dirt. Everyone knows her parents were traitors who flooded the city. How do we know she's not just like them? What gives her the right to investigate us?
Go ahead and walk out. But you won't be leaving with your life.
Damn, dog. Marlowe, have you lost your mind? Hilda's your boss, not your mom. And she really worth dying for? A cold, furious laugh escapes Marlowe. He pulls his pistol from his holster and, with a definitive crack, slams it onto the tabletop.
Let's get one thing straight. I'm not as nice as Hilda. I don't buy that one mole hiding among innocents crap. Far as I'm concerned, you're all suspects. Anyone tries to leave, I'll put a bullet in your head. Simple.
I mean, I feel like that was kind of implied from the beginning, was that we're not allowed to leave.
That's
Who is
Marlo
he?
Banks. I heard he and Hilda went to school together.
Oh.
He leads the operations department. Has quite the reputation. But that tough act could all be a show, who knows?
She did his homework for him.
The other one's embedded in this city's propaganda department. Name's Horn, I think. Arrogant type. Looks down on just about everyone.
So, perfect for the propaganda department. Before you've even finished with Marlowe and Horn already at each other's throats. Punching sounds. The outcome was inevitable. A desk jockey against an elite operative. Horn never stood a chance. Marlowe dismantles him with brutal efficiency, and within seconds, a bloodied Horn crashes to the ground at your feet. Why do you throw him in here? At me? Help. Help me. Nah, dog. You brought the shit on yourself. His hands claw at your pant leg in desperation, but as you look down, you feel it unmistakably. A strange fluctuation of mania. Ooh. Marlowe was already moving, a tempest of rage. The slide of his pistol racks back with a sharp metallic clack. There's no time to react. I feel like this guy's temperament is not very appropriate for a spy. How you handle your dispute? Not my problem. I'm not gonna let someone die in front of me. Well, this is very much the chief. This is very much like the canonical chief choice, so we'll go with that. This confined area offers no margin for error. A single bullet could spell disaster for everyone. That calculation is instant. You search your feet, placing your body as a shield in front of Horn.
Out of my way!
Bro, you're a spy. Chill. He just wants to leave. You can question him or even detain him if necessary. But point a gun at him, I'll start thinking you want a witness silenced, not caught.
The fuck did you just say?
Now,
He said a bad word.
Let's all be reasonable. That's right. We're colleagues here, are we not? There's no need for this.
You might be his colleague. I'm not. Why don't you ask him what he's so afraid of that he's gotta run like a rat?
Paying no mind to Marlowe's seething anger, your focus drops to the bruised form of Horn. You kneel and help the battered man stand. It's alright now, Mr. Horn. I know hearing there's a mole is difficult. I'm putting my food away once like that. But living like this just makes you look guilty. If you're innocent, running is the worst thing you could do. You'd be doing the real mole's job for them. You have no idea what they're like, guilty or innocent. It doesn't matter. They'll skin me alive either way. It's too late to walk away. Even if you get past Marlowe, do you think Hilda will let anyone leave? Fighting your way out won't work. You'd be playing right into the mole's hands. Better to just stay and wait for the monolith to be completed. Then we all leave properly. A film of cold sweat glistens on Horn's forehead. This guy is a terrible fucking spy. He dabs at it with a shaky hand, his lips quivering before he asks you cautiously. You swear? You'll back me on this? Of course. I know you're not the mole. Just keep your head. Don't let someone else manipulate you into a mistake. If you trust me, we can discuss everything in detail later. Right now, let's focus on staying alive. Horn's eyes dart between you and Marlowe, wild with panic. Sweat streams down his face. You can hear his teeth grinding as he fights some internal, agonizing war. In that moment of tension, you feel it again. That faint mania fluctuation. Unmistakable now, it leaks from his pocket. Ooh. No, I won't be trapped. You're all in on it. Die! Then the air grows cold. A bone-deep chill of pure mania prepares to tear itself free from his body.
Move aside.
Jump him, Hilda! Oh, damn! Okay. The command is cold, flat, A gunshot cracks the air. A bloody crater blossoms in Horn's forehead, halting the transformation instantly. Oh, interesting. So he was just trying to turn himself into a corruptor. So, which is apparently also what Hilda tried to do when she was being interrogated. So I guess that means that they have some kind of tech they can use to just turn themselves into corruptors. For those who don't know, chat, the power system in this game, Mania, or in this setting, Mania, makes people go crazy and literally physically corrupts them. So, if you get exposed to enough Mania, you either get superpowers and become a sinner, or you turn into a literal monster called a corruptor, and you gone. It's over. It's so over at that point. A spray of thick black fluid hits your face, and his corpse collapses like a cut marionette, striking the ground with a sickening crunch.
Officer! Oh, good heavens, that was far too close. Are you hurt? Here, let me get that for you.
This guy's too friendly. Don't trust him. During Edward's frantic attempts to clean your face, your eyes are drawn upward, the second floor corridor. Damn, Hilda does not give a fuck! Just fucking headshot that guy. Zero hesitation. There, Hilda stands silhouetted at the top of the stairs, the faint wisp of smoke still curling from her gun's barrel. Her brow is furrowed in a deep, contemplative frown as she watches Horn's mania-consumed body. I actually really like the posing in this screenshot. Then, she lowers the weapon and turns her gaze to you.
Miss, please come with me for a moment.
You are being too nice to this clearly panicking crazy person. You're a lot more sus now. Perhaps I should not have tried to help him. Or perhaps I should have. I don't know. We're about to find out. Chasm Key. A challenge token obtained when the rain meets Gunfire event. Consuming one token grants one item of the Psychic Blight challenge. If you have fewer than 4 Chasm Keys, you can purchase more from the breakpoint supply to replenish your total up to a maximum of 4. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Psychic Blight. Tap here to enter Psychic Blight. Hilda's mind has been completely corrupted. Complete different types of challenge levels to help Hilda clear the corruption from the corresponding areas. Challenging Psychic Blight levels cost Chasm Keys. A certain number of these tokens will be distributed as you progress through the main story. If you need more, you can purchase them from the breakpoint supply. In Psychic Blights, you'll need to defeat enemies in this level to earn points. Through multiple challenges, accumulate points to fill the progress bar. Once the progress bar is full, you can clear the Blight and unlock subsequent levels. After you reach a certain number of attempts, you will unlock support buffs that provide combat bonuses to subsequent stages. Neat. Allied Enduro and Fury gain 4,000 more XP, recover 50% of lost HP per second, and block increases to 5? Oh, but they also lose 50% of recovered HP every 5 seconds. Interesting. Well, unfortunately, event content is not well scaled to end the game, so I don't expect this to be particularly engaging or challenging. The writing and the writing and story for these events is fucking incredible. The gameplay is kind of meh, just because this Path to Nowhere is the type of gacha where they design the difficulty scaling and progression of the events to be so that if you start at the beginning of the patch, you can clear all the way through by the end of it, sort of thing. So, since I have like fully endgame built complete meta teams, this is not exactly going to be particularly challenging, but it's okay.
Come with me. Let's take them down.
In fact, the real question is, can Daughter solo this? Let's find out if Daughter can solo this. Go, Daughter, go! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Daughter's got this. Go, S5, Daughter, go! Oh, I may have made a mistake there, timing that. Oh shit! Right, they're the type that you have to be like in their actual grid to be able to damage them. Go S5 Daughter, go! Perfectly fair and balanced units. Definitely not overpowered anniversary units that I have max copies of. Haha. Oh shit. Oh, okay, interesting.
This kind of stuff is nothing to me now.
Still enough to clear, but I didn't realize time was running that short there. Cleared the thing. All right. I guess we don't have any more to clear then. You do it the one time and that's it. Cool. So we have 5 more of these to clear. Oh, we can unlock branching storylines, and this seems to have an item attached to it. Okay. Anyway, let's go this way. Hilda's room, located at the far end of the manor's 2nd floor, is an elegantly furnished space filled with classified documents. At its center stands a black machine, roughly half a person's height, pulsing with a cold metallic. This thing is half of someone's height? Jesus fucking Christ, how wide is it then? Like, if this is vertically half of someone's height, this thing must cover like 1/3 of the goddamn floor. So this is the monolith? The assessment is swift. It's too large to transport, not yet fully developed, and you have no intention of delivering an incomplete product to Shoal. Most pressingly, you still lack an escape plan from the manor itself. For now, the only viable strategy is patience. Accepting Hilda's invitation, you settle into the seat opposite her. Oh, Hilda invited us into her room, chat. It's the thing! It's the thing from the cover! Look, chats! Look, it's the thing from the thumbnail. It's the image of the main events. It's the splash art. Wow! From across the desk, the details you missed on the staircase become starkly clear. The delicate tracery of blue veins visible beneath her pallid skin, her thin and bloodless lips. She resembles a figure newly risen from a grave, exuding a chill that feels less like temperature and more like the absence of life.
Do you know why I asked to speak with you privately?
So she looks like every immortal we've ever seen, even if she's not an immortal. Is this about the anomalous power of Horn?
You are quite perceptive.
I mean, everyone here should be a spy, which means we should all be perceptive, Hilda. After Horn's berserk episode, and given your self-claimed expertise in anomalous power, she's now waiting for your professional assessment. The infection in Horn was superficial. It just amplified his existing emotions. Under its influence, his own anxiety and tension hit a breaking point. That's what caused his extreme behavior. I can't pinpoint exactly when he was infected. The effects on the mind are a lot more subtle and gradual than physical symptoms. Hilda raises a hand to interrupt you.
Let's leave Horn for now. I'd prefer to discuss the nature of this anomalous power itself. Since the calamity,
That is a very
this
long
anomalous
story, Hilda.
power has appeared worldwide in rare sporadic phenomena. But while other city-states are still treating them as a disease to be cured,
Haha.
this city has already weaponized it for military operations.
Yup.
Have you heard of Catherine Augustus Andahar?
Who, our bestie?
Despite her family name, she's sided with this city. At Nirvana Port, she assembled a unit of soldiers mutated by this power. Their battlefield performance was notably effective.
Most recent anniversary limited unit and our bestie, Catherine Augustus.
So, the questions remain. What is this anomalous power?
Mania.
What is its upper limit?
Very, very, very
And
high.
how do we counter it?
Shackles.
As the anomalous power expert, I'm sure you can provide some insight.
She wants to know about Mania and is using this to verify your identity. I should probably not say it's not extensive. That's classified. What do you want to know? You feign caution, but inwardly you recognize a golden opportunity. This is your chance to get closer, to earn her trust. With a well-timed sigh, you let your expression sober. I can tell you, but what I'm about to share is unpublished research. Even if you hear it, it must not leave this room. You feed Hilda the basics of Mania, carefully weaving in half-truths and plausible falsehoods. Yet she absorbs every word with unwavering focus. God, the art in this game is so pretty. Why are her eyes so pretty, Chad? Look at how pretty her eyes are. This anomalous power is essentially a mental aberration caused by the calamity. I prefer to call it mania infection. The infected become immersed in extreme emotions, leading to physical enhancement and morphological changes. Their weaknesses are just as clear. They're prone to losing control, and after enduring the corruption, their bodies eventually collapse.
And yet, This city still chose to weaponize
Yes.
it. Does that mean they have methods to alleviate the effects or control the power completely?
Yes. Not as far as I know. The discovery of the shackles lies far in the future. Until then, the effects have only their own willpower to resist the corruption.
I see.
A glint of sorrow, swiftly chased by anger, flashes in her eyes before she schools her features into neutrality. Her questions then deepen, becoming meticulously detailed. The telltale signs of mania, the hallmarks of an awakening, the subtle precursors to loss of control. With her intense, curious gaze, she sheds the aura of an outland spy and transforms into a devoted student, hungry for new knowledge. Definitely not personally relevant to knowledge, because she is definitely not a mania-infected sinner, ha 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 ha.
Experts must frequently enter heavily infected areas and encounter numerous contaminants. How do you protect yourself?
Built different. I can't. As a result, I've just become more sensitive to contaminated objects.
Which means...
I love her waist belt. I want it. When I was looking at Uji Lolita fashion pieces earlier that I then wasn't unable to buy because tariffs make the shipping $150 fucking dollars. There was like a waist apron with a similar asymmetrical design to it, and I want it, but I don't want to spend $150 on shipping.
the item you secretly took from Horn's pocket. It must bear the residue of the anomalous power, correct?
The topic veers without warning, draining all warmth from the room. You feel your own expression lock into place. You school your features in an instant, but it's already too late. Her eyes have caught that fleeting lapse, and she doesn't miss a thing.
That's a telling reaction. It seems my deduction was correct.
Damn, Chief. You need to go back to spy school. She steps closer, carefully studying your face.
Your
Carefully
expressions are
studying your
rather
face.
Unguarded. You haven't had the training for this,
Haha.
have you? You're quite easy to read.
Haha.
So please, don't lie to me.
Oh. Take out the item you obtained from Horn's pocket. I just intended to conduct my own investigation. There's no issue with that, is there?
Relax. I'm not accusing you. I actually admire your professional initiative.
She admires us, chat. Giving your shoulder a reassuring pat, she picks up the recording pen. After a brief examining glance, she presses the switch. You can't tell us all. This stays between us. You know the clock tower in the West District? The one that flashes at night? Yeah, that one. Anyway, it's not just a clock tower. It's a meeting place for far-land spies. The news recently, with the way the war is going, they're desperate. They've started a secret project called Monolith, right there, to end it all in one stroke. What's wrong? Scared? It's alright, I'll take you back. Are you scared? Edward Cullen moment. Alright, enough of that now. Or enough of that for now. Come here, let me see your little secret. So, I've never watched Twilight, but when I was younger, my friends and I used to go to this place called The Plaza where they would do Rocky Horror Picture Show performances, which, if you're not familiar, Rocky Horror Picture Show is like this cult classic movie in the US that is like very, very camp, very theatrical, very glam rock, like David Bowie androgynous queer sort of thing. And it's one of those, it's like got this weird cult following, and it's a like, it's like a what's it called, a call out show or movie where there's like a whole series of things that the audience like says in response to things they say on screen, and some of these performances they'll have on stage performers like kind of like acting out certain scenes in the movie as it goes on, and it's like this whole experience. So we used to go to that pretty often. But for whatever reason, at the Plaza, they have this cutout of Edward Cullen, because this is like right around when the Twilight movies were coming out and they were really popular. So they had this cutout of Edward Cullen that every time you walked by him, he'd just say, "Are you scared?" And it was like a whole meme, and like they made it part of like the like pre-show yap and banter and shit. And so now, every time I see "Are you scared?" I just think of that fucking Edward Cullen cutout. The remainder of the recording devolves into obscene flirtation. Ooh, 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 obscene flirtation? What's wrong? Scared? It's right. So it is an Edward Cullen moment. Hold the fuck up. Did we just watch Edward Cullen get capped in the skull?
This recording was clearly brought in from the outside. Since you had no prior contact with Horn, I assume it isn't from you.
How do you know we had no prior contact with Horn? Maybe it was all a little charade. Maybe we were bamboozling you. With a grave expression, she picks up a file from the table, speaking as she flips through it.
After Horn was stationed in this city 3 months ago, he began repeatedly failing in his duties. This included leaking classified information to dancers while intoxicated, and transmitting intelligence without using the proper code phrases.
He was just a really shitty spy.
Among the intelligence he compromised were development plans for the monolith. Due to his powerful connections, every report and complaint against him was quietly buried. He was never even detained for questioning.
Sounds like Hilda's been wanting an excuse to cap this guy in the skull for a while.
And precisely because of this, he became riddled with vulnerabilities, making him an easy target for blackmail.
So, after we arrived at the manor, someone approached him and gave him this mania-contaminated recording pen, triggering his violent episode.
Precisely. Given that, let's take a look at this.
Ooh, pictures. I love pictures. Ooh, pictures of spooky, shadowy figures. He neatly arranges a series of photos on the table. The images are grainy and blurred, the telltale haze of an outdated camera.
These are the individuals who made contact with Horn since his arrival. I need you to examine these photographs and identify who gave him the recording pen.
Which of these very blurry, blacked out silhouettes is the one who gave him self-imposed monster nuke pen? Okay. You studied the 3 blurry photographs. They show Huck, Marlowe, and Elaine Oh, okay, actually they do show people. You expect me to identify the culprit just from this?
That's correct. I believe these photographs are revealing enough.
Girl, we're a mania experts, not a private eye. In this photo, Horn and Huck sit across the table. Horn holds a glass of freshly poured red wine as Huck slides a long, narrow object toward him. In this photo, Horn's wine glass lies shattered. He dabs furiously at the stains on his clothes with a handkerchief while in a heated argument with Marlowe. In this photo, Horn has clearly interrupted the conversation, now boasting loudly about his own exploits. So, like, there is an image of Huck handing a slim thing over, but surely that's a red herring, right? Surely it's not Huck. Oh fuck it, we picked Elaine. You choose Elaine. Against all odds, the person who seems the most attached, the most unlikely to be involved, is the correct answer.
If that's your take, I'll keep it in mind.
Oh, okay.
That will be all for today. Thank you for your cooperation, miss. You're free to go now.
But what if we want to stay here with you in your room? You step back into the corridor, drawing a deep breath to steady your nerves after the conversation with Hilda. The corridor is silent and empty now. Through the window, a gentle rain mists the glass, carrying the sweet petrichor scent of damp earth into the still air. I have not seen the word petrichor in a while.
Officer, how did it go? I hope Hilda didn't give you a hard time.
I'm hoping next time she gives us a harder time, chat. Haha. It seems you're not alone after all. This motherfucker. She just apologized for startling me. It was fine. Where's everyone else?
After what happened, no one wanted to stay in the hall. They've all moved to the dining hall in the annex. Here, let me take you there.
Were you waiting here for me?
Of course I was. I was really worried about you, officer.
This guy is too soft and friendly. I don't trust him. I think that's kind of the point, though, because everyone here is a fucking spy.
Hilda's room is a place where people tend to lose their heads.
Okay.
She
Did not
calls
expect
it
that.
questioning, but let's be honest, it's an interrogation. Rumor has it her closet doesn't hold clothes, but a full set of professional tools.
Go back to her room right now. Find the professional tools. It's time to use them.
Most people are terrified of being summoned there. It's a genuine relief to see you come out in one piece.
You really don't need to act this way with me, Mr. Sus. I'm not some high-ranking official. I don't have the kind of power you might think.
Please, don't say that. In my eyes, you're the most capable and reasonable person I've ever met. My admiration is sincere.
Bruh, we met like an hour ago and I've had like 4 conversations. And you don't even know who I am. What the fuck do you mean?
Once I'm done here, I'm going to request a transfer from
This man is
backwater
brown-nosing
city.
too
I want to return to the metropoles and apply to join your Mania Countermeasure Center. When the time comes, maybe you could mention my name? I don't want to be a spy anymore. I want a job where I can be proud of who I am.
Be proud of being an incredibly milquetoast forgettable individual. The raw sincerity in his face catches you off guard, leaving you almost lost for words. Like I said, my influence is limited, but I remember what you've asked. If I get the chance, I'll put it in the word for you. But if you never wanted this life, why become a spy in the first place?
Well, I've always been unremarkable. To most people, I was practically invisible. Teachers would skip my name during roll call. I was always the one overlooked. For a long time, I thought that was just my lot in life.
Motherfucker is a literally Nagisa from Assassination Classroom.
Then one day, Mr. Manfist came to our school, and he picked me. Can you imagine what that feels like? For someone who's always been invisible to finally be seen. It was incredible. So I followed him to the Agent Academy and became a spy.
You there, child. You look incredibly easy to forget. You must become a spy now.
Mr. Manfist said I was a natural, that people just look right through me. I can be practically standing right next to them, eavesdropping, and they'd never know I was there. It let me accomplish things others couldn't.
In your mind, something suddenly clicks into place. Or
I was a natural, that people just look right through me. I can be practically standing right next to them, eavesdropping, and they'd never know I was there. It let me accomplish things others couldn't.
Oh, we have tense music in the background, chat. Was he in the background of one of those photos? You stare at Edward, frozen. He meets your gaze with a smile. But it's all wrong. Gone is the humble, meek man from before. BAM! Oh, shit. In there, by door crashes open. You try to run, but Edward slams into you from behind, driving the air from your lungs as you hit the floor.
Since you've seen through me, I suppose I have no choice left.
Oh! Something thin and sharp, a fishing line, whips around your neck. He yanks from behind, and it instantly slices into your flesh. You thrash, but every movement only tightens the garrots. Your breath comes in ragged, useless gasps. You claw blindly behind you, reaching for Edward's arms, but your strength is already failing. Are you the mole?
Oh no, you've got it all wrong. I'm not the mole.
You are! Edward pauses for a single, terrifying moment. Oh, that's a sound. Then he pulls harder. You can even hear a soft, sickening crunch in your throat.
But it told me I could be.
Oh. Warmth floods your neck. Blood. The world grays out, details dissolving into a smear of nothing. Your final, gurgling pleas are a small, pathetic sound, lost against the corridor's chill and the rain's steady, mocking hiss. Man, garrote kills are fucking brutal. Darkness takes you. Well, I think we picked wrong, chat. We appear to have picked wrong, and now we are fucking dead. Guess we go again. Alright, skip. Huh. So, I mean, someone else is probably the correct choice for advancement, but I'm a little curious what happens if we pick the other ones. Let's go with the obvious one,
I
Huck.
see. The photograph does indeed show Huck passing an object to Horn. He is a plausible suspect. Moving forward, I will handle the situation with Huck discreetly.
Whips out her Glock.
That will be all for today. Thank you for your cooperation, miss. You're free to go now.
You step back into the corridor, drawing a deep breath to steady your nerves after the conversation with Hilda. The corridor is silent and empty now. Through the window, a gentle rain mists the glass, carrying the sweet, petrichor scent of damp earth into the still air.
Officer, how did it go? I hope Hilda didn't give you a hard time.
This motherfucker! Take the fishing line out of his pocket! Jump him, Chief! Don't let him garrote you this time! Dropkick his ass! So he's not alone after all.
After what happened, no one...
Okay, we'll go with no need this time.
I see. My apologies. That was overstepping. Of course, officer. You're welcome to go on ahead.
He retreats half a step, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Yet his polite smile remains. But the moment you pass him, a sudden rush of air whisks past the back of your head. Thud.
Putting on airs, are we? You should have taken the easy way when offered.
Oh.
Hand you over to those dis-city people, and I'm home free.
Oh. Your legs buckle. The ground rushes up to meet you, and as your vision tunnels into nothing, someone grips your ankles, pulling you into a dark, cold corner. Okay, well, he jumped us again, chat. So, yeah, I guess that ends up with a... Huh, interesting. What happens if we still pick Huck, but then we pick a different answer? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, I was wondering if we picked, like, the, other answer instead of saying that we would leave, if it changes things, but it is, like, the Huck choice is the important one. I am curious, though. Let's see what he says if we pick the other option instead of telling him to fuck off.
After... Of course I was. I was really worried about you, officer. Hilda's room is... most...
I appreciate your concern. I'm not some high-ranking professional on how you think.
Please.
Okay, yeah,
Once
gotcha.
I don't... Then, Miss... I was a natural. That people just look right through me.
Okay, yeah, then he crawled. Okay, so either regardless, either he knocks us out and drags us off, or he just, like, brutally garrots us to death. Like, very brutally garrots us to death. Holy shit. Alright. What happens if we pick Marlowe? You choose Marlowe. The more you think about it, the more his anger feels performative. Too sudden, too convenient. It could very well be a trap. He might have already planned to kill Horn in the chaos.
A logical deduction. I'll have a word with Marlowe later. That will be all for today. Thank you for your cooperation, miss. You're free to go now.
Just waiting to see if there's a new voice
Officer.
line. Nope, it's fucking him again. I can find my way there. Knocks us the fuck out.
Hand you up.
Okay, so all of these options just lead to... Wait, why is this? That's like the Butch woman, right? Oh, it's the Butch woman Huck? I guess Butch woman is the Huck. Oh yeah, we also have this branch we didn't go to yet. Not my problem. You wrench your leg free, stumbling back. Horn's frantic breaths hitch. Jesus Christ, words are hard. And his face contorts, features dissolving into something monstrous. Unbelievable. This is just unbelievable. I was only gathering intelligence, and this is how you all treat me. His furious roar was swallowed by a wave of violent mania. Pitch black sludge-like energy erupts from his core, consuming him in an instant. How dare you all corner me? I never meant for this. Such rotten luck. I just wanted to see it for myself. Have something to boast about when I get back. Why can't I leave? I'm not a traitor. Let me go. Just let me go.
Holy shit. What the hell is that thing?
Now he's a corruptor. All doesn't think pure primal instinct takes over. He raises his pistol and fires. Waits! Bang, 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 bang. Mag dumps him. Your proximity horns place you directly in the line of fire, both from Marlowe's frantic barrage and the Corruptor's twisting waves of mania. A warm trickle of blood snakes down your temple. A deep, pervasive cold begins to seep into your limbs, and the chaotic streams around you melt into a distant, muffled hum. Your vision blurs, only making out shapes of people scrambling and fleeing the monstrous form the Corruptor has become. Through the high-pitched ringing dominating your hearing, a voice fights its way through. Someone is at your side, shaking you and calling your name with panic.
Officer! Officer! Stay with me. What am I supposed to do if you die?
Oh. As the last of your consciousness bleeds away, a final ironic thought flickers. Of all the possible faces to see at the end, it just had to be Edward! God damn. Okay. Okay, anyway, let's pick the correct answer now. How good's the story so far? Hi, John. Pretty good so far. Pretty good. This is an interesting setup. We don't know, like, this is... I don't know if have they ever done a proper, like, visual novel, multiple ending, choose your own story one like this before? At least not in this format. Like, they've had some event stories where there are multiple endings, but it's mostly the same. It's, like, largely the same until the conclusion, and then it's minor differences. Like, Diddy Night Song, still one of my absolute favorite out of all the events. Diddy Night Song does have a few different endings with Angeal, but it's relatively minor differences in the actual plot structure. We don't have this, like, Groundhog Day, multiple choice time looping sort of thing that we're doing right now. Yeah, this one is, like, actually choose your own story style, which is, pretty unique. I'm pretty sure, as far as I know, Path of Noir hasn't done a choose your own adventure story. Like, choose your own story one like this before, like, proper visual novel, many endings format sort of thing. Alright, it's someone else. It's the guy who's gonna try to fucking garrot us. You lay the 3 photos before Hilda, urging her to look closely, and what you didn't realize is that plain-faced Edward is in all 3 photos! The first captures the moment Horn is handed a glass of red wine by a server, just as Huck steps into the frame to confront him. An argument is already brewing. In the second photo, Horn's wine glass lies shattered. He dabs fiercely at the stains on his clothes and a handkerchief while in the heated argument with Marlowe. The third photo shows Horn brazenly interrupting the conversation between the lane and another guest. I mean, there were 3 in every single photo, which I was warning about earlier. He seems to be boasting, forcing the lane's attention onto him, while the 2 interrupted parties look on with clear annoyance. We all assume these photos show Horn with 3 different people, but we missed it. There's a 4th? Wait, there's a 4th person? Oh, never mind. There's a 4th in all of them? Like, is that a 4th person? Is that a 4th person? Oh, wait, no, wait, never mind. She means, yeah, because there's 1, 2, 3 people, but there's actually a 4th one hiding in all of them. Yeah, okay. The server in the first one, the one offering the handkerchief in the second, and the man talking to the lane before they were interrupted. That's the 4th person we keep overlooking. Edward! Wait a second. Edward Cullen? Haha. Hilda applauds, a look of genuine approval on her face.
Precisely. Edward is a master of presence. Unless you're actively looking for him. Your eye simply slides right past.
Mans is so milquetoast that you completely don't even notice him.
What led you to him?
He garroted me in the future, that's what. I have my sources, also known as time looping.
Is that so? I wouldn't have imagined our anomalous power expert would have an intelligence contact. What a surprise.
What do you mean? According to our cover story, we're an expert being sent to a gathering of spies. Of course we have contacts with spies. What do you even mean?
Your conclusion matches my own. I'll have someone extend an invitation to Edward. We'll inquire about this matter. Thoroughly.
Yay, he's not gonna garrot us this time. She draws herself upright, and when she speaks again, her tone is softer.
I owe you an apology. I doubted your identity. Or perhaps, I still haven't entirely confirmed who you are.
I mean, it's okay, Hilda, we are actually just lying to you.
But your knowledge of the anomalous power is undeniably professional.
Yep.
And beyond that, you possess a sharp deductive sense. To pick Edward out from so little. I am impressed.
Oh, yeah, we picked him out I was so little. Definitely not getting garroted 3 times first. Though her words are praise, her demeanor rests in the space between suspicion and trust. The look in her eyes is one of open curiosity and confusion. Oh, we're confusing her, chats. You remain unshaken, meeting her gaze directly and responding with calm assurance. I was just doing my job. It's nothing like your plan. Using yourself and the monolith as baits, gathering every dangerous suspect in one place. I'd never have the nerve for something that bold. That's a fucking lie, Chief. That is like, that would be like your first instincts, given a situation that could be solved by you being bait, would be, use me as bait! Do it! I'll be the bait! At your words of praise, Hilda's gaze instinctively dots away. Aww.
This city runs inhumane experiments.
Yep.
Just for an edge.
Yep.
Creating undead soldiers controlled by dangerous weapons.
Yep.
The mole sells our secrets and betrays the city-state, heedless of the consequences. Compared to them, my methods are the picture of reason.
Also, yes.
This isn't for me. It's for the people we've lost, and for the
Hell yeah,
city-state's
girl.
future. That is why I am willing to be a piece on the board, to draw out the mole and sever this threat.
Her voice is cold and resolute, the words meant as much for herself as for you. Just then, a sudden, urgent pounding at the door shatters the moment. Aw, but our moment with Hilda.
We've got a problem. Edward's gone. Vanished. We've turned the whole damn manor upside down. He's not here.
Yep, I mean, he is kind of an expert at vanishing.
What?
Oh. You hurry after Marlowe into the main hall, where the others have already reconvened. He retrieves several items from a table and presents them to Hilda.
We found this stuff in an empty room. Looks like he ditched anything that would have slowed him down.
You see a miniature recording device, cleverly disguised as a cigarette box. Its model nearly identical to the one Horn was given. Beside it lies an open personnel file, its contents fanned out across the table. With a jolt, how would, like, a tiny hand recording device slow him down? I get not bringing, like, the case file, but... With a jolt, you recognize them. These are the dossiers on everyone present, the very files you had asked Edward to compile upon your arrival at the manor. He actually followed through.
No one on the perimeter saw a thing. The place is surrounded by forest and cliffs, and with this rain causing flash floods, he couldn't possibly get out. He's still here, somewhere. Let's get more people and sweep the grounds. We'll find him.
Let's go! The others all nod, their faces set in determined lines. They're now convinced Edward is the mole, and that flashing him out is the only way this nerve-wracking gathering ends. I mean, no one else knows this, but he did say he's not the mole, meaning there's still another mole in here. With that, you also join the search party. Or maybe he is the mole. He said he's not the mole, but that it said that he could be. So maybe he is the one that they thought was a mole, but also maybe there is still another mole. The manor looms around you. Where do you begin? Third floor study, where the files are found. The terrace garden with an open view. The hidden underground level. Why is there debris in front of a barred off door? The place is a wreck. You step in and freeze. You're not alone. You can sense another person breathing. Edward?
Of course it's you, officer. I had a feeling you'd be the one to find me.
Gee, I wonder if you would try to escape into a hidden underground level.
You know, a few other groups already swept through here. None of them even glanced my way. I was starting to get bored.
Mans is, like, actually just invisible. Literally, motherfuckers are literally looking for him and just didn't even notice him. Peering into the darkness, you make out a figure slouched against the wall, idly toying with a small object in hand.
Let's not move, all right? I've got a gun. Not really my weapon of choice, so it's a bit unpredictable. I just want to talk before I go. Tell me, did you find the documents I left for you?
Appreciate it, bro. You nod toward the direction of the voice.
Good. I made sure Hilda's was the most comprehensive. I left it all for you. I don't know who you really are, officer, but I would genuinely enjoy working with you.
Bruh. What are you talking about? I don't understand.
It's okay. I get it. Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. In fact, I want to help you.
Yes, because the garroting you did was very helpful.
You know, with my disposition, I'm only fit to be a spy. But I've always hated skulking in the shadows. Doing something for you, though, that was different. It felt good.
I enjoyed the office work.
You're the only one who actually saw me. You paid attention. You cared. Having a superior like you, it would mean a lot to me.
It's so funny that he's talking about how we paid attention and cared, considering that's not even like 2 chapters ago. We saw Edward and were like, we don't recognize this man!
I was just unlucky. This city caught me in a bad spot. To stay alive, I had to feed them intel from the metropoles, including some about Monolith.
Oh, okay, so he is the mole.
Well, I guess Hilda finally figured it out. Ever wonder why someone like me was even invited to a meeting like this? I'm a decent spy, but I know nothing about cipher machines. She just wanted to smoke me out.
Okay, yeah, so he was not a red herring, he is actually just the mole.
I suppose
Maybe.
in her mind, it doesn't matter who the mole is. If she eliminates everyone, she gets the mole too, right?
True. Oh, if you tell me who the mole is, I can put in the word for you. Ooh.
Officer, I think you're the one who's not seeing things clearly. You don't understand her at all. Let me give you some advice. Don't pin your hopes on her.
Hush.
That woman's
We'll
heart
pin every
belongs
hope we want on
entirely
her.
to the city-state. There's no room for anything else.
Then we will become the city-states.
As for the mole, you should stop trying to catch them. You won't be able to.
Okay, so he isn't the mole. But is also a mole.
Nothing personal. The mole just told me to pick the weakest looking target and test the waters. That man was full of holes. Getting leverage on him was almost too easy. Well, friend, this is the path I chose. I ran out of options a long time ago. At least I got to have this last chat with you. I've left something for you. Whether it's useful or not, that'll be up to you.
Is he about to fucking cap himself? Yep! He raised the gun and pointed at his own head!
Well, we've talked long enough. It's probably time to say goodbye.
Damn, okay, dog. Don't! A gunshot rings out, and Edward collapses. On his lifeless face, there's no pain or fear, only an inexplicable, profound look of satisfaction. He wanted to work together again, but then he capped himself. For a spy who never chose his life, this final, defiant act may have been one of the few decisions that were truly his own. Aww. I was just thinking that. Minutes later, Hilda bursts into the cellar. Her eyes instantly find Edward's body, then you standing over him. Her lips press into a thin, hard line. Without a word, she strides to your side and, with a leather-clad thumb, gently wipes the blood from your cheek.
Tell me what happened.
Personal dossiers, or personnel dossiers. And these stack of documents, meticulously organized by someone. Aw, Edward! What happens if we pick a different place? Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter if we pick a different place, huh? Either way, do we end up finding him? I'm curious now.
What? Your conclusion matches my... but who... Compare this...
Well, at
What?
least he got to go out happy and satisfied. And finally got to exercise his own autonomy.
We found this stuff in an empty room.
Through his Glock.
Looks
Through
like
his
he
skull.
No one... Let's get...
Let's see what happens if we pick the study. The room is as previous as the previous search left it, a storm of scattered papers and overturned pens. Among the chaos, you spot a stack of blank paper, presumably left behind by Edward. There are no more clues, so you should look elsewhere. Oh, okay, so we do have to go underground to find him. Just happen to pick the right one at the beginning. A cold rain sheets across the terrace. You sweep the area thoroughly, only to find nothing but the grim weather. I should go back. Edward?
Tell me. Good. I don't... You know, I ever
Wait a
wonder why...
second. So, when Edward kills us,
If that would...
we say that he's the mole, and he says you don't understand. He said that it said I could be, so the mole isn't it? One second, let me make sure I didn't misremember the exact words he said.
Please, one sec. I don't... Then, Mr... I wasn't... Since you've seen through me...
Are you the mole?
Oh
Okay.
no. You've got it all wrong.
This line right here.
I'm not the mole.
Ugh. The fucking crunch sound of him garroting our throats.
But it told me I could be.
Okay, yeah, so he did say it's. I wasn't misremembering. Okay, that's an interesting detail. I feel like that's a very intentional detail as well. Also, we didn't see this branch earlier, so before we continue on with the main, I kind of want to see what this branch is. Yeah, what happens if we see an undercover agent? I feel like we're just gonna get fucking shot. It seems logical to hide among spies by claiming to be one of them. However...
I have the roster of every deep cover asset within this city. I can say with absolute certainty, your name is not on it. I'm afraid you have it backwards. You aren't infiltrating them. You are one of them.
Haha. ... Question mark? Exclamation mark? Under the collective, hardening gazes of the room, you realize your critical error. Hilda lets off a soft, almost disappointed sigh.
What a shame. I don't know how you found this place, but you've walked into a brutal slaughterhouse. This is no place for an unaffiliated journalist, or a lost soul to go snooping. Please escort this lady out.
And by out, they mean out of existence. Before you can speak, Two Gods sees you by the arms, holding you roughly from the hole. And then capping you in the back of the skull. The massive doors boom shut, and in that same instant, pitch black rain comes pouring down. Reach out only to find there is no rain but a torrent of pitch black sludge, reeking of potent mania. It twists in your palm. It is alive. It swirls and squirms against your skin, while what has already fallen slithers and pulls at your feet. It climbs, coiling up your legs like insidious spines, exactly as it did within Hilda's consciousness. Ooh. The realization strikes you, and the world dissolves in its wake. Everything blurs, turning void and distance. You are back in that vast, lightless expanse of consciousness, where all sense of direction is swallowed by an endless, suffocating dark. God, the prose in this... The prose is so good in Path to Nowhere. None of your concern. Ending. Memory anchor. Oh, yeah, the dossiers. Damn. I can't believe Edward's already dead. After you recount his final moments, silence hangs heavy in the air. Hilda turns and kneels beside Edward's body, systematically collecting his possessions. A bullet shattered eavesdropping pen, blood-soaked sticky notes, rendered useless. Then, among the few remaining items, she finds a document, stained a deep crimson. She immerses it in a special solvent, watching the blood dissolve away as the page... Wait, if you can dissolve the blood off of this, why can't you do it off of the sticky notes? As the page clears, she leans in, her gaze intense.
Do you know what this is?
Dossiers on everyone. You're standing too far away to make out what it is. These are Edward's things. How would I know?
Is that so? But this is an investigation report. About you.
Oh.
He analyzed your behavior and noted several interesting discrepancies.
Oh.
It states that after arriving, you showed a strong interest in everyone present, and requested personnel files from Edward. He couldn't understand why an anomalous power expert would need such information.
Jeez, it couldn't be that it would be important for me to know everyone who is here, especially since you stated that this is a fucking mole hunt.
As it happens, I share his concern.
She tilts her head slightly, waiting for your answer. That damned Edward! So this is what he left behind for you? Question mark, question mark? Frustration threatens to choke you, but you have no choice. You force the explanation out. You warned me yourself that there were dangerous elements here. Is it so strange I'd be wanting information to protect myself?
If that were the case, why was the majority of this investigation report focused on me?
Okay, well that wasn't exactly our choice. That was likely Edward's own bias. He did mention his personal interest in you. Edward's dead anyway. He's the perfect scapegoat. Hilda's expression hardens as she continues her questioning.
While showing interest in the people, you were also intensely curious about the monolith. Why?
Because I was sent here for it. Including in my alibi. We're all here because of the monolith. It's tied to the city-state's next strategic moves. What's wrong with taking an interest?
Yet for an anomalous power expert, you show remarkably little interest in the actual concentrations or anomalies around the estate. You don't even carry basic tools.
I am the tool and the weapon.
That seems careless, doesn't it?
I am also careless, yes. ... On this point, you have no way to refuse her. ... Seeing you fall silent, Hilda releases a soft, weary sigh.
Since you refuse to clarify, I'm left with no choice but to try a different approach.
Oh, she's gonna whip out the professional tools, chat. From the drawer, she produces a glass syringe. The transparent liquid inside catches the lights, glinting with an ominous promise.
This is a truth serum.
Of course it fucking is.
It lasts for about 30 minutes and will facilitate a more honest conversation. Be advised, it does carry certain side effects.
Shit, dog.
Permanent memory loss, for instance, or mental instability.
Is this a genuine threat, or is she just testing you? Refuse and make a run for it! Get the fuck out of here, shit! You want to escape, but your face has already given you away. She remains perfectly still, a statue observing your desperation as you throw yourself toward the door. The handle refuses to turn. The room is a sealed tomb. When you turn, she is already there, having closed the distance without a sound. The cold sting of a needle pierces your skin. A foreign liquid floods your veins. The sharp pain is instantly swallowed by a leaden drowsiness. Your temples pulse, your vision blurs. Memories, real and imagined, surge and shatter like broken glass. The present melts into the past. A final, icy tremor climbs up your spine as the world dissolves. Yet through the thickening fog, Hilda's voice remains sharp and perfectly clear.
Now then, I want you to tell me very carefully. Who are you, really?
The Disguiser! Interesting, so this requirement requires us to pick this one again. Then you'll be wasting a dose. My answer won't change. Surely you realize how vital and anomalous power expert is to the city-state right now, and you risk turning me into a vegetable for a hunch? Think carefully. Can you afford to take that risk? Hilda freezes mid-motion, her gaze turning inward in brief contemplation. In the end, she puts the syringe down. Oh.
Then prove it to me.
What?
Since you insist you're an anomalous power expert, demonstrate this so-called expertise of yours.
Girl, we just gave you a lecture on how mania works. What do you mean? You want to present your evidence, to reason with her, but you already attempted that the moment you entered the link system. Here, your shackles hold no power. You can only watch as she slowly removes her gloves. Each step she takes toward you is measured, deliberate, and final.
What's wrong? Afraid? Shouldn't an expert have methods to regulate this anomalous power?
Yes, but we can't use it here.
You've been speaking with me all this time, yet you failed to detect the power I possess. That alone is suspicious. So if you have any way to prove yourself, use it on me. Now. Otherwise, you will die.
Oh! The red gloves come off, revealing her bone-white fingers. Delicate, gilt patterns trace their way across her skin as mania, a flowing liquid light, gathers in her palms. Hey, to dance, welcome in. The patterns resemble Aurum Secretum, yet they are alien, ones you've never seen. Hilda doesn't care for your hesitation. She grabs your wrist and locks her fingers with yours. Hard. Oh, she's holding hands. I can't believe she just got pregnant, chat. In an instant, black spikes erupt through both your palms! Oh, that is a hell of a penetration. You feel the cool, rigid texture of her fingers a moment before the true agony hits, the violent invasion of her mania into your veins. You grit your teeth and endure. ... A soft sigh escapes her. Her face is a mask, but her grip tightens. A second, more brutal wave of mania shatters through your hands. This time, it brings not just pain, but a cacophony of shrieking echoes that floods your mind, racking your body with tremors. Oomph! As your legs buckle, she catches you. Through the blinding pain, you see her gaze soften, then harden into unmistakable disappointment.
See? You're still lying. You have no ability to control the anomalous power. When confronted with it, all you can do is endure the pain.
We have the power, we just can't use it in your fucking mindscape, girl.
Now then, I want you to tell me very carefully. Who are you, really?
I don't think this is quite how babies are made. What do you mean? This is how toxic lesbian hags with strange mania magic powers make babies to dance. Clank! Let me clank! The world swims. You collapse, overturning the basin of soaking documents. As crimson-stained papers drift down around you, your fading vision catches the writing Edward left behind.
A spy's identity is usually a fabrication, of course. But to make a falsehood convincing, that requires a certain technique. My preferred method is what I call double layering. I present the target with
he
an
didn't tell
initial
us this in the
identity.
past.
Something
This is new
simple,
information.
A little too clean, almost easy to see through. Then I subtly guide them to become suspicious, to investigate on their own.
Oh, interesting.
The more little discrepancies they dig up, the more they trust the truth they've uncovered for themselves. Set up the pieces just right, then you're all set.
Our boy Edward, R.I.P. So, Edward never intended the anomalous power expert to be your true identity. It was merely the first layer of a deception. He must have known you were a fraud and that Hilda would see through it. His solution was to embed a second, backup identity directly into the files! You can't tell if the bastard meant to set you up or save you. The only thing that matters now is a document before your eyes. You burn every word, every detail into your minds. Next time, you will absolutely... Oh... Okay. I'm an investigator sent by the Metropoles to assess you!
Let us gather to witness this grand wedding.
Oh, interesting. Had a loading screen that time. Edward had already seen through your acts. The role of anomalous power expert was never a true fit. Your only expertise is in reading people. You're a consummate observer, analyzing every word and gesture, profiling those around you with a unique blend of sharp perception and deep empathy, all backed by a compelling charisma. You must concede, Edward's observational skills were remarkable. These were your subconscious tells, impossible to mask completely. He chose to simply document these traits as discrepancies without drawing conclusions. This was a calculated move. Whatever identifier you claimed could work, as long as it explained these noted inconsistencies. And so, the path is clear. You can finally return to your true identity, an official from the Metropoles, sent to conduct a routine interrogation of Hilda. Facing Hilda's syringe once again, you decisively raise your hands in a calculated show of surrender. Fine, I surrender, I admit it. My true identity is an interrogation officer. My mission is to investigate potential traitors and, simultaneously, to conduct a review of you. Indeed, I'm not an anomalous power expert. I simply conducted in-depth interrogations of several anomalous power wielders in the Special Division, which is how I acquired the knowledge. Years as an interrogator left me with habits that are hard to shake. I tried to hide them, but you still saw through it. That was my miscalculation. ...
How can you prove it?
You relay the official information from Shoal's files with calm authority. Smile. Meta-knowledge. I know that since your parents defected to the city, your position has been extremely sensitive. Even assigned here, you still face periodic interrogations from the Metropoles to confirm your loyalty. This is your 51st interrogation since arriving! Your previous interrogator was McKenna Hansen. She took place at an underground facility in West District, 142 Downing Street. Her evaluation of you was long dash.
Enough.
Hilda's voice slices through yours, cold and final. In its wake, the air itself seems to change. The unspoken power balance between you subtly tilts. Let's go. Your eyes catch a fleeting storm in her gaze. A flash of doubt, a jolt of surprise, and woven through it all, a thread of pure nervousness. Oh, how the turns have tabled. It's strange. She should be a veteran of these verbal duels. So what is it about this moment in this place that frays her edges? You refuse to believe it? Or are you afraid to believe it? You refuse to let the silence hang. Instead, you meet her eyes with a stern, unyielding gaze, reflecting the pressure right back at her. What are you resisting? Or what are you hiding? Finally, she draws a slow, deep breath and turns to place the syringe on the table. Then, her hands go to her coat, unfastening it. She sheds the garment, then methodically removes her firearms and personal items, placing them aside. I can't believe she's stripping for us, chats! Her back is to you now. She leans forward, planting her palms firmly on the table's surface, her body forming a straight, unyielding line. Wait, hold up. So she's leaning forward with her palms on the table's surface, straight line body, presenting her back to you.
Proceed with the interrogation, then. Our time is limited. We can't afford to waste any more of it on this cat and mouse game. Once this is done, I expect we can set aside our suspicions and focus on the actual crisis.
Smile. God, the art in this game is pretty. Her words are a cold challenge, dripping with frustration for the entire process. Oh! We get to click on the things. Click, 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 click. Oh! Your fingers trace the line of Hilda's collar and, just as you suspected, find a poison pill nestled in the seam, no larger than a candy. As you work it free, the back of your hand inadvertently brushes the nape of her neck. Her body tenses with an unnatural rigidity, a reaction so sharp you immediately withdraw your touch, or no touch, bad touch. Even though they always insist we keep poison pills in our collars, I never thought they were particularly practical. You've been sitting in the back office. Oh, interesting that this isn't voiced. You've been sitting in the back office chair for far too long as an interrogation officer. For those of us on the front lines, this pill at least offers a chance for a clean escape. I misspoke. I respect the sacrifices you'll make, but I'm afraid I can't let you keep something this dangerous. ... Poison pill candy! Poison pill commonly used by outlet spies. When wrapped in its packaging, it is indistinguishable from a piece of ordinary, cheap candy. Don't give it to a child. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, your fingers brush against something, like a crumpled piece of paper, tucked deep within the folds of Hilda's clothing. Turns out to be a punched strip, a brittle ribbon of encoded commands from a bygone digital era. In your world of seamless data streams, this physical punch card language is a forgotten, almost primitive artifact. What's this? The key to Monolith's development, officer. It's a code strip for encrypting and decrypting information. But the specific one carries nothing important, just scrap paper I happen to have on my person. In the mirror's glass, you catch the flicker in Hilda's eyes before she can school her features. Knowing she's hiding something, you lay the strip on the table without another word. A punch strip used for translation or encryption, once a proud technological achievement of the Metropoles in the old era. Click, 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 click. Oh, back hair. Knowing little of standard Metropole procedure, you take the initiative to search Hilda for any concealed items. From a cleverly hidden pocket sewn into the side of her corset, a small vial slides free into your grasp. It's the truth serum, the very one she had attempted to use on you just moments before. By the way, does the truth serum actually work? Don't play dumb, officer. You are far more familiar with this drug's effect than I am. A truth serum is secretly developed by the Metropoles, capable of compelling a person to confess the complete and unvarnished truth but inflicting severe side effects upon the user. Collected everything. Okay, it says 3 out of 3, but we didn't get the puzzle piece yet. Collected all the things. Oh, there we go. Just have to click her face. Hilda stares coldly back at you from the mirror. It is time to assume your duties as the interrogation officer and commence the questioning, challenging her accounts. You didn't hesitate for a moment when you tried to use that truth serum on me. Were you genuinely questioning my identity, or were you just looking for an excuse to silence me permanently? If my objective was your elimination, you would not have been standing here unharmed, questioning my loyalty. You understand better than anyone that our line of work cannot tolerate even the shadow of doubt. Officer, if our positions were reversed, you would have done precisely the same, wouldn't you? Disagree! Do not be so quick to deny it. Your composure under pressure suggests otherwise. And you are someone who understands that the ends justify the means, are you not? That look of suspicion on her face. I love it. And screenshot. Oh, I guess you can't actually see me screenshotting since we have a window capture. We have a app capture instead of a window capture, huh? So we appear to not be done with the body clicking, I guess. Let's see. Click, 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 butt, 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 back, 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 back. Side boob, arm, 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 arm. Waist, 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 waist. Belly. Booba. Okay. What's the so we had to click our boob apparently. What's the current status of the Monolith project? Can you tell me more about it? We're all aware you're on the case, but why haven't you produced results yet? Are you deliberately stalling? The Metropol's investment in this is substantial. It's time to show a return. With a cold, dismissive snorts, Hilda shows her contempt for the pressure you're applying. Officer, let's dispense with the pressure tactics. You're aware the Monolith's development is proceeding at its maximum viable pace. The project is in its final stages. What you need to do now is provide the support required to see it through to completion. Mind your tone! You're the one being interrogated here. This isn't a simple inquiry. It's a question of your loyalty. ... Face again? Eyes, mouth, head pats, arms, waist, other boob, shoulder, arm, arms, arms, back of hair, side boob, back, 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 butt, butt. I feel like I've clicked everywhere now, chat. Alright, fine, hint. Wait, I have to click over her shoulder? Why gather everyone here? Do you truly believe this method will help us identify them all? I too spent these sections clicking every inch of the picture. Once you have all the items, the trigger to talk to them is always just over their shoulder. Gotcha. How do we stop Monolith's intelligence from leaking? How do we ensure our collective security? And more importantly, how do you guarantee your own safety? You try hard to maintain a cold expression, playing the part of an interrogation officer despite desperate to control the situation, yet your words inadvertently betray a concern for Hilda. Oh no. Don't misunderstand. I'm not some coward afraid of death and your safety, especially because you can't die in here, Chief. And your safety is certainly not my part. That being said, Chief is very not scared of dying. In fact, Chief could probably use some more sense of self-preservation. My only concern is whether Monolith will be completed on schedule. Hilda's gaze seems to soften for a moment, though this might just be an illusion created by the mirrored surface. You are aware, officer, more than anyone, that the mole's infiltration is far deeper than we anticipated. The threat is among us. It could be you. It could be me. Our only viable path forward is the dangerous one. Counterintuitively, it is by embracing greater risk that we achieve greater security. Express doubts! I don't approve of your approach. In fact, it raises my suspicion that you could be collaborating with the enemy. I'll be watching closely. Your interrogation is concluded now. You can collect your personal belongings, but I'll be keeping this code strip. Hilda's gaze falls for a moment, but she quickly acquiesces. One more question. Among everyone at the scene, what do you think is the most likely mole? Who had the best access to intel on the Monolith? Hilda doesn't directly answer your question. Instead, she fixes her gaze on the gun placed on the table during the earlier search and responds coldly. Anyone, everyone here warrants suspicion. Including you. Including me. I maintain constant vigilance over my own actions to ensure that I am not being manipulated. A mole won't be rooted out so easily. Your methods are putting everyone here at risk. A valid point, officer. But you may not understand this. Every spy standing here has blood on their hands. In every sense, we are all living on borrowed time. Conversely, every one of us has also made peace with the possibility of sacrifice. I don't know, that one guy didn't seem very at peace with the idea of dying. And then he got capped through the skull. By you. Officer, let me ask you a question. What do you believe is most important for a spy? For a spy, what is his resourcefulness, loyalty, restraint, or something else altogether? Resourcefulness, loyalty, restraint, or something else altogether. Something else. Whoops. Hilda's expression remains unchanged. Your ability to answer is precisely what she anticipated. It's fine. You are an interrogation officer. It's naturally you wouldn't grasp the mindset of a field operative. Now then, is my interrogation over? With the interrogation complete, Hilda silently gathers her personal effects. Then, with an air of professional detachment, she passes you the bloodstained file.
Are you satisfied now, officer?
So I assume that there's something else entirely. It's probably something that we discover at some point and can come back here and type in.
Rest assured, I will complete the monolith's development under your supervision and prove my loyalty and worth to the city-state. But I need you to agree to one condition. At the manor, I remain in charge of the operation. You will continue your cover as an anomalous power expert and follow my lead when required. No independent action.
Girl, I don't know if you're in a position of bargaining, but okay. That works better for me.
In that case, we will establish a private communication method for when verbal communication is not possible.
She grabs your hand and begins tapping patterns on your palm.
A full circle for a space. Crescents for dots and dashes. It's a modified Morse code. Discreet, but efficient.
That is discreet and efficient. Her fingers dot across your palm, spelling out a swift command. Wait and observe. Grasping her meaning completely, you respond in kind. Pleasure working with you. She shoots you a stern glare and releases your hand.
Well, it's getting late. Please proceed to the dining room.
The immediate frown in
Dinner should
response
be
was
ready.
great.
I need to return to my work on the monolith. I won't be accompanying you. I hope that by our next meeting, we will both have found the proof we're looking for.
We completed the search,
done.
chat.
Look forward to seeing you again.
Interesting that we got a, we got, like, a mission complete screen from that. But there was no, like, actual in-game combat that happened. Glasses clink, stirring the simmering undercurrents. You return to the main hall to find small dinner tables already arranged. The meal itself is a testament to the times. A simple, ration-conscious spread of cold cuts and humble home-style dishes. The only luxury is the wine. Several bottles of a fine vintage, which Man-Fist is pouring into each guest's glass.
Ah, look who's back. Our brave one. I am Man-Fist Gesso, formerly of the cryptography department, now retired. Though most who know me usually call me Man-Fist. Please,
Why,
allow
though?
me to propose a toast.
Why do they add the T at the end? Why are your fists so manly, Mr. Cryptography Department Director? You accept the wine glass from Man-Fist! As the others begin their introductions, their gazes linger on you. It's clear that the earlier incident has made you the center of their calculating attention.
Helene Miser. I'm an operative in intelligence, a hatter. As for my job, well, I conduct in-depth exchanges with any city official gracious enough
Wait, this
to
is
share
a new
their
person
time.
over here with the messy bun.
I'm Casey Abel, head of the Tomorrow Post, as well as its chief editor and writer. My team and I are responsible for crafting various exclusive news stories. We ensure the public receives the narrative precisely as we intend.
Why is her face blacked out?
This is Mr. Johnson Madison. He also happens to be the handler who brought me on board.
A pleasure, miss. I typically operate in the metropoles, so
I guess
don't
she's just
find
not
myself in
important,
this
question
city
mark.
often. I serve as the personnel director at the Economic Intelligence Center.
Or is her face being blacked out suggesting that she's not an important character, a red herring? Spy stories, twists and such. Does she? Huck doesn't have a voice, but she's so cute. Why does cute butch waistcoat woman not have a voice? Huck Burrows, radio communications expert, currently undercover as a technician at the West District Power Plant.
No, Lane. I attend night school.
Oh wait,
at
no, that's
Syndicate.
Huck.
My actual identity is an operative in the cryptography department.
Yay,
I
that's
report
no
directly
Lane.
to Hilda.
She has a voice. Finally, the only one left is Marlowe, who previously confronted you. He gives a cold snort.
Marlowe Bannings. Killing's what I do.
Yeah, no shit. His foul mood is a palpable force in the room, casting an immediate awkwardness over the group. It's Man-Fist who finally cuts attention with a well-timed cough.
Pay him no mind. Marlowe's an agent in our operations department. He specializes in handling delicate matters.
Oh yeah,
So
he
best
seems
kept
real
from the
delicate,
public
Man
eye.
Fist.
Now then, since everyone is acquainted, let us take our seats and raise our glasses to this rare gathering.
He has such a detailed old man face. As someone who has done many human figure studies and art pieces on old man faces, I very much appreciate how detailed this old man's face is. Amid the gentle clinking of glasses and the murmur of dinner conversation, you slip effortlessly into the spies' discussions.
Dreadful weather. You can't get a letter through, let alone a clean radio signal. Hilda certainly picked a charming spot for us.
Gee, that definitely wasn't intentional.
I dread to think what state the markets will be in by the time I get back.
If I recall,
Man needs to take a look at
the
his
private equity
stonks.
fund you manage is doing quite well. Several acquisition partnerships with local Dis-City companies, is it not? I'm sure it will all be fine.
It's the times we live in. Everyone just wants to park their wealth somewhere safe to ride out the war. We've already secured the daily supply lines. Now we're negotiating for energy and finance. Natives here are shrewd, but it doesn't matter. This city is desperate for capital. They won't refuse a good deal. Miss Casey has been an immense help. Just a few of her news pieces kept the antitrust regulators tied up in knots. Absolutely brilliant work.
God, I hate this man. They are making him so hateable, I love it. A smile touches his lips as he raises his glass in a tribute to Casey. She answers with a grin of self-satisfied triumph.
Just a few small
Yes,
favors.
look at that grin right there,
Mr.
chat.
Johnson is the one with the sharp eye, always picking quality companies with such manageable histories. They're easy to tidy up.
Economic development is an invisible empire. When everything in this city-state, from dawn to dusk, the bread people eat, the fuel they burn, the news they watch, the pensions they save, is tied to us. That is true market penetration.
Oh, I'm sure he loves penetrating markets.
Trust me.
You can hear it
that day
dripping
is
from his
not
voice.
far off.
The glasses meet with a crisp chime, a sound as fragile and transient as the beautiful dreams they now toast. He, of course, is blissfully unaware that his own downfall is already circling. You alone know the history that is about to unfold, and you keep your face a perfect neutral mask. Oh, we're from the future. Ooh.
Officer, you've barely touched your food. Is it not to your liking? I could have the chef prepare a stew for you instead.
Oh. She knows the chef. And can get favors. It's nothing. I was just spacing out for a moment. You spear a piece of cold meat with your fork just as the conversation deftly pivots. It's clear they're avoiding revealing too much about themselves, skillfully steering the topic back to the safer ground of Monolith and Hilda. So, why did Edward have to die? Hilda just executed him like that. How is she going to explain it to the superiors?
Well, strictly speaking, Edward was planning to commit suicide. Hilda only intended to question him, so the blame can't be laid at her feet. Horn's death, however, is more complicated.
Horn mentioned earlier that Hilda's parents defected to Dis-City. Is that true?
It is interesting that they gave these characters names but not faces, considering that they definitely can afford the art assets to draw them faces. So I'm kind of wondering what the intention is. In previous events and stories, the faceless characters tend to be of less import, and it's kind of part of the idea is for them to be faceless, but I'm wondering why in this case. With this being like a spy mystery whodunit sort of story, I am wondering if that is meant to be there for intentional lampshading or not. Helen raises a finger to her lips, her smile a deliberate mysterious curve.
Oh, you must be new. The Heartlean's defection was a major scandal in Surveil.
Okay, it is
One
pronounced
is a
Surveil.
city-state councilor,
Of course it's
the
pronounced
other, a
Surveil.
media tycoon. Plenty were sent to apprehend them, but they slipped through the net regardless. Rumor has it they were highly valued after arriving in Dis-City. Lavish banquets, luxurious estates. Probably not unlike where we are now. A pity for Hilda, though. She was implicated and placed on the list, which made it impossible for her to remain in the metropoles. She fled to the Dis-City front line and had to claw her way up from the bottom to reach her current position.
Damn.
Monolith is her passion project, and her pledge
Sins
of
of the
loyalty
father
to the Metropoles.
and the mother.
If it
And traitors and all
succeeds,
that.
she can return to the city-state, and her ascent will be assured.
So that's why she hates the mole so much. She's using our lives as stepping stones for her own promotion.
Sounds like someone's conscience is acting up.
Oh. Also, why does girl have a burn mark and loose bandages?
No.
How'd you get
I
that?
just think it's all too reckless. After all, we're all on the same side. We're colleagues, right?
Haha. As if she had told the most wonderful joke, the room erupts soon after. The sound is almost too loud, too unified, weaving an atmosphere of eerily forced cheer. After dinner, shifts are assigned by a draw of lots, and everyone takes turn returning to their quarters to rest. Your room is a makeshift archive, crammed with towers of old books and files that reach from the floor to the ceiling. A quick inspection reveals they are not classified, but rather mundane academic texts. And then, of course, we have a Charlie pinboard over here. A sparse military cot is wedged into the corner, your only concession to comfort for the night. They have a fucking mansion and they couldn't get us an actual bed? There's like 10 of us. How does this mansion not have 10 beds? You recall that Hilda's room is right next door, but even thinking of rest, fuck, sorry. Water. Oh shit, I'm out of water. Okay, I'm gonna grab some more in a second. You recall that Hilda's room is right next door, but before even thinking of rest, you begin a systematic sweep for any surveillance devices. Oh, perfect timing. Alright. BRB chat, I need to get some water and maybe some more caffeine and also put away this food. So BRB. And we are so back, chat. Thank you, Braino Background, for your service as always. Okay. Sorry for the wait there, chat. I had to grab some water and some caffeine, and then pee, and then swap out laundry, and then try to find a new vape coil, because my current one is kind of burned, and then failing to find a new vape coil, so I'm just going to continue vaping on this burnt coil, because fuck my lungs, I guess. Alright, moving on. The room seems to be hiding something from the past. Could there be clues inside?
The fog is coming in.
The fog is indeed coming in, Adela. God, Reforge Adela is so fucking powerful, so fucking strong. I finally got finished building Reforge Adele, which they brought her Reforge out this patch, and holy fucking shit, does she do so much damage. You begin with a cautious survey of the study. At first glance, everything seems deceptively ordinary. But to be safe, you resolve to scour every corner. Even if you fail to find any traces of surveillance, you'll learn more about the secrets this estate holds. Oh, we click things. We click the Charlie board. A corkboard displays a decades-old map of this city. Someone has meticulously marked it with targets and tasks. Okay, is it decades old as in decades old in the current, like the current time of this Mindscape we're in, or decades old in actual real lifetime? Because that would make sense, since, you know, Hilda's been in cryosleep for decades. Unfortunately, the annotations are written in a complex cipher based on an outland language, rendering their true meaning inaccessible to you. Chessboard. A chessboard fixed to the tabletop. The unusually weighty metal pieces form an intricate mechanism from the board, their purpose is unknown. Examine it. A thorough inspection of your own room yields little until you notice the chessboard on your desk. The board is immovably fixed, and its metal pieces are unexpectedly unnaturally heavy. When you press on the board surface, the squares depress slightly. Could this be some kind of pressure-sensitive mechanism? Huh? Running your fingers along the dust-covered shelves, you find no hint of surveillance equipment, but this appears, superficially, to be a common study. The book titles, however, tell a different story, volume after volume on cartography and advanced mathematics, hinting at the owner's formidable intellect. So this little astrolabe thing is not anything. A quick shuffle through the desk documents reveals only more indecipherable codes, confirming this room holds deeper secrets. Your eye is drawn to the finely crafted magnifying glass lying in one corner. It seems to be the perfect tool for beginning a more thorough search, starting with this very desk. Some clues are hidden in the scenes and can only be discovered using a magnifying glass. Drag the magnifying glass from the item bar onto the desk and to find clues and solve the chessboard puzzle. Try dragging the magnifying glass to the areas that need closer inspection, such as the desk in front of you. Ooh. Then drag the magnifying glass to find all remaining clues. Then tap the newly discovered hidden clues to obtain additional information and advance the story. It's a clue! Using the magnifying glass, you detect a subtle irregularity. A button cleverly disguised as part of the desk's decorative trim. A soft click and a hidden compartment springs open from the bottom. Inside lie several letters, a heated correspondence with a friend from the Outlands, their friendship seemingly strained by a fierce political disagreement. Where are the clues? Clues. There we go. Your search reveals a well-concealed drawer. I was wondering if they were all on the desk. I just wanted to check the rest of the room first. The search reveals a well-concealed drawer in the desk's middle section. Inside, you find a collection of aged documents. It seems they belong to a married couple. Tucked behind various Outland papers are 2 entry permits issued by the city. Ooh. All clues uncovered! The desk is a landscape of chaotic scholarship, littered with books and scattered documents. Among them, your eye catches an annotated book of chess strategies. One page is marked by a deliberate fold, drawing attention to a specific opening. The Queen's Gambit! Scrawled in the margin is a poignant note in pencil. If it can bring about a greater change, then we are willing to become sacrifice pawns. Dossier on the Outlands to the organized entry points on these pages. Letter hidden in the compartments and the corresponding active on the friend. We use the letters! Think again. We use the documents! Think again. We use the letters again! Okay, fine, I'll stop fucking around. Just strategies. The heavy fixed chessboard must be the key. With a strategy book in hand, you prepare to replicate an opening on the board, hoping to trigger the mechanism. 4 Nights Game! You carefully arrange the pieces for the 4 Nights Game and play through a dozen moves as noted in the book. The chessboard remains unnoted and silent. You should try a different opening. Sicilian Defense. Sicilian? You set the pieces for the Sicilian Defense and play through a dozen moves for as notated in the book, made suddenly silent slab of wood is this puzzle merely a figment of your imagination. Chief is getting her Inspector Gadget on, so true. Queen's Gambit. You set the board for the Queen's Gambit, then play through a dozen moves as notated in the book. As you execute the final, pivotal move, a dull clunk of shifting machinery echoes from within the wall. On the left side of the room, concealed beneath the corkboard map of this city, a hidden passageway grinds open. You step and crawl into the spot. I was like, where around the corkboard do we have to click? You stoop and crawl into the tight, dark tunnel woven inside the walls. It leads to an unexpected terminus, the back panel of a wardrobe in some unknown room. Ooh, we're in someone's room and in their wardrobe. Peek-o peek. From behind the wooden doors, you hear the muffled cadence of an urgent conversation. Someone is pleading or explaining with desperate intensity. You settle into the darkness of the wardrobe, still as a shadow, and listen.
Thank goodness you're okay. I didn't do anything special.
There has to be a
belongs
reason
to
that
everyone.
Hilda gave us special spy room with weird mechanisms and a listening tunnel. Oh, right, I guess she's convinced now that we're, like, there to help assist her accomplishing her mission, so it would make sense for us to give her a special spy room. Through the crack in the wardrobe door, you see Long Dash. Through a narrow crack in the wardrobe, you can just dimly make out the interior of Hilda's room. Wait, what? She gave us a room to spy on her own room?
Hilda, let's not be hasty. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement.
This fucking guy.
I'm aware material wealth holds little appeal for you. This gold isn't for you. It's for the families of the deceased operatives under your command. A guarantee that they'll be provided for.
Well, that's nice. What's the catch?
But this last thing, the special pardon, that is for you. All your work on the monolith, your relentless hunt for the mole, it's all to clear your family's name, isn't it? To reclaim your place in the city-state. I can make that happen for you with a single, easy step.
Whips it out. Hilda's eye drifts over the briefcase on the table, her gaze devoid of any interest, before finally coming to rest on Johnson. I just realized his fucking name is Johnson. She shows no shock, no greed, not even a flicker of anger. Her expression holds only a profound, ice-cold exhaustion. We love coups.
Mr. Johnson, I believe you've misunderstood a few things. First, my work is and has always been for the city-state and its peace. Not for accolades, and certainly not for the redemption of a name. Second, the lives and the blood we spill are a pledge to the city-state and our ideals. They are not a commodity for you to trade in. Your offerings are an insult to this office and to me.
Damn, but also, your operative's family should probably be taken care of, Hilda.
Take your things and leave. Or I would be happy to escort you to an interrogation room. We can discuss the provenance of your so-called gifts in thorough detail.
Damn, Hilda. Johnson's smile freezes solid. A beat later, he forces out a nonchalant chuckle.
As you wish, Hilda. But I'll leave these here for you to reconsider. Investigate all you like. I can assure you, everything here, including my sincerity, is perfectly legitimate.
With a graceful bow, Johnson takes his leave. Hilda stands unmoving, like a lone peak that could crumble in the storm at any moment. Then she takes a deep breath.
Such dedication, officer. The daytime wasn't enough. Now you're conducting overnight surveillance from someone else's wardrobe.
You put me in a room with a surveillance wardrobe tunnel. What did you expect? It's clear the game is up. She has already noticed your presence. With no other choice, you push open the heavy wardrobe door and step out. You gave me a secret tunnel. I'm going to use it. Wordlessly, Hilda passes you a damp cloth and gestures at the dust covering you. She pours 2 cups of tea and settles into a chair, her gaze steady, as if waiting for an explanation. But you decide not to play her game. Why was Johnson trying to bribe
The
you?
usual. Money and promises. Nothing of substance. Though his haste to leave was notable. almost like a man with a guilty conscience.
I'm sure he's done many things that he to feel guilty about. Although I guess whether he feels guilty about them or not is a different story. You avoid explaining yourself. She barely seems to care, her eyes flicking idly toward the secret passage you emerged from.
That passage was built by the manor's original owner. The entire estate
of course
is
they are.
with them. Chambers and routes designed for concealment and escape. Most have fallen into disrepair over the years, collapsed, become dead ends. If you were to get into trouble in there, it's unlikely anyone would hear you.
Seems like it's kind of the point.
I'd advise against using them.
Then why did you give me a room that explicitly had clues in it to find the tunnel, Hilda? When she mentions the original owner, you notice her voice slightly tightens around the words. Suddenly, the dinner table gossip and the evidence you saw earlier snap together in your mind, forming a damning picture. If I'm not mistaken, this was your parents' former residence? Her parents' betrayal had shattered her credibility in the eyes of the metropoles, yet she deliberately chose their former residence as a stage for this critical mission. Seeing this contradiction as the key to her most guarded secrets, you decide to press on this very point, your expression carefully neutral. ... Hilda's hand freezes mid-pour, then she calmly sets the teapot down. Her expression... She was pouring tea that entire time? She said so many words, though. How slowly was she pouring us 2 cups of tea?
Should I commend your powers of observation? Or simply laugh that even you would listen to such gossip?
We just discussed how I'm collecting intelligence, Hilda. Please. What can I say? When you're at a dinner table, you hear things, whether you want to or not. But I'd rather hear the truth from you than rely on biased rumors. How big is that cup of tea? Girl was pouring like the teacup equivalent of... Have you ever seen those like Magnum wine glasses that can fit an entire 750 milliliter bottle of wine in them? Yeah, girl has 2 of those, but for tea. And was pouring us a very, very hefty amount. From a very large teapot.
Is this a new round of interrogation?
Your cooperation would be appreciated. I just want to understand you better, girl. She stares at you for a moment before lowering her gaze.
Your guess is correct. The Heartleans came to this city after betraying the city-state 10 years ago, and secluded themselves here, in this very estate. They made contact with this city intelligence, provided them with intercepted codebooks, and even designed a new encryption system. They taught me to decipher complex codes, instilled in me a loyalty to the city-state, to fight for a common ideal for humanity.
Damn.
Only to betray it all and defect
Damn.
the moment I looked away.
Interesting. I wonder what the motivations were. You didn't know why they defected either? I guess Chief was also wondering. Hilda seems wounded by that word, keeping her eyes downcast, avoiding your gaze.
I didn't know. I was in school when the interrogation officers came for me. They asked if I had spoken to my parents, if I knew where they were. It was during that interrogation that I first learned of their defection. The officers were convinced I was involved. I was placed in solitary confinement, interrogated every other day.
Goddamn.
This continued for a year.
That is a lot of days and a lot of interrogations. Given how Hilda works, it feels like a test. Either Chief notices the secret tunnel and displays how resourceful and perceptive she is, or is seen as a dum-dum. Yeah, that's kind of what I was gathering from it too. As much as I yell exacerbatedly of why would you do this, it definitely seems like it should be a test. I mean, she's obviously aware that that is there, and she very intentionally left the chess book with the dog-eared page in it with the solution to the puzzle. So she clearly left all of these little breadcrumbs for Chief to follow. And perhaps she wanted to have this private conversation with us in the first place.
After my release, I tried everything to prove they weren't traitors. I searched my father's office, went again and again to my mother's workplace. I hoped they had just disappeared, or even died. That would have been better.
Damn. But she never found the answer she hoped for. fade to white. The next several years were a bleak cycle divided between school, home, and the stock interrogation rooms. Her old life was dismantled, and her passion for cryptography became a ghost, glimpsed only in the lessons man-fists provided. Through it all, she maintained a perfect academic record. Her brilliance and unwavering compliance eventually earned Man-Fist's recommendation, paving a way into the Intelligence Security Agency. It was with the Bureau's archives that her long search ended. She finally uncovered the cold, clinical reports. The Hardling couple had been apprehended and executed in the remote outskirts of the city. Oh, acid is materializing into the void again? Appreciate it.
When I needed a safe
Swapping to
house,
live chat.
I formally requested this location from the agency. It was the only legitimate chance I had to stay here.
Zia strikes out to make your Shenguang wife, but goddammit, it's working. I can see it from a mile away, but it's working. I mean, the thing is, Acid, is that even when something is obvious, if it's well done and well written, that doesn't change the fact that it pulls on the heartstrings. That it yoinks at the hearts and causes the gooning from the hearts and the looking of respectfulness and perhaps yonking on other parts of your body. I don't know, ain't you?
I wanted to understand them.
Wait, shit, what did she say?
When I needed a safe house, I formally requested this location from the agency. It was the only legitimate chance I had to stay here.
That does make sense, since you are the door.
I wanted to understand them. And to create ciphers that surpass theirs. Right here in the place where my parents died.
Hell yeah, girl.
That is also my way of revenge. Childish, isn't it? Feel free to laugh, officer.
I'm not like those other interrogation officers, Hilda. I am a beautiful androgynous pick-me interrogation officer. I'm sorry for bringing up painful memories. Please believe me, causing you pain was never my intention. You pick up the teapot and slowly refill her cup. Okay, so refill, suggesting that at some point she drank some of the tea, or did we drink her tea, and now refilling her cup for indirect kiss for pregnancy reasons. Some interrogators forgot there are people behind the facts. They only care to seek truth, no matter the costs, and leave wounds on their subjects, and sometimes even on the innocents. Through the rising steam, you notice her fingertips trembling slightly.
And are you not seeking truth from me right now, officer?
I mean, yes, but in a much more gentle, supportive, caring way. No, I'm listening to the story of a brilliant cryptographer, not interrogating a suspect. Ooh. Man, Chief really can just whip out the charm. You weren't satisfied with the story you were given, so you used every tool at your disposal to find a deeper truth. That's the conviction that defines you as a codebreaker. No one has the right to mock you for it. Not even yourself. Treat yourself better, girl! If you're willing to be open with me, I can help you in return. You indicate the cipher strip with a subtle gesture. Her cooperation could unravel everything, simplifying this entire tangled web. You know, all of this is, like, kind of fucked when you realize that Chief's entire intention, or, like, goal here still is to, like, to steal her life's work from her. Just, you know, in this mindscape of her own creation and memories. But at the same time, Chief at her core still is a very compassionate, empathetic, caring person. And all of this is also still very likely coming from a place of, like, genuine, authentic care. Just, you know, also happens to help move along our objectives. She finally meets your gaze, and her gray-red eye... God, she does have gorgeous gray-red eyes, doesn't she? You see a flicker of comfort. And then the eyes are gone. The silence stretches, thick and heavy. Her lips part as if to speak, not once but several times, each time quelled by her own will. In the end, she offers no answer. Instead, she simply lifts her teacup. Her hand is now unnervingly calm, the previous tremor entirely gone. Say goodbye to Hilda! No, we only can say goodbye, chat. The rainfall outside the window has thickened into a relentless downpour. You've been here longer than you realized. The intention is there, but the process is messed up when you think about it. Oh yeah, definitely. But you know, Chief is doing the best with what she's got. And what she's got is espionage in return for espionage. And suspicion in response to suspicion. But with that underlying thread of her core character still present throughout all of it, which I think is just really good writing. I think it's really nice how they managed to, in all of these stories, still keep that consistent through line of Chief's character as this compassionate, caring individual who truly wants to help all of these people and all of these sinners who society and other aspects of their life and past have rejected and hurts. And I think that's really, it's really nice. It's really nice that they have managed to keep her characters so consistent and make use of it in such interesting ways in the stories. But I think they handle it with her in a much better way than most other story, like, especially like your anime stylized, like your anime associated media and whatnot, where you have your goody two-shoes, cares about other people characters. They handle her in a much better way, in my opinion. Because her authentic, genuine compassion and care never comes off too heavily as naivete, and doesn't really ever come off as, I don't know. Chief can act in ways that seem like, nah, I'd win, but she doesn't have that same that same quality of being actually overpowered Mary Sue, who does win all the time. And doesn't have, like, she always wants to try. She always wants to try. She's aware of how thorny and difficult the paths that she takes to remain in line with her principles and her compassion are, and still chooses to make them, and repeatedly struggles, and also fails sometimes, in pursuing that path, but still believes it's the right thing to do and continues chasing after that and continues struggling and clawing her way through to try to help these people and to try to remain, I don't think good person is the right term, because I think that's incredibly overused and kind of reductive. But I don't know. I like the fact that Chief is very much not a Mary Sue, and that's one of like the strongest points of Path to Noah's narrative, and that Chief is an actual character too. Like, you can definitely self-insert with Chief, but Chief is not a self-insert character. Like, they are very much not. They are very much a defined character with their own principles and values and goals and things they care about and things they are and are not willing to do. They're a very defined character, and that defined character falls along the lines of a lot of, like, MC tropes, while betraying them enough to be interesting and to feel like they have more of a sense of realism to them. Like, I don't feel like I have the same, like, I don't end up having the same issues with Chief as I do with a lot of other MCs, especially the Mary Sue types. I don't, especially like your Demon Slayer Tanjiro types who are like really good, who are like just good boys and always trying their best, but have this like sense of like naivete and like things will work out. Chief knows that shit's not going to work out. Like, Chief knows that nothing that they do or none of their goals are guaranteed, and they do everything they can to try to make sure those goals succeed while remaining in line with their principles and who they are as a person. But shit doesn't always work out. There are many events and many storylines where shit does not work out. I mean, very bad things happen to Chief as well. As consequences of her choices in trying to stay in line with the principles. And I think that makes for really great stories. I think it makes for great stories. I think it makes for very powerful emotional storylines as well. And for like very, very beautiful and sometimes hauntingly and destructively so moments and storylines that really continue to sit with you after you're done experiencing them. I mean, still some of the absolute best storylines I've experienced in media have been in Path to Nowhere with moments that are still like distinctly vivid and memorable to me to this day. Because, as the title of the stream says, they have the best writing in gacha. And as the description of this video slash, or like this VOD slash live stream, whatever, if you're watching it right now afterwards for some weird reason, you weirdo, says, That's a little bit reductive even, because saying like it's the best writing in gacha, I think is kind of reductive, because it's like, oh, well, it's just gacha. Path of Nowhere has some of the genuinely best writing I've experienced in gaming and media in general. A lot of the prose and a lot of the plots, and especially a lot of like the emotional peaks and valleys in the writing for Path of Nowhere are significantly better than a lot of just like actual novels I've read. Than a lot better than a lot of some of even like the best like TV shows and anime and movies I've experienced. Like they do such an incredible job with how they craft their narratives, and their prose is beautiful. The dialogue is fantastic. The characters have depth and truly feel like real living human beings. They don't ever feel too archetypical, and they do such an incredible job really exploring these characters despite having like a single storyline, a single short story or novella to tell them most of the time. Because this is the kind of gacha game where they release a new character, and the character gets their one story, and then some of them continue to be part of future plot lines or became part or are part of the main story and things like that. But I think it's a very common complaint, or not even like complaint, but also like a common assumption by many people, that because of that style of gacha being that way, where you have a single story to tell, right? Like the whole thing of like a character appears in your game for a single 6-week period of time, has one story, and because of that you can't actually really fully flesh them out, you can't develop them into, you can't really like showcase them off as a great character. You have to have this kind of more surface level, more vapid exploration of the character, which is often the case in a lot of big mainstream gacha games, for sure. Like, it's a common complaint I see levied against, like, you know, Genshin and Star Rail and WUWA and HSR and ZZZ and all of this. And I think those games do handle this to varying degrees of quality depending on the character, and more recently I think ZZZ has done a much better job with it. I think HSR has done a better job with it with like Amphorius, but that's largely because the characters don't stop existing after their patch is over. They continue to be part of the mainline plot, so they get to have more development. And I do think that Wu was doing a better job with it with certain characters. I think that Frolova, I think that Camellia, I think that Iuno, they did a much better job with really doing a great job with exploring and fleshing out and having a full proper like story and narrative written around an individual character just in their patch. But I still think that Path to Nowhere is by far the absolute best example of a counter to that argument, that because you only get a single story, right? They can only appear for that one patch. They have to have some degree of shallowness to them. And that you can't expect like the character to be well fleshed out, well written, and have like have this incredibly powerful narrative because they only get to exist for one patch. And Path to Nowhere consistently shows that's not true, because the Path to Nowhere writers are experts in crafting really powerful, really strong short stories and like tight singular narratives around these characters that they release, and genuinely making you care about them and give a fuck, that you end up, even if you have no interest in the fucking character. It's like a very common thing. I'm pretty sure like almost every Path to Nowhere player in our community, and anyone I've ever met or talked with online in various other communities, can agree that there was at some point a Path to Nowhere character you did not give a shit about, like you didn't plan on or wants to pull, and then you played their event story and cared so much about them it made you pull or want to pull for them. That is a very common story in Path to Nowhere. And I think it's just one of those things where you don't just because you are limited to having a relatively short narrative to tell and explore the character of the story of a character in a gacha game, because that's kind of how this style of gacha game is designed, right? Like you have a new character come out every patch. You have their character story to tell every patch, and sometimes they get to be continual parts of the story and other storylines, and sometimes they don't. But that doesn't mean you can't have this beautiful job of exploring them and telling this story around them in a small in like that shorter period of time. You just have to do a better job writing. You just frankly have to do a better job of telling a strong short story, or in some cases even, because some of them get really long, unlike a strong novella around this character, and having that singular narrative just be very well written and powerful. And I think Path to Nowhere does just a consistently incredible job with that, as we're experiencing in this story right now. But yeah, yeah. So that's why I like this game, chat. It writes good. Path to Nowhere writes good. Anyway, moving on. Hilda's hostility has melted away. Though a trace of wariness remains, the pointed tests have ceased. Somehow, without a word, you have become genuine confidants. As the second pot of black tea goes cold between you, you decline her offer to fill your cup and prepare to take your leave.
Let me see you out through the front door.
But the moment she rises from the couch, a wrongness cuts through the calm. She sways violently, her hands slamming onto the table to keep from collapsing to the floor. Oh no! Hilda, what's wrong? You crouch to steady her, and a jolt of ice runs through you. Her skin is deathly cold to the touch. A violent, uncontrollable shiver is taking hold of her body. Oh dear. Then, a torrent of blood erupts from her lips. A shocking, brilliant crimson that soaks both of your clothes. What a twist. Instead of nah, I'd win, it's nah, I'd care. So true, deity. I mean, pretty much, though. Pretty much. It's just interesting to see how Chief is, in many ways, kind of constructed similarly to a lot of MCs, where they're just like, I want to do the good thing, I want to do the correct thing, I want to do the compassionate thing, but they actually have to struggle because of that. They actually have to experience and suffer through the consequences and the difficulties that lie in trying to be that good person. Because if it were the easier route to be the good person most of the time, more people would do it, but that's not how the world works. It's why Bella's so lovable. Oh yeah, definitely. ZZZ, like I said, I think does a better job with it compared to a lot of the other mainstream gachas, but they still have a bit of the Mihoyo issue with like a degree of shallowness and vapidity and just kind of rushed pacing, which I think is kind of a nature of the narratives not being able to be as long. And I think it's just also kind of an issue with having like those fully animated narratives instead of having, like, you know, actual written narratives in a visual novel storytelling style. ZZ has the advantage of being able of being partially visual novel, though, in terms of that. She throws herself at problems when the people she is trying to help is hopeless, and her doing that repeatedly with genuine care is what later makes them stronger. 100% to dunce. Turns out bad writing is just bad writing, and good writing is good writing. Yes, yes, yeah, Merrick. That is a great, very succinct way to explain what I just spent 25 minutes trying to talk about. Turns out that even with the limitations, good writing is good writing, chat. You freeze, stunned by the sudden turn of events. What is happening? An attack from the mall? An accident? Or just a sudden illness? A terrifying, unprecedented thought strikes you. What happens if a Link subject dies within their own consciousness? Jinxo One-san. Yeah, I guess she can't, like, call, like, normally when your name comes up, they say something like Chief or you or something, but I guess in this case, there's not anything appropriate she could use as, like, a replacement for your actual name. Her hand claws at you, gripping with a desperate, final strength. She pulls you closer, and with her last breath, she rasps one agonizing word into your ear.
Boy, son.
No! Your eyes dart to the tea sets. You both drank the same brew, and you feel fine. It isn't in the tea, it's in the cup! Your gaze flicks to a plate in the corner. Today's unfinished dinner. Was the poison added there? Who prepared her meal? Or was it contact-based? A toxin applied to a component of the monolith prototype, seeping into the small cut on her finger. Before your racing thoughts can find purchase, the air itself turns to stone. An immense, invisible force slams down, crushing the breath from your lungs. Then, everything shatters into nothing. Apparently, if she dies in her mindscape, we get kicked the fuck out. Your eyes snap open. A gasp rips through you, the suffocating shock of the memory fading just as the heart monitor's frantic beeping registers in your ears. You drag air back into your lungs, pulse hammering against your ribs. God, the pros in this, so good. Your eyes snap to the containment tank where Hilda lies motionless. She appears unchanged, yet gives the unnerving impression that she's fading, about to be consumed by the dark mist of mania. The only thing that steadies you is the containment tank's data screen, suddenly displaying all normal vital signs. Shoal, what's going on? Can a linked subject die inside their own consciousness? The subject actively seeks their own demise, then yes, experiencing death within the consciousness space is possible. However, from our operational standpoint, the death of an interrogation subject is an extremely hazardous event. Should this recur, she faces a genuine risk of termination, and we will lose a vital intelligence asset. I must advise you to exercise greater caution in future sessions. You remember the haunting indifference in Hilda's eyes, a woman who seemed to have already made her peace with death. The only crack in that stoic facade appeared when you discovered the cipher strip. That was the key that truly stirred her. However, the immediate brutal truth is that survival comes first. You must keep both of you alive, her and yourself. Understood. I'll keep trying. Her mind holds a wealth of intelligence we can't access anywhere else. For example, I've already identified several individuals who worked with her as Metropole spies. Many had infiltrated the city's financial sector and underground networks. You may want to look into whether they're still active. As for other objectives, you'll have to play them by ear, gathering specific intelligence on Monolith, earning Hilda's trust, and potentially turning her. For now, you hand Shoal the intelligence on Johnson from the dinner and settle back into the link device. You know, as much as I want us to turn Hilda, because it's, you know, because it'd be great for her to become part of the bureau and for Chief to be able to care for her and for her to be in like a great environment like that. I don't know if this city deserves her, honestly, because all the bad shit that she talked about and they talked about with this city is bad shit that this city is. I don't know if this country deserves her chat or this city-state deserves her chat. Blood and poison. Bad ending. Sec chat, let me note something down, because maybe if I stop being lazy one day, I will take a, I will take this, that last little yap about why the writing in this game is so good and maybe cut it into a YouTube video, ha 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 ha, one day. That would have been at like, what, 320-ish? Why PTR right and good? Okay. Okay. Skip to the choice. We don't say goodbye to Hilda. We stay in her room.
Keen for some action, aren't we?
I am
Very
actually...
well. I shall bravely risk my life to keep you company.
I am kind of keen for some action. We haven't really had any combat. Who was talking, though? Which character is that? I recognize the voice. I haven't heard that voice line before, so I don't know the character's like entry voice line by heart, but I can't recognize it immediately, but I recognize that voice. Who was that supposed to be? And personality-wise, who was that supposed to be out of all the characters? Oh god, that voice is... I know that voice. Fuck, who was it? Combat is scarce in this event? That was JinJinx? Yeah, that might have been JinJinx, actually. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was JinJinx. That definitely... That crackle in her voice at the end was very JinJinx. I guess we'll find out... We'll check after this one. I mean, combat, and honestly, the combat in events is still always just kind of disappointingly meh anyway, right? Because I am and have been built for endgame and have full meta teams for ages in this game. And the events gameplay content is always scaled horribly for endgame. So... very much designed so that if you have a brand new account, you can clear through all of the event story content just fine. And if you follow, like, general strong progression, you can easily clear through all of it. Your eyes open. You're back in Hilda's room. Moments before the poison takes effect. The ghost of Teal still lingers in the air, but now carries a sinister weight. Hilda, do you notice a strange smell? A strange smell? Wait, why is she not voiced? You don't actually smell anything new, but a little misdirection is a small price to pay. Oh, we lied to Hilda. As Hilda watches in confusion, you rise and begin a frantic search of the room. The rewind function of the link device has granted you this space-time jump within Hilda's consciousness. You have a second chance, but time is short. You must identify her true poison before it's too late. Click, 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 click. It's very important we click every inch of Hilda's body, chat. This is relevant to the content. It is definitely not just as an excuse to click all over Hilda's gorgeous body. Alright, anyway. As you tear through the room, Hilda's puzzled frown gradually fades. She doesn't understand your mission, but the sheer force of your will is undeniably compelling. What exactly are you looking for? If you specify, I can assist. I think I smell poison. Someone has planted it in this room. My familiarity with toxins is considerable, and I detect nothing. You may be overestimating the risk, officer. Hilda, you need to trust me. Call it intuition or experience, but after my many years as an interrogation officer, I can tell there's absolutely something wrong with this room. Time is slipping through your fingers. In a final desperate act, you grip Hilda's shoulders, your eyes pleading with a woman who has no idea she's already marked for death. Whether it's the raw intensity in your gaze or the implicit authority of your badge, something breaks through. She gently pries your hands from her shoulders and offers a nod. Stop touching me. Very well. I am convinced. We should prioritize the most likely locations. What are your primary concerns? Blue butterfly specimen. Find the marching headphones. Find the floor lamp. We clicked the things, chats. Alright, floor lamp. Oh, do we not get to click the floor lamp? Do we have to talk to Hilda? The butterfly specimen, the floor lamp, and monitoring headphones. These would be logical choices for a poison delivery mechanism. Which shall we investigate first? The blue butterfly specimen. Poison delivered via specimen. An imaginative hypothesis, officer. I'm high as a kite, and turns out gachas still take effort for me. Oh, to me, if my brain is turned off, I can play League but can't gacha. Smile. I mean, that's because League is very much a monkey game anyway, right? I mean, if you were like pushing ranked or sweating or something, it's a different story. But yeah. But yeah, gacha, I mean, especially if you're enjoying like story and gachas and things like that, or you enjoy playing them in challenging ways, which I know you do, Acid, because you refuse to play male characters and you love waifu teams. I can understand why it takes effort. Some butterflies do sequester toxins, but in the preserved state, the concentration is typically Alright, 1 second, chat. Water. There. Bleh. The concentration is typically negligible and non-lethal. Besides, this specimen has been here for years. Lore lamp. Applying a toxin to the bulb for airborne dispersal upon heating. The theory is chemically sound, though the method is unreliable. However, as you can observe, the bulb is coated in dust. There is no evidence of recent contact. Yeah, it's still on the ear headphones. Dermal absorption from a contaminated surface. A viable method, in theory, but I doubt anyone could have tampered with them without my knowledge. To alleviate your concern, I will examine them. Carefully, with your gloves on, Hilda! The results are negative. No traces of any agents. Your concern, while noted, was unfounded. With all 3 locations conclusively ruled out, scattered searching will only waste precious seconds. The solution now lies not in where you look, but in what you can piece together. Hilda, is there anything new in this room? New? Could you specify? You've been developing monolith here for some time. It would be difficult to poison anything under your nose. So if there is a poison, it must have been introduced recently from the outside. That's it. The briefcase Johnson brought you! I can see that I did not perform a full inspection, but Johnson opened it in my presence, and I saw nothing anomalous. If you wish to examine it, here's the key. The briefcase is on the desk, behind the radio! Johnson's briefcase used for bribery. Supposedly, there's nothing suspicious inside. Supposedly. Oh god, just how did we get here? Also, how long till I get that last 1% crit rate? Because damn, building Renoa is too... Yeah, it is rough, Acid. Getting enough crit subs is rough, but very satisfying when you manage it. I guess Battle Pass weapon is also an option to kind of speed that along a little bit, but yeah. Really looking forward to 9 on CZN. I haven't played the event story in CZN. I haven't really played the story in CZN since the first few days of us grinding through like the first 4 chapters. Just because the writing kind of wasn't really doing it for me. It wasn't really delivering on like what the expectation was. In terms of the tone and everything from both like the early parts of the story as well as like the promotional material. So I mean I'm interested and excited and you know haha monster fucker alien stuff, but like I don't know. CZN is very much a gameplay game for me right now. There is not really much going on story wise. And like I've decided to be attached to Renoa because we love poetic goths with a violent angry streak, and we love adjutants. But at the same time, I'm kind of shrug about the writing, honestly, in CZN, and so the characters haven't really gripped me because I don't have anything to be gripped by. Yeah, 4 piece game won't give me a void number 5 piece with crit rate. Yeah, that is the rough part. I already saw a nausea and I don't have pulls, Lamau. But then they showed 9 and I thought, oh good, I can save. Wait, the BP weapon works? Pay to win trash. I assume it does? It gives you crit rate substats, so I assume it has to work, right? I haven't tried. I don't own the BP weapon, but I assume it works. Alright, view items. Okay, weird. I guess I had to click it. With a quiet click, the key turns in the lock. You proceed to empty the briefcase, methodically placing each item on the table for inspection. None of them shows any trace of poison. Undeterred, you turn your attention to the briefcase's interior, probing the lining and checking for hidden seams. Your search confirms Hilda's statements. There are no discrepancies to be found. The briefcase is standard issue. There are no anomalies. Hilda, do you have a knife? A knife? If your intent is to cut, this letter opener will suffice. Hilda, moved by your persistence, reluctantly provides a letter opener. Your reasoning is sound. When all of the possibilities are eliminated, whatever remains, however improbable, must hold the truth. The risk of damaging the briefcase is a necessary one in the safe confines of this link session. With careful precision, you slice into the leather exterior. The blade reveals a cleverly concealed compartment, and inside lies a single, tiny pill. A microfoam poison gas capsule. It's a new development from the Metropoles. How did Johnson get his hands on this? I mean, how did... He's like the richest man we know in this present area. I think he probably bought it. He probably moneyed it somehow, Hilda. Moneyed and connectioned it. It's colorless and odorless. Apply pressure to rupture the internal membrane. The released gas will dissolve the capsule shell within 20 minutes. Even the trace concentration in the air is lethal. That got a chocolate out of me. The amount of checks Renova checks off my list is funny. Yeah, pretty much same. Gear farming, be brutal, and CZN right now. Yeah, it is. But it's especially... It's like less brutal for characters that aren't Renoa and Serenial, because they both need a pretty strict crit rate requirement, and it's like a fixed plateau requirement, right? It's not a scaling one. Like, if you're missing 1 or 2% elemental damage bonus from not having enough attack on like fucking Hugo or Tressa, whatever, but like needing a hard requirement of 60% crit rates to get the additional effects is pretty painful to grind for, especially if you want to try to maintain other good substats in the meantime. The truth clicks into place. The poison was already in your system during the last link session. Her fatal collapse didn't just end her life, it triggered the derangement in your unconsciousness, cutting the connection before you could ever feel the toxin's bite. An effective delay at action mechanism, but Hilda, I believe we're running out of time. ... We will proceed directly to the interrogation room. It is time to discuss the nature of Johnson's thoughtful gifts with him. Time to go interrogate and search this Johnson.
Whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Okay, that is like comically funny that we just got Christina's outro voice line, considering what's just happened in that scene. That is fucking comical. Out of like the 100 plus sinners I own, we managed to get Christina talking specifically about eliminating the impossible to find the improbable truth. That is hilarious, chat. That could not be more perfect. I think League is a monkey game only because it's still the same game essentially from what we played 10 years ago. Getting back is Aussie. Oh yeah, definitely. Plus, you know, when you're playing normals and such, it's just kind of like whatever, right? Like, there's definitely a lot to enjoy and play in normals in League, but at the end of the day, you can kind of just like no-brain it and muscle memory your way through it at a certain points, and I think it's what most people end up doing, which is probably, okay, we need to get to 15, which is probably why so many struggle to like actually improve and grind, because they aren't playing with like intention, and that when you don't play with intention, and you don't play with the intention of improving or analyzing or moving forward, you don't really get better, which is why people get hard stuck, right? And it's why, like, hours in League is not a good metric for determining how good someone is at the game. It can help with, like, broadening your breadth of knowledge, which is, like, an important factor for League skill. but it doesn't guarantee you improvements. 10,000 hours is not 10,000 hours of mindless grinding. 10,000 hours for mastery is 10,000 hours of intentional practice. Which is a key thing most people don't know if they haven't actually read the fucking source material for that. For the 10,000 hours thing.
Stay behind me.
The interrogation of the quote-unquote mole begins. Hilda, this is a rather unconventional meeting place. Doesn't mean you finally come around to my proposal. Why is he not voiced? Why do we keep getting these unvoiced? I'm assuming that we have like another clicky-click thing. Like a little clicky-click find the clues thing if it's not voiced. But also, why are these not voiced? I only play ranked because Mel is a bullcrap champion. There's just no way I will play normals though. Fair. Well, our anomalous power expert decided to join. Wait, do they not have draft? Do they not have draft normals anymore in League? Can you not play normals but with draft pick? Our anomalous power expert decided to join us. Don't tell me you're also here to get a cut, ma'am. Look, my position hasn't changed. The price is negotiable. So long as I get this out of this dump quickly, I'm losing money by the second just standing here. While Johnson talks, his nervous gaze flits repeatedly toward the door, scanning the room for anything he could use as a weapon. He'd suspected Hilda's hostility, but your presence as our backup is an unwelcome surprise. A silent look between you and Hilda confirms the plan. The good cop, bad cop routine is a go. Your role is the calm, reasonable interrogator. Hers is the intimidating force. Personnel present can be inquired. Is an interrogation your purview, officer? I'm curious as to why you'd seek my counsel. Proceed with your questions, though I suggest a more direct methodology. This room is, after all, equipped with every tool one might need for a thorough discussion. God, I love this woman. Johnson's stress level has increased. Just curious if I can click anything in the room before I click on him for questions. Ooh, we can drag Hilda. Ooh. Click on this Johnson's Johnson. No response from Johnson's Johnson. These yellow things seem like they should be things to click. There is a knocked over table. Okay, game, where the fuck am I supposed to click? It's time for grid method. There we go. I swore I clicked on that shoulder. Okay. Mr. Johnson, given her presence here, I trust you understand the situation perfectly. You concealed a poison gas capsule in that briefcase, intending to eliminate Hilda. If I'm not mistaken, you are the mole we've been searching for. As you speak, you present the evidence bag containing the poison gas capsule to Johnson. Damn it! You call this evidence? I've never seen that thing before in my life. These are baseless accusations. As Johnson continues to deny everything, you thrust the evidence bag in his face. He flinches at the sight of the poison capsule, stumbling backward until he collapses on the ground. You seem to recognize what this thing can do, but don't worry, it's been completely neutralized. It's harmless now. I wasn't scared. What kind of game are you playing? I'll have you investigated. You're no anomalous power expert. Indeed, she's not an anomalous power expert, but an interrogation officer sent by the Metropoles. Though I must observe, officer, your technique leaves much to be desired. Shall I take over? What? You're going to interrogate me? The fear in his face. A flicker of fear in Johnson's eyes, and you realize its true source is in the poison gas capsule, but the woman standing before him. Fellas, I just got back to Z. How bad has it gone? Yeah, what do you mean by bad, Dread? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you mean specifically? Say DA and SDHP inflation. Oh, that's pretty significant. Yeah, DA and Shiryu defense inflation has definitely been pretty significant. It's still brute forceable, but largely brute forceable by modern teams. And the specific, not necessarily character shill, but specific archetype shill is pretty strong. Clearing requirements is not that bad. Unless you mean, except for new Shiryu, the max level reward, which is not even Polychrome related, is 100k, which is hard to push. Even with, like, shield teams, it can be challenging to push that. But actual clearing is still not too bad, but it's definitely a much bigger, or much smaller discrepancy for comfy clearing than before. Like, DA only requires, what is it, like 40k for max rewards, right? So you don't have to 20k every single one of the three to get max rewards, but 20k in each of the three without shield teams and with non-modern DPSs can be a bit rough. Compared to before, where, you know, 30-40k pushing was pretty doable with, like, even older and like non-matched teams. Is this an Ace Attorney event? Kinda, yeah, actually. It is definitely more in lines with like your kind of Ace Attorney and Danganronpa style visual novel for this event. It's pretty interesting so far, Neo. I just quit ZZ because I stopped being able to clear anything. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. It is fairly demanding of modern teams for you to have comfortable clearing, at least. If you're talking about, like, actually full clearing, and not necessarily just full clearing rewards, because full clearing rewards is still kind of a lower threshold, but, like, full clearing to, like I said, like, 20k in each DA, and not just having to hit, like, 13k in each DA to be able to clear rewards is definitely rougher than before. There's a reason I'm not only getting 21k, but I don't know what I'm not doing, lol. I couldn't really say Acid without knowing your teams and how you're playing matchups, because also the thing about ZZZ that's kind of happened too is outside of like team shilling, playing to bosses' mechanics is so much more important than it used to be. It's a lot harder to raw brute force and ignore mechanics outside of specific teams that can do that. Even Miyabi has kind of fallen off in that regard. Miyabi has a hard time raw brute forcing, especially because there are specific bosses designed to counter her, and counter anomaly teams in general. In fact, I believe Pridwin just dropped Miyabi out of T0, and it kind of caused a shitstorm, which is really funny to me, but I also agree. Miyabi is not as strong as Yu Shengguang, and Miyabi is not as shield as Yixuan is. Yixuan and Miyabi's theoretical damage ceiling is close, is like similar. Miyabi, I think, is actually technically slightly higher, but Rupture is being shilled. Not just in terms of like buffs, but just boss design is very much more heavily leaned towards Rupture being stronger than other archetypes. So Yixuan just ends up realistically being better than Miyabi in the current endgame and meta. I feel like most of the new bosses have been ice resistant and or anomaly resistant. Yeah, the anomaly resistance is kind of the bigger issue. Ice resistance is kind of whatever. There are quite a few, but they aren't all ice resist. But a big thing is the anomaly resistance, and a big thing too is just like the. A big thing too is just how fast you can shred miasma shields is a huge factor in ZZZ scoring. Both for new Shuryu and also for DA. And Anomaly is just not very good at it. Right? Anomaly is not very good at it. Because the primary ways that you shred Miasma Shield, the universal ones are you dodge counter and you defensive assist. Anomaly can do that just fine. And kind of wants to too. If you're running Vivian, you want defensive assists. The problem is, though, is that the design also kind of is counterintuitive to Vivian defensive assists, because Vivian wants the defensive assist and do the follow-up attack afterwards. But the more recent boss's defensive assist mechanics are generally repeated ones where you don't always get to do a defensive assist follow-up attack, and Vivian wants to do that specifically to build her own stack mechanic. So you can't always do that on Vivian because you have to defensive assist 2 to 3 times in a row, and you don't get to input a follow-up attack in between those. The other way that you do it is by spamming ultimates. Anomaly teams are okay at spamming ults because disorders do increase your ult generation, and their ults aren't insanely important, that you have to save them for stun window. And then like the other way that you do it is either Rupture just kind of does it, Yu Shengguang just kind of kills miasma shields faster anyway. Doing damage helps, but anomaly disorders aren't really any particularly better at it. And the other way is stun buildup. Stun buildup, like daze buildup, directly translates into miasma shield break, which means that that's part of why miasma shields existing give more advantages to teams with stunners in them. And disorder teams don't run stunners, so that's kind of one of the big things that has caused disorder teams and has caused anomaly teams to fall off, is they generally don't run stunners. Miyabi Mono Ice is kind of an exception on that, but it's also hard to play. And it's also like by far Miyabi's hardest team to play, and very much requires like high skill ceiling for its outputs. But because normally teams generally want to run Disorder and generally want to run Disorder with like Yuzuha or Astra and don't really run a stun support because stun supports aren't particularly useful for them. They can struggle more with the mechanics that have been introduced, while Rupture teams always run a stunner, and Rupture teams also directly counter miasma shields better. And yeah, miasma teams either run a stunner or like a defense unit, and both of them are good for breaking miasma shields because defense units burn less assist points, so you can do more defensive assists. That plus just in general the shield mechanics kind of being pushed more towards making Rupture better. The only exception really is that there is that one boss that is anomaly focused, but I think that one also just Miyabi's not super great against. They've been nerfing Anomaly too much recently. It's fair by using resistances. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, Anomaly was even outside of Miyabi, Anomaly was legitimately overpowered compared to Stun in 1.x, to the point where they have kind of, I think, overcorrected a bit in making crit better than Anomaly now. It's like looking at a closed door emanating a cursed aura. BRB, I'm experienced as Gacha Hell again. I mean, I enjoy ZZZ because mechanically it's fun. Like, I am fortunate that I own a lot of meta teams and own a lot of characters with signatures, and have modern teams. So I have modern teams to brute force if I need to, right? Like, I can still brute force with Seedorphy teams, with Sambi teams, with Yishuen team, with... I'm really bad at playing Yatari, so I kind of can't even do her shield content very well. I'm just not good at Yatari. I haven't really figured out how to play her very well, and I haven't invested time to be better at it. I have dial-in teams, and I can even do like dial-in soldier teams, because new soldier's very strong as well. But like, it can be a bit of a struggle to brute force with Eve teams. Like Astra Lin, I do have to actually try pretty hard to brute force with. Miyabi teams, outside of her specifically good content, feel pretty rough, because like I said, Anomaly is pretty anti-shield right now. Like, even with, like, now that I have Miyabi, Vivian, it still just feels rough to clear a lot of content. Comfortably, I mean. Like, she still clears fine, but, like, pushing past, like, 30k is kind of a pain in the ass now for Miyabi, Vivian teams. I skipped all of the attack units, Lamau, except Eve, but I still can't play her properly since I still don't have another limited attack aside from Yishun. Yeah. Eve is rough. Eve is rough if you don't have the skill and practice to play her well. And even when you do, she's competitive, but not better than like modern DPSs. She's just kind of she's like the main attacker from 1.x that still is competitive, but it requires a lot of skill input and dial-in or lighter. The damage discrepancy between Astra Lin with dial-in or lighter and anything else is very noticeable, chat. It's a very noticeable discrepancy, if you don't own one of those two. She is pretty dependent on her full team now to perform at the level that you might want her to. She doesn't work very well with... Sugar Mamas is still good, but it really has fallen off pretty noticeably. And it's so much more dependent on... It's so much more dependent on your defensive assist capabilities and your double action capabilities, because you don't... Lacking a stunner means that the only way you have to deal with miasma shields is defensive assist spam. And killing miasma shields fast is really, really important for scoring now. That's probably bigger than raw DPS checks, is how quickly can you kill a miasma shield, because it's such a time waster mechanic if you can't kill it fast. And most of these bosses are designed so that if you miss like more than 1 or 2 of the defensive assists during the miasmic shield phase, it eats up so much timer. Like, you basically need to make sure you nail every defensive assist to break their shield fast if you don't have ult spam or day spam or rupture spam to break it otherwise. Which is the thing I've very much noticed with like the new Shuryu, is if I don't play specifically to the defensive assist and mechanics, like pushing 30k plus is kind of a pain in the ass. And same with DA, pushing 30k is really rough without actively playing into the defensive assist mechanics. Alright, more clicking! Shop letter opener. Grid clicking. There we go. Hilda shoves Johnson onto the chair at the room center, then produces a letter opener from her pockets. Remain still. You will speak only when I ask the question, nothing more. Hilda, that's enough. Push him too far and he'll be too terrified to give us anything useful. With idle menace, Hilda draws the letter opener along the chair's spine, the grating screech of deliberate assault on the silence. This is insane! You're framing an innocent man. Do you have any idea how crucial my work is to this city's economic strategy? If anything happens to me, my backers will come for you. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Stop! Get back! Stay away from me! Man is actually a coward, but that's not very surprising. Hilda, I said it's enough! This is not how we do things! You try to grab the letter opener from Hilda's hand, but she remains utterly unfazed, continuing to toy with the blade under the hush, clinical lights. We love good cop, bad cop. Then she rushes to the interrogation room, finding more tools before deliberately placing each one into your hands. Hey, expert interrogation officer, control this madwoman, make her stop. The bad cop routine. Are those rusty nails? You deliberately avoid speculating on its possible uses. Years spent in the safety of the rear echelons have left Johnson utterly unprepared for this. His shirt is plastered to his skin with sweat, his face a mask of pure, undiluted terror. You and Hilda exchange a glance, a single unspoken understanding that he will break with one final push. Without a word, Hilda turns to a nearby shelf, rummages for a moment, and produces a strange, menacing pair of pliers. There are many things you could do with those. Hilda. Yes? Not that. Not in front of me. I can't watch this. He's all yours. I'm going upstairs for some air! Wait! Don't leave! Don't leave me alone with her! What is that thing? Don't touch me! Ah! As Hilda presses the pliers to Johnson's fingers, a metallic chill invades his veins, a cold so profound that reaches his core and extinguishes his last shred of resolve. Please, stop! I'll confess. I did try to poison you, but I'm not the mole. I'm really not. I will just ping you. The mole is using everyone so far. There's a secret message from them in my room. You win. Just let me go. I have money. When we get back to the metropolis, I can pay you anything. Of course you have money. We all know you have money. You won't shut up about how you have money. He's broken. Stop the theatrics. That's enough.
I did it.
You did, Picasso. You did it. Good job, girl. Man, I remember at one point I was building Picasso just for, like, having a magic fury for a team, and then Arcane Crit came out, and I never finished building her. Rest for the weary, strategy for the wicked. The night never sleeps. With Johnson's interrogation complete, the poisoning incident has reached a temporary resolution. Once the room is cleared of the toxic source, Hilda offers you another fresh cup of black tea. ...
You also find my interrogation methods unsettling.
She noticed how you unconsciously averted your gaze earlier, and it clearly troubled her. Now she sees the opportunity to ask. Also, one thing too, Acid, is that I also know, like I said, you make your life intentionally harder by not using male characters, and that is a notable thing, because Soul Good Boy Monato is actually a really strong carry in the current meta. Like, he's actually very good. But because he has a fire rupture that is pretty easy to play and has significant output, and rupture units are shilled in endgame. But I know you'll never build or play him, so not playing Monato, like, genuinely gimps your account. Because he's the most accessible meta DPS in the game right now. The last attack I pulled was Juyuan, and she feels so ancient. Now, yeah, Juyuan is pretty ancient, unfortunately. She already was struggling by the end of 1.x, and she is not performing in 2.x. I think Dial-In helps her out a lot, but that's kind of more Dial-In being broken than Juyuan being able to do much. She noticed how you unconsciously averted your gaze earlier, and it clearly troubled her. Now she seizes the opportunity to ask. It was a bit excessive. I understand the necessity of forceful measures. Different subjects require different approaches. Since gentler methods were ineffective on Johnson, you simply escalated to what was effective on him. I just wonder if there might have been another way, if it was truly necessary to go that far.
I see. I was indeed too aggressive. I will exercise more restraint next time.
And we all know there's gonna be a next time. There are probably so many more interrogations left in this fucking story so far. Her blunt confession throws you completely off balance. Flustered, you grab your teacup and take a hasty, unthinking gulp, only to be jolted by a scalding mouthful of tea. Considering that we haven't even gotten the second, like, removing the Hilda goop, psychic whatever, fight yet, and there's another 4 left to go through. There's another 5 left to go through. Hot, 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 hot.
Take your time. Freshly brewed tea needs a moment to cool.
I can't play Morphe, smile. You don't understand how long I waited for a heavy attack percent buffer in Woo. Yeah, well, you know what? You know what, Acid? You intentionally gimp yourself by doing this, and I respect your decision and your willingness to push through regardless, but also you literally have no one to blame but yourself. One thing that helps is to look at what the enemy does more than the weakness. A lot of time the weakness isn't as big as how much the boss fucks up gameplay. Oh yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, like Grant said exactly. Like playing, like I was saying with playing to the mechanics, understanding their mechanics and playing to them, and then also matching up the type of archetype that they want versus like weaknesses is a lot more important. Play Rupture against Rupture bosses, play Anomaly against Anomaly bosses, even though there's like fucking 2 of them left in endgame, and then play Attackers or Stun comps against Attacker or Stun comp fights, right? It's playing to their mechanics and playing to their archetype is more important than elements, honestly. It's why, like, even though I pretty much always try to play them against enemies that don't have weaknesses in them, Seed Orphe still just fucking like brute forces content because I play Seed Orphe against like attacker bosses, and they are pre-Yi Shengguang arguably that is the strongest attacker team in the entire game. If played well, it's playing them well is hard, but. Yeah, and Rupture bosses can also be fought with heavy minus defense or especially penetration teams. Yeah, exactly. But Rupture bosses are designed to be fought by Rupture because they have high defense, like Grant is mentioning here. And that's part of why like playing Rupture against Rupture bosses can be just makes it significantly easier to push. Because they are designed to be fought by Ruptures. It's not that Ruptures necessarily have much in terms of direct mechanic differences from attacker teams, because they both generally run stunners anyway, right? They generally run stunner support. And they both therefore also stun and then do big damage jumps during stun window, but they are designed to fight high defense enemies. Yeah, if Rupture boss has some extra defense, my Sanbei team in previous DA had like minus 90 defense signal. Yeah, exactly. Definitely trigger having trigger with signature makes non-Rupture fighting Rupture bosses so much easier, because triggers defense ignore built into her signature is just so good for helping push Rupture content without Rupture units. Monofizz clears anything for me. By Monofizz, do you mean like Anomaly Monofizz, as in Alice, Rat, and Yuzuha? Because I'm curious how Monofizz does against anomaly resistant, physically resistant bosses. I'm pretty sure there is one of those, isn't there? The anomaly immunity was kind of ass for Thrall Pet, but using DPS ult to just give that fucker outside of stun was a good choice, at least for my team. Yeah, exactly. That I was about to say, like, the specifically Thrall with Sobek kind of hard counters anomaly. It's still, you can still play around it, but it is definitely challenging because you have to kill it with crit damage. You can't anomaly it. Yeah, Jane, Alice, Yuzuha. The only real enemy is the robot who shields block anomaly buildup. Naruhodo. I haven't really tried brute forcing with that team much, because even against that shield boss, I score okay. I'm not actually really that good at playing that team. I do wonder, do you have M2 Jane Neo? Because that does make a significant difference with Monofizz. So sometimes there's an unusual game choice that can help, as in burst outside stun can be legit. Oh yeah, for sure. Especially in New Shiryu. New Shiryu, burst damage outside of stun can be very, very good, because the sooner you put out burst output, the better. And disorder teams can't build up stun that fast, even with landing every defensive assist. It works because they're all rats. Oh, you do have M2? Well, that makes sense then. Yeah, if you have M2 Jane, then you can definitely brute force with that team right now. Because it is a very significant damage upgrade for that team. A hand appears, dabbing a handkerchief at the spilled tea before you.
I should thank you. If not for your sharp eye catching the poison in that briefcase, the consequences would have been unthinkable.
Haha. I mean, we don't have to think about it. We literally watched it happen. No need for formalities. We all serve the same city-states. We all want to see the monolith completed to help us win this war. You continue playing the role of the loyal Metropole interrogator, following her conversational lead. It's a shame that after all the commotion today, not a single one of them turned out to be the mole we're after.
An experienced mole naturally prefers to hide behind its pawns, letting them take the risks. That's what makes it so difficult to catch.
It is very funny how we're doing this mole hunt, and it's turning out that so far, fucking everyone is not the mole, but they're being used as pawns by the mole, so everyone is a traitor.
But there's no need to rush. The monolith's development is progressing smoothly. We still have time to catch that mole by the tail.
Cute. I'm just imagining a mole being held up by its tail, and it's a very cute mental image. Setting her teacup down with a soft clink, she produces the secret letter found in Johnson's room. She then unfolds it, and holds it over the veil of steam rising from the tea. Before your eyes, the heat coaxes a secret from the paper. Lines of invisible ink resolve into rows upon rows of densely packed numbers.
As expected, the one pulling his strings was the mole. It knew exactly how to manipulate Johnson, offering him precisely what he desired most.
What does he desire? After all, he has so much money. I feel like that can't be it. That can't be it.
From Edward to Johnson, it's clear the mole isn't working alone. It was already recruiting allies from the moment it entered the manor.
Oh, it's a secret from the paper. Lines of invisible ink result into rows upon rows of densely packed numbers. So, like, obviously that's a code, but. She puts away the documents and looks at you with grave seriousness.
Officer, if the mole ever attempts to compromise you, let me know immediately.
Duh. But also, it's also good that you want to make sure you firmly establish that. Made by then, I'll have already captured it myself and delivered it to you, all tied up. The Euromako laugh roll. She smiled, chat! Is this the first time we've seen her smile? Actually, now that I think about it, is this actually the first time we see Hilda smile? And it seems genuinely heartfelt.
Then let's wish ourselves success in all our endeavors.
The coup de smile, chat! It's working! We're melting the heart of ice! She tucks a stray strand of silver hair behind her ear, the usual tension in her expression melting away. It's a rare and unguarded softness. Seeing an opening in her good mood, you venture a subtle question. So what you doing later tonight, girl? By the way, did you crack that encrypted letter? Wasn't it just a bunch of numbers?
This type of cipher typically uses a specific book as its key. I simply happen to have memorized the correct one.
Simply happened to have. I wonder how many specific books she has memorized. I'm going to guess that it's Man-Fist that is the mole. I was thinking along those lines too. I mean, considering the amount of raw direct manipulation here, it seems unlikely to be the dancer. It just seems she seems like she's too inexperienced to really be the mole. At the same time, she might have access. I feel like Man-Fist is a bit too obvious to be the mole. Like, he's too obviously a powerful authoritative figure. I feel like he's meant to be a red herring. I don't know. I mean, what options do we have left yet? We pretty much have Man-Fist, we have Dancer, and we have Waistcoat Butch. We don't really know, and like, we know Waistcoat Butch works for, I guess we also have Angry Killer Man. And both him and Waistcoat Butch work directly for Hilda. So it's possible they could be the traitors, but they also seem like they would be the most loyal to her. At the same time, maybe that's also kind of part of the point. for the twist. I don't know. I don't really know who. I think it might be interesting for them to make the dancer the mole, since she would potentially have enough contact with this city elites and whatnot, especially with the kind of work that she does, to effectively have the contacts to be the mole. I don't know. I'm gonna go with Manfist is supposed to be the red herring, but he definitely could be the mole. The higher multiplier in New Shiryu means that you can get almost as good points than if you were using the damage and the stun later, but you also leave more HP to be damaged in next minute. Yeah, the New Shiryu is interesting for sure. But it really does also just kind of really push how strong having like powerful burst stunners is. Dial-In is so good in New Shiryu because being able to like brute force a very fast stun with free ults at the beginning of your fight against the boss after clearing waves is just so strong. It's so good. Would a no fail to get the call, girl? Smile. Without a flicker of emotion, she rises and puts a small green booklet from the shelf, passing it to you. The utter lack of hesitation makes it clear this is not the key used on the strip.
The wilderness. Each number corresponds to a page and a word sequence on that page.
Wait. The utter lack of hesitation makes it clear this is not the key used on the strip? Okay. No, never mind. I was like, wait a second, but everything is pointing to it being the key used, but no, it's the key used for the letter, not for the strip that we took from her. Okay, which is kind of like the important thing is us decoding that one.
The first word is in the reader's letters section.
After several fruitless passes through the pages, you can't pay to the section she described. Instead, your search only yields midnight tales and musings and reflections. Puzzled, you turn to the front of the book, your finger gliding down a table of contents. It finally stops on a single, inconspicuous entry. As you start to turn to the corresponding page, a finger presses down the book, stopping you cold.
You've never read it before.
Oh, shit. Her tone remains casual, but her gaze locks onto yours with the same unblinking intensity as the interrogation lab that blazed down on Johnson.
When it was popular in the metropoles, nearly every student had a copy.
Oh shit! The background music shift to the tense music, chat. It's a tactical error. Your instinctive flick through the pages the moment it touched your hands betrays you. The chance you'd be familiar with this decades-old popular poetry is zero. Now, your mind scrambles, desperately reviewing the fragmented text you just glimpsed. Suddenly, one critical detail emerges from the chaos. You're testing me? I haven't read this particular edition. After so many years and reprints, the version I remember didn't have such a flashy binding. With a calculated ease, Hilda releases her hold and withdraws her hand.
If your memory is unclear, why not take this copy? Flip through it and give those verses a revisit. It may prove useful in the future.
I feel like Chief's excuse was pretty good, but I also think that Hilda's still sus. With a nod of understanding, you carefully slide the book into your pockets. The shift in weights draws Hilda's attention. Her eyes flicker over your attire, a calculated search for the cipher strip you took. That's a lie, I know she's strong as fuck. You mean it's a lie that you wouldn't know? Or it's a lie that you didn't get to call, girl? But you say you know, so I'm assuming that you mean that that you do know that she's strong as fuck. Yeah, I mean the new design for Shiryu is seems like it's very much designed for a character like Dial-In to be powerful. Because the main thing, like the thing about Dial-In is that after a tiny bit of ramp up, she gives you access to an incredibly powerful burst window, and clearing the first wave or two of Shiryu before you hit the boss is exactly the ramp up she needs to hit her power spike. Once she has a little bit of time to build up her, to passively build up her positive reviews, and enough time to have her triple EX to put her past the threshold for positive reviews, you then have access to a high amount of stun from her triple EX plus her hand clap that also gives you a free ult. And so being able to like very quickly burst all of that out, plus a stun window, plus resources built up on very likely another ult on your main DPS at the very beginning of the fight with the boss is just so insanely good for the way New Shuryu was designed. The main concern is whether you have the ability to conserve resources and still quickly kill through the first wave. That is one of the issues I've noticed with Anomaly teams in New Shuryu, is that Anomaly teams kind of burn a lot of resources killing the first waves. It is a challenge to be able to micro like Miyabi Vivian team in the Ice Week third fights on New Shuryu. It is a challenge to manage to make sure you clear those first waves without wasting your first level 3 Shimatsuki, because you really want to save that for the boss. But it is challenging to be able to do so. With a nod of careful understanding, you carefully slide the book into your pockets. The shift in weight draws Hilda's attention. Her eyes flicker over your attire, a calculated search for the cipher strip you took. Too bad for her. You separated them the moment you had the chance. The strip is now safely hidden elsewhere. It will never find its way back into her possession. Her expression betrays nothing. She simply looks away, rises, and crosses to the desk for paper and pen.
Officer, I'm grateful for everything you've done. However, your credentials remain unverified through official channels. This necessitates a degree of caution, despite my personal desire for a closer collaboration.
Fair.
Therefore,
I still want her waist belt so badly, chat. I keep staring at it. I want a black version of this waist belt.
Should the verification be positive, you will receive a formal apology from me.
Smile. You nearly forgot. This estate is no sealed bubble, at least not for Hilda. She, as the owner, must have a line to the outside world. Your fabricated identity hangs by a thread, ready to snap at any moment. But is she... I'm curious, considering that this is a mental mindscape built from her memories, if she will actually be able to get a response. Because we are not canonically a part of her memories. This is us, like, as an inserted character into her, like, memory-based mindscape. I wonder if she will even be able to get a response on that. After all, you are a ghost in the official records. The Metropolis officials could never have credentialed someone who doesn't exist. Yeah. The only saving grace is the mania-charged air that clings to the estate, stifling electronic signals and slowing communication. To send a clear message, a guard would have to physically run it to the point beyond the grounds. It's a fragile delay, but it buys you precious time. Your teacup is nearly empty. You drain the last bitter sip, the dregs catching in your throat like an omen. Some early dupes of many agents also allow you to start with more energy, or a burst is huge. Oh yeah, I mean that's part of why my soldier team is able to brute force so hard, is a combination of Dial-In just being so fucking good for soldier. Because soldier still has, I believe, the third highest ult motion value in the entire game, behind Miyabi and Seed. So soldier getting double ults on a very fast first burst, on top of the fact that ult specifically plays into her new mechanics for even more burst damage, and also M2 enabling you to have 2 EXs up very quickly, so you can add even more raw burst damage into that first ult while also still being able to use an EX for clearing the early waves faster, is just like really strong. I love New Soldier. I have barely played Yushin Guang this patch. I have been just playing New Soldier. On even more distracted things, why does Enfield release at 2 AM on Thursday? It releases that at 2 AM on Thursday? It's Thursday the 22nd? Yeah. I don't know, Grayeth, but I'm also not complaining, because I was afraid Enfield was gonna release late. And if it released late, so wait, 2 AM on Thursday, that means at the beginning of Thursday, right? Like, you mean, like, it gives them a workday to fix issues? That actually makes a lot of sense, Neo. Because, so, unfortunately, Enfield happens to drop when I start a vacation a trip to go hang out with a friend who's visiting from London. So it's, like, not really a trip I'm willing to cancel at this point. But, like, literally the day that I was supposed to originally leave for the trip, Enfield drops, because Hypergraph hates me. And But so I decided instead to move it, so I would be leaving on 23rd. And I believe getting back on Monday. So the plan is I'm going to wake up on Thursday, get on stream, play Enfield until I have to leave for my flight in the morning on Friday. So the earlier is better, frankly. I'm going to like hurt myself doing like a 20-hour goddamn day one Enfield stream to get as much done as I possibly fucking can before leaving for 4 days. Wait, is the 21st from 5 PM to 8 PM depending on where in the US? Really? Huh. That's even better. That's like actually insanely goated then. If it's the 20th, LA is 5 PM, New York is 8 PM. Yeah, I'm West Coast, but I'm also Mountain Standard Time, so that should be 6 PM for me, I believe. 5 or 6. Link in Discord with the table I saw in another Discord chat. Oh yeah, please do, Grant. I would love that. That would be incredible. That's even better, because I'll be getting off work like exactly around then. So I'll be able to get off work, start Enfield, sleep for like 6 hours, do more Enfield, then fly to Tahoe to go hang out with friends and mainly friend who was visiting from London. Yeah, that's actually good, and we actually get to get a good amount of Enfield in before I have to leave for 4 days then. Okay, anyway, yeah, back to toxic lesbian Yuri. Your teacup is nearly empty. You drain the last bitter sip, the dregs catching in your throat like an omen. I understand completely. If this resolves your concerns, it's for the best. Wait, shit, what has happened? Okay, yeah. ... Hentai protagonist eyes.
Very well.
Say hi to Hiker for me? Oh, I definitely will. I will, deity. Yeah. Never have we caused extra distractions in here. We say as the past hour has been spent like at least 30% of the time me talking about fucking CCC. Also, I actually wonder if I should run M1 Qingyi with my Yusheng Guang for the instant minus defense and extra multiply. It's not a terrible idea, for sure. It's definitely not a terrible idea. Yusheng Guang works really well with most stunners, but Qingyi, M1 Qingyi is definitely a nice option for her. Especially because Qingyi also is one of the stunners that increases stun damage multiplier, which is like exactly what you want on your Shengguang, because she converts stun damage multiplier into just damage multiplier in her enhanced state, and Qingyi should be able to build up her enhanced charge attack in the first waves, for you to be able to immediately pop that on boss for your Shengguang's first two enhanced rotations, since you can pretty much just do like a Zhao well, you probably have to build in your original Zhao rotation on the first waves, and then you can do like a normal build-up rotation into an ultra rotation maybe, with Qingyi's enhanced that stun multiplier put onto them. So yeah, that does make a lot of sense to run Qingyi with her. Personally, I just run Trigger, because my dial-in is married to Soldier. Hilda returns to the desk, draws a fresh sheet of letter paper, and begins to write without even consulting her cipher book. A gust of wind sweeps the corridor, causing the lamp flame to shudder. The only sound is the faint scratching of her pen, a rhythm that pulses in time with your own uneasy heartbeat. Outside, the night deepens. The day's gentle drizzle swells into a torrent, lashing against the windows as if to wash the world clean. In the main hall, Marlowe fidgets with his lighter, the flame illuminating his gloomy face. He smokes restlessly, one after another, the glowing embers tracing his descent into deeper agitation. Been there, done that. Chat, I used to be such a bad chain smoker. I was like a legitimate chain smoker. Like, people joke about chain smoking, but like chain smoking is when you actually light your cigarette off of the embers of your last cigarette, and I used to do that a lot. I'm glad I swapped to vapes, because I smoked an incredibly unhealthy degree when I was younger. Filled with a quiet contentment after writing to her lover, Helen turns in for an early night. Under the cover of dim light, Man Fist feels his way through the wine cellar. After carefully choosing two... This motherfucker is stealing expensive wine. He stealthily retreats to the sanctuary of his room. In the hallway, he runs the Huck. The man's face is clouded with a deep gloom. They acknowledge each other with only the barest of nods before continuing on their separate ways without words. Man shooting people from 4 screens away with zero canopy is super balanced. Lamau, are you talking about Jin? Wait, shit, what did the last one say? I was kind of like, not paying attention. Oh, you know, the Hug man's gone with a deep gloom. They acknowledge each other with the barest. Okay, yeah, Hug. No lane spreads the day's gathered intelligence across the table, her eyes scanning the scattered pieces as she searches for the hidden thread connecting them. What a gorgeous butch woman! Johnson was summoned away abruptly and has never returned, leaving Casey to pace the corridor, each step wearing the floorboards thinner with her anxiety. And so, the first night finally comes to an end. Eliminated Outland Spies, Horn Heiko, Edward Simmons, Johnson Madison. Completed identity reconstruction, secured Hilda's initial trust, questionable. Acquired dossiers on all remaining personnel. Keys obtained, 1. Consciousness restoration, 20%. 20%?! Are we only a fifth of the way through this story? Jesus Christ. Unresolved matters. The location of the monolith blueprint remains unknown. I mean, I knew this was going to be more than one session, but holy shit. Definitely plan on streaming this again tomorrow. The identity of the mole remains unconfirmed. Hilda's identity verification telegram remains unintercepted. Hilda's personal cipher strip remains undeciphered. Oh my god! Unlocked in next chapter. Unlocks December 25th at 5 o'clock. Well, I guess it's past that, chat. Alright, we gotta do more. We got to remove more goop tentacles, chat. Psychic Wandering Foots. That is a name. That is a screenshot right there. The Wandering Foots, chat. We found it. We found the Wandering Foots. Holy shit, that's great. The Wandering Foots, chat. Where does the foot wander, chat? Where to does the foot wander? I wonder. Actually, I'm tweeting that because I think it's funny. Where does the foot wander? I wonder. Oh, you play full AP Kai'Sa, so every W is basically an op shot. That's funny. Boss's HP, you say? 30 attack for each unit present. Hangman, strategic trail leaves behind Mystic Trail, and trace in the current grid. Applies buff every second to allied units above it, except the caster. Non-boss units recover a certain HP. Targets the grid where 2 students with the highest HP are located, and after a period applies a suspension mark. Prioritizing centers out the mark. What the fuck does a suspension mark do? Every 2 seconds, the mark's reduced by 20% and starts becoming 0. Oh, that's a yikes. Takes additional damage when you kill enemies. Neat. Okay. S5 daughter. Actually, you know what? You know what, chat? Let's see how S5 daughter handles this solo. Ah, yeah, she's fine, chat. I need him to move into range. There we go. S5 daughter is not overpowered or unbalanced at all,
This
chat.
kind of stuff is nothing to me now. Piece of cake.
Yeah, who needs a full team? S5 daughter, easy. Alright, let's grab these. Oh my god. We only got 60 hypercubes. We have so much left. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. This is 50. We were 15 chapters in already, right? They brought out so much story for this. Two, three, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 7, 5. Oh my, there's so much story in this event chat. Like, there's normally a lot of story, but that is a lot. Alright.
Hello there. Ready for the busy...
Real quick. I want to do like a tiny bit of gameplay real quick. So let's bully this boss real quick. Vital Blue. Oh, interesting. None of these are actually that useful. Not that I really need them. My Hilda's not built, so we can't really do Orms. And my Hilda and my Hypatia aren't built, so I can't really do Secretum team. You know what? I haven't used Raven in a while. Let's use Raven. Raven and LL, sure. This event is like the length of a main story chapter? Jesus fucking Christ, that is long. I'm not complaining because like it's been pretty peak so far and I am enjoying it, but that is a lot of story.
Who put a glass and roses on my grave?
Smile. Alright, this might be kind of rough, honestly, the chat, but let's see. Cold break? Yes, do cold break. This might actually be kind of rough without a healer, but let's see how it goes.
As wisteria blooms, behold the splendor.
The end is nigh.
Enjoy the
I might have to early pump Yelena, just so JinJinx can get lifesteal.
Listen.
As wisteria blooms, behold the splendor.
Enjoy. The end is nigh.
Energy is definitely going to be a thing. Oh jeez, Rick. Oh jeez, Rick. She doesn't have enough lifesteal. Not without any procs not happening. I might have to go for a really early burst window on her.
Listen.
Enjoy. The end is nigh.
Yeah, let's go for this.
Nevermore! Nevermore! Nevermore!
Listen.
The end is nigh. The end is nigh. The end is enjoy. The end is nigh. The end is nigh.
Well, that was fast.
nigh. Enjoy nevermore.
There we go. Okay, not bad. Just had to simply burst faster. Easy.
What a pitiful.
Raven buff is kind of funny. Just kill them before they can kill me, chat. Do kind of wish the other bosses were active. I kind of feel like playing some Bai Yi. It's funny that that Bai Yi's team turns a tower defense game into an action game. Yeah, I don't have any new Oblivion Pit to do either. Where's new data crevice? One of the new data crevices. Muted damage below 7 threshold. Use high single hit damage to kill. High single hit that. Why is Vator Blue listed? Vator Blue does not do high single hit damage. It's weird. Huh. Second half of the season. I can't even do hard right now? Really? Huh. I've never tried doing data crevice like early in the season, so I didn't realize it doesn't even look hard early on. That's kind of weird, but okay. You know what though? We don't get to play Darren much. And we just sort of take damage greater than or equal to a fixed value, range information wisely. At the same time, I probably don't even need to like. We even need to use Darren. Like, I'm pretty sure Bai Yi is gonna be more than enough to break their damage threshold. The question is whether hell it can hurt them.
Let's take them down. Manti, go. Oh. Try to keep up with me, you guys.
Yo, the buff on Bai Yi should definitely help with should definitely help with that. Alright, let's try this. $30K or higher, so probably not enough. Okay, yeah, cool.
You are all done for.
Oh no. Oh no.
Listen. The rain is coming.
You are all done.
Oh no. Okay, we just had to fish for a crit, I guess. Is Cyberpunk a good anime? Acid, Cyberpunk is literally one of my top 3 anime of all time. I literally own one of like I think they only did like 200-300 of them. I own one of the very limited edition, very limited run Cyberpunk 2077 anniversary Blu-ray box sets that came with actual cell sheets from the actual show. Like actual cell sheets from the animation studio from Trigger. It is hands down. If I know that you like really depressing, incredibly heartbreaking, emotional stories, you'll really enjoy Cyberpunk. It is my top 3 anime of all time are, for my personal taste at least, and for how they are like specifically personally important to myself as an individual. In no specific order are Cyberpunk 2077, Attack on Titan, and the original Fullmetal Alchemist, 2004? 2002? Fullmetal Alchemist. So, yeah, it is an incredibly good anime. There were some complaints about the animation. I think the animation is incredible, but I understand some of the complaints, because there are some, like, weirdly repeated animation cycles. Probably for budget reasons more than anything else, but I do think it has some beautiful arts and beautiful animation when you just, other than those aspects. There are like a few cases where they have cycled animations that bother, I've heard as a criticism against it, but I personally don't really mind it that much. Because I do think what they do put in terms of a lot of the animations and some of the more iconic scenes and everything is incredible, and it's very Trigger. It is a very Trigger show. If you like Trigger, you will enjoy the animation. I heard a lot of good things about it. Pretty much anyone who has watched it has loved it. Yeah, because the thing about Cyberpunk 2077, you have to like depressing things. It is incredibly depressing, but it is such an incredibly well done, incredibly depressing show. And a thing that makes it so good is the fact that it is like such a powerful, emotionally evocative tragedy. It is very much a tragedy. Like, this is very much a show along the lines of original Fullmetal Alchemist, and especially along the lines of Attack on Titan, where it is a tragedy. It is not a happy story. It is not meant to be a happy story. It is not a story where you can expect a happy ending. And I don't even think that's spoilers of any kind. Just, you know, don't expect a happy ending. It is a tragedy. But if you enjoy tragedies, you enjoy gorgeous trigger-style animation, you enjoy really emotionally evocative stories, you enjoy... Even if you don't enjoy the setting specifically, like the way they handle the set pieces and the way they handle exploring in like non-exposition dumpy ways, the actual setting itself, and giving you a really strong feel and vibe of like how broken and corrupt and fucked up the world of cyberpunk is. I think they do an incredible job. Like, it manages to do a significantly better job really conveying the world and setting of cyberpunk than the fucking game does, and the game has so much more content to work with. Like, the depressing dehumanization of humans that is very much like a big aspect of any cyberpunk setting, like outside of Cyberpunk 2077 slash Cyberpunk what is it, 20, what was the original one again? The original tabletop RPG is 21 something, 22 something. 1 second, can't remember. Why can I not remember the number? Cyberpunk TTRPG is, oh my god, why can I not? Cyberpunk 2020, thank you, yeah. Wait, no, these are the video... Wait, this is the video game. Wait, no, what? Is it 2020? I swore Cyberpunk was set later than 2077. Wait, no, that's right, it is 2020, right, because 2077 is in the future, yeah. Cyberpunk 2020. Outside of that, because Cyberpunk is a genre, right? Cyberpunk stories, I mean, a huge part of Cyberpunk stories is trying to explore concepts of like what it means to be human and dehumanization through two primary angles. One is like, you know, the loss of physical humanity through cybernetic implants and the implications of that, as well as through the dehumanization by corporations, because a big part of Cyberpunk settings is mega corporations oftentimes being more powerful than actual national governments anymore. And I think they do such an incredible job in Cyberpunk 2077 of exploring those themes very effectively with really powerful narratives, with a really powerful narrative and really powerful storytelling. I love the show, if you couldn't tell. It is absolutely one of my absolute favorite shows, and I heavily recommend watching it if you like depressing stories. Because it is a tragedy. Like, it is not like it's not like a kind of sad story that is like baked in like an adventure or romance or something like that, right? It is just straight up a tragedy. In the most classical sense. Favorite current favorite is not comedy. And the thing is, like, Cyberpunk 2077 does have moments of levity and comedy in it, but it is at its core a tragedy in the most classic sense. On the contrary, I don't enjoy only depressing stories. Like I said, it's not necessarily only depressing. It has its moments of levity. It has really strong characters too. I think is a big part of it. They have so many incredibly strong characters, and a lot of them are very beloved for good reason. And it's not just like pure depression, but the depressive peaks in the show are very good and very intense. Everyone here is a gacha degen. We breathe depressing stories around here. Smile. You like getting beat to death with sorrow? Cyberpunk is for you. Like, even just the setting Mike Pondsmith has said Cyberpunk is about saving the world. It's about barely saving yourself. Exactly. Cyberpunk, the original and 2077 Cyberpunk story, because the original Cyberpunk is a tabletop RPG called Cyberpunk 2020. They are very much about yeah, that's exactly like perfect. It's not about saving the world, it's about barely saving yourself. It is about like what a struggle it is to be human and remain human, and what that even means anymore in a world that has become sufficiently corrupt and dehumanizing. because a huge aspect of Cyberpunk 2077 is the mega corporations that are so incredibly powerful that they are oftentimes your allegiance to the mega corporation you work for is more important than your national allegiance. That to the point where these international mega conglomerates are oftentimes have more power than actual national governments do, and how they dehumanize not only the people who work for them but humans in general as commodities and numbers. And the stories are not about trying to be a big hero. They're about trying to achieve your own goals in a sufficiently brutal modern world. I should get the Cyberpunk DLC and play it somewhat at some point. Grayeth, have you played Cyberpunk since the 2.0, since the 2.0 rework? Because the game is so much better now. They did such a good job with the 2.0 rework that happened when they released the DLC. If you haven't played even the non-DLC version since the rework, I heavily recommend trying it. It is even without the DLC, replaying through the entire game with the way that they reworked the mechanics it's such a better game now. It's not just, oh, they removed the bugs. They fully reworked how skills and everything works in 2.0, and it's a much better game now. Honestly, same as probably why I love stand-up so much, lol. Yeah, like, it is not a dark comedy. It is very much a tragedy. I read Murcielago this year, and it became one of my favorite manga. It helps the MC as an evil lesbian serial killer. I am not familiar, but I kind of want to read that now. Only thing I distinctly remember in Cyberpunk was Jesse Cox's failure pen extension, because it's completely possible. That was such a good side story. That was such, like, a good side gig. That was so funny. Speaking of story games, did you ever play Disco Elysium? I played about 10 hours of Disco Elysium, but at the time in my life where I played Disco Elysium, my brain wasn't really in a place to handle that level of depth of narrative and story, where I just dropped it, and I haven't picked it back up since. It might actually be fun to do a playthrough of Disco Elysium, especially now that I've become a much more, like, narrative game or narrative in games focused individual. It might be nice to pick it back up again and play it on stream or something. That's definitely something potentially for the future. Lol, it would be so crazy if the real world was like that. Haha, yeah, Merrick, it would be so crazy. Ha ha ha. It's not like Cyberpunk. The Cyberpunk settings take what are a lot of the modern issues with our current late-stage capitalist society and world that we live in, and then extend that further into a near-future sci-fi where we take those things towards their more extreme but natural conclusions, and then try to explore what life is like in those or something. It's not like that's definitely not what Cyberpunk does. Ha 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 ha. Which is also definitely not part of why I enjoy it. I enjoy the genre in general so much, and the stories that they tell in especially Cyberpunk 2077 so much. We already wear tech enhancements. We already require classes to function correctly. Yeah, but I think that the cybernetic angle, while important, is a thing that people focus on too much when it comes to Cyberpunk, not just specifically 2077 and 22 and Edgerunners, but in general with Cyberpunk as a genre, because it is an important factor, but it is a much more serviceable factor. Like the dehumanization of humans from megacorporations and from like the exploration of what the natural end results of unchecked late-stage capitalism looks like for humanity is like such a huge aspect of the themes and exploration, and I would argue a lot more important than the cool cybernetic aspect of it, even though they do kind of dual layer, right? Because the cybernetics allow you to explore themes of dehumanization in more personal, individual ways versus the more societal, larger meta landscape of things. I played it quite some after 2.0, though since I have a story of everything except main story first, I didn't clear it. That's fair. There is a lot of content to clear in 2077. I have cleared all of it. Like, I've done 100% playthroughs because I enjoy the game so much. But I do heavily recommend the DLC. The original narrative of Cyberpunk 2077 is actually pretty good. It was always pretty good. Despite the rocky launch and the buggy issues, they didn't really change the story at all with the reworks. They just fixed things up, right? They fixed all the bugs up, and then they re-optimized, and then they also improved the mechanics in 2.0. But the narrative was always really strong. Fucking... The DLC's narrative is so good. It is so good. I cannot recommend playing the Cyberpunk 2077 DLC enough. It is one of the absolute best narratives in gaming, bar none, in my opinion. Never beat it, but come across the DMX reference in most random games. In that game solidifies the top 20 game minimum. DMX reference at 4 AM when I got people sleep in the house mostly. Hell yeah. I think Cyberpunk is the new common person's Deus Ex Corpo future despair, and I kinda hope more kids play Deus Ex 2. The thing is, Acid, is Deus Ex is a cyberpunk setting. It's not cyberpunk. It is a bit weird because Cyberpunk 2020 kind of co-opted the genre of cyberpunk as its name. So when I say cyberpunk, I have to specify cyberpunk as a genre versus cyberpunk as a property, because Cyberpunk 2077, 2020, and Edge Runners exist to the cyberpunk property, but cyberpunk is also its own genre. And Deus Ex is a cyberpunk setting. It is a cyberpunk game. Like, the game is set in a cyberpunk setting. They just handle things a bit differently because Deus Ex... Original Deus Ex is a bit more sci-fi leaning for sure. I haven't played it myself. I've seen people play it. I'm not super familiar with it. Deus Ex Mankind Revolution and that series of games decides to kind of approach cyberpunk more from an angle of what it means to have what was it? You need like the special immunity blockers or some shit, right? In order to be able to handle cybernetics and things like that, and that's kind of a big angle they focus. Funniest example of tech enhancements is in Deus Ex. In the newer games, it's about people chopping limbs to get enhancements for work, knowing in 20 years nanomachines makes it obsolete. Yeah. Yeah, I've never actually done a full personal playthrough of the original Deus Ex. We deal AoE damage and break cores. Cool. That is a very unuseful buff. So what you're telling me is AoE damage and cores, so Bai again, and S5 Daughter again. Oh, we get one unit? Huh, okay. Well, they were actually recommending that we use Shalom, and I'll take every opportunity I can to play Shalom, so...
Too noisy. Quiet. Quiet.
Well, okay, funny then, I guess. Lamau Shalom Core Break City, I guess.
Quiet. Too noisy. Quiet. Too noisy. Quiet.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot, I didn't realize that it was gonna spawn more waves. That messes things up a little bit. God damn it. Shalom is unfortunately from an older generation of DPSs where they require so much fucking energy to ult.
Quiet.
Which is kind of a huge disadvantage in this content.
Quiet.
Okay, there we go. This seems like a job for Lappy. Also, yes, you can definitely just clear that content with Lappy for sure. That's definitely the strongest free-to-play option for that. Also, on that note, more immersive sim game devs, less open world, Unreal Engine 5 stuff, please, and thank you. Yeah, agreed. Even the man for augmented women rented overnight has made human trafficking in the chop shops. They explore so much lol, Jinx. I know you never have time because of all the gachas, but if you have a weekend off, if you love ascending, Deus Ex 1 is actually not just Glaze. Way ahead of itself. Oh yeah, no, I have had enough. I'm familiar enough with it and have heard enough great things from people whose opinions I respect that I definitely know that it's something I would really enjoy. Endure as many hits as possible. Let's go, tank shit. Physical and magic damage, 3x, he's only taking damage from a duck. Fun, okay. I don't have anything really preset built for tanks. Guess let's do. I mean, okay, we have more.
Firewall debugging completed. You're under.
I must
We
take
have
this seriously
more. Can grab Rahu.
I can eradicate any threats, if that's what it takes to guarantee your safety.
Shin.
They will behave.
Fuck it, I guess Hamel.
I can hear it. The prelude of the dance.
And a little concerned about Hamel's ability to live. Oh, right, yeah, Levy, because he just has
You go to
natural
such
healing.
dangerous places just for fun? Wow, you have my respect.
I'm a little concerned about the Catalyst's ability to survive, but I guess we'll see what happens. Let's go with... I mean, it doesn't really matter what he runs. He just needs raw stats, really. I guess... I don't fucking know. Whatever. Sure, Nightmare Revelation doesn't really do anything, but whatever. Rahu should be able to solo sustain.
The smoke has risen. Now, play your heart out. The smoke has...
I will return from the abyss once again.
That is...
Is this written in my fate?
There's a lot of damage.
How I hate it.
Eradicate.
Fair enough.
I'm on a mission. I have to protect.
Okay, I don't think my Catalyst can handle tanking this.
The smoke has risen. Now, play your heart out.
Huh, why is the physical damage so much higher? Oh my Jesus!
The smoke has risen. Now,
eradicate. Oh, red!
Okay, yeah, I need more tanky units. I think the amount of healing I have is overkill.
the smoke has risen.
Everything of
D-Matrix, activate!
How much score do I even need, though? Can I still clear this in another 60 seconds without an additional tank eating damage? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, cool. People glaze a hole, you can't int everyone games of recent years. Immersive Sims just been doing that for 3 decades at this point. Yeah, pretty much. Immersive Sims are just so good. Like Baldur's Gate 3 is so good because it's an RPG Immersive Sim and some other stuff. So I have heard. What is this? Assist boss stuck in defeating enemies. So we just kill them? This is literally just kill better? Did I not grab buffs for that survivability one? Whoops, I thought the buffs were auto. Is this just like, just kill them? Better, forehead? Oh, you have to use purely supports. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I can eradicate any threats.
Firewall debugging completed. You're under protection now.
Dear audience, let me unveil this tale before you.
Gotcha. Support gaming.
Rest assured, and leave it in my hands.
Probably one of the few situations where Omfer is really strong, actually. No, does Ella help? Let's find out. Does boss like deal physical damage? Or magic? Because Yugu's magic shred isn't really that useful. Otherwise, just grab this probably. I mean, they did say more's good, which probably means that.
Enjoy the release.
If Mancy, get buff.
Listen.
Enjoy the release.
Listen. The rain is coming.
D-Matrix, activate.
Okay. Yeah, so just spam buffers, basically. Gotcha. What's this one? Silence sims will be silenced if the enemies quickly on this effect. Oh, okay, so just basic attack. Everything to death. Gotcha. This looks like a job for summer. Oh wait, Shin's silence. Shin's kind of useless then. Yelena still gives crit buffs, can give crits to Summer at least. And is there anyone else who doesn't need their ult to buff? Oh wait, no, Shin just like naturally gives normal damage bonus, doesn't she? Yeah, okay. Sure, whatever, should be fine. Oh, Yelena can't actually do her base. Okay, well I guess it doesn't matter. I guess they don't really need to have full buffs. This is normal, not hard, so it's not exactly that difficult to clear. Alright. What's this one? Enemies mission far away from allies. Really far away. Each enemy defeat grants 1 G. They're really far away, chat. So, yeah, I assume you're supposed to use Augustus here. I don't actually have Augustus' team really built up. I should probably do that. Oh, they are really far away. Oh, you get 2 units. Huh. Yeah, I don't have Oak Casket built.
So you're in charge this time? This should be fun.
Oh, yeah, Hestia makes sense. Okay, yeah, sure. We'll also grab Hestia. Lamau global damage.
Crush them all!
This is the guidance of the flames. This is the guidance of the flames. This is the guidance of the flames.
Crush them all! Crush them all! Crush them all!
This is the guidance of the flames.
Okay. Oh, in 45 seconds? Oh, okay, I gotta micro a little better, probably. EMP! That's so funny they recommend EMP here.
Crush them all!
This is the guidance of the flames. This
Not yet.
is the guidance of the flame. This is the guidance of the flames.
She needs like slightly more damage.
Rush them all. This is the guidance of the flames.
Crush them all!
This is the guidance of the flames.
Oh my god, okay, I need to slow this down. I'm not microwaving nearly well enough for the 45-second clear. Crit damage, crit hits. Since magic damage increases, I cast the ultimate normal attack. Yeah, let's see this. Let me go off of one. Off of,
Crush them all!
This
early kill will get more
is
energy
the
faster.
guidance of the flames. This is the guidance of the flames. This is the guidance of the flames. This is the guidance of the flames.
Crush them all! Crush them all! Crush them all!
Yay! Data logs. Wow. Nom nom nom. Gimme, gimme, gimme. What do we have here? Total damage. Damage in core break? You don't say. Crit damage. Break. Which class? No, I'm gonna be running a lot of Umbra, so it's not very good. Let's go crit damage. I get a full team? Hell yeah, I get a full team. S5 daughter! Parfait has got AoE buffs, so I should probably stick it right there.
D-Matrix, activate! Across the board, limit up!
I just realized I'm kinda dumb.
D-Matrix, activate! You are all dead.
Okay, that gives us some energy. The Parfait buffing actually doesn't really matter that much.
Overflow! Warning! Overflow! Warning!
Where is
activate.
Your cores, bro? Where are your cores, bro? Oh, do they only show cores once? So I should be waiting to burn cores, I guess. Oh, whoops, that's not what I meant to click. 150-second increase total damage of cold break. Exposes the core at the start. Okay, I see. Yeah, you really are just supposed to like build up 4 resources and then just like raw burst out core damage.
D-Matrix, activate!
They have an overlap point in the center, so I need to put 0 there. Yeah, so we just kind of chill until we have 4 resources to burn. Oh no, Hell is breaking them early. Oh shit, Hell is breaking them early. Damn it. Okay, let me restart that real quick. I gotta like make sure Hella is... I make sure I rotate Hella so I can build up resources.
Overflow. Warning.
No, I forgot. Bye. Okay, let's do this. Oh, okay. Interesting. The cores go away pretty soon in, so I can't build up full of resources, just partial. Noted. Oh wait, I need 0 attacking from the beginning. I need to do this. I guess I gotta do this so that buffs it up fast enough.
Across the board, limit up. Overflow. Warning.
One Graves. Hurry up.
Love and pain.
Oh my god, really? Graves still doesn't have enough that fast? Okay, does Graves have Hope on? I think I need to throw Hope on so she has enough initial energy then.
Love and pain are intertwined.
Overflow. Warning. Across the board, limit up.
Love and pain are
D-matrix. At overflow. Warning.
I am not microing very well.
done.
Overflow. Warning. Whack them all. Whack them all.
You are all done.
Whack them all. D-matrix. Activate. Overflow. Warning.
Yeah, I couldn't break SS. Played too poorly there.
Overflow. Warning. Overflow. Warning.
Do they ever feel cores again later? Question.
Overflow. Warning.
You are all done.
Whack them all. D-matrix.
Yes.
Activate.
Oh, nope, there they go. Perfect.
Love and pain.
Overflow.
Gorgeous, so we do get into the Kubrick window. I need to slow this down a bit.
Overflow. Warning.
You are all done.
D-matrix. Activate.
I can't get the Bai ult up in time.
Overflow. Warning. Overflow. Warning.
So just maintain until they show cores again.
Overflow. Warning. Overflow. Warning.
What the fuck did they show cores again? 30 seconds?
Overflow. Warning.
Surely 30 seconds, right? Oh my god. Okay, yeah, just barely. Full 30 seconds.
Across the board, D-matrix.
Love and pain are intertwined.
Overflow. Overflow. Overflow.
Oh fuck, I forgot a Soul Scourge first. Whatever.
You are all done. You are all done for.
Overflow.
Why you getting the ult up in time? I don't think so.
You are all done.
Overflow. Warning. D-Matrix. D-Matrix. Activate.
Holy shit, you need so much damage, hit triple S. Not super well played. I could definitely hit triple S if I just timed all my shit better, but shrug. Don't need to hit triple S, so... Lamal control duration. This one is actually quite funny. Anything here for small damage? I need energy generation though. I don't look like there's anything else for energy generation. Shit, I really need to make a fucking 11 team.
The phone is ringing, my dear.
I guess this team has one summon unit already built in at least. Smile.
Friends.
Need like roar. Let's do. Let's see. I need LL. I need Gunfire.
Do you want my mark?
I need. Who the fuck else has control and fear other than these three? I don't use Kelvin, but I guess technically Kelvin. Does snare count as control? Whoops, not what I meant to click. Fuck. It's like Kelvin, I guess?
It's time for the toys to... Do you want my mark?
I mean, just 11 spam should probably be enough anyway. That's kind of the idea here, is to just 11 spam, be able to make shit out of them, but... Who the fuck else has control? I don't know if Lamia counts.
Are you sure you want to leave this to me?
LL produces energy.
Go.
No one else produces energy. Attack buffs don't matter, it's just control duration and score. I guess let's find out if Lamia counts. I guess Zoya technically fears things, kind of, but it's like the world's most cope fear. Barely ever triggers.
Whatever wishes you have, you can tell me.
Let's see. Gunfire just needs an energy set. I guess this one. Should probably give 11. No, the most important one is probably LL or 11 for energy set. Probably 11. I don't even know what the fuck you put on Kelvin. Lamia also just another random energy set, I guess. Let me think here. So Scarebox needs to be here. 11 should be here.
Go.
Enjoy the release.
Thank you for tuning in.
Shit, is 11 set up? Is 11's Reforge set up for fear spam? I don't think it is.
Face your fear head on. Be trapped here forever.
Thank you for tuning in.
Please don't come over here.
Oh, cool, they have cores. Oh, thank God they have cores. Oh, thank God they have cores.
Thank you for tuning in.
I need to do this like progressively so I don't waste too much energy overflow.
Thank you for tuning in.
Enjoy the relief. Face your fear head on. Enjoy the...
Thank you for tuning
Ah, I missed the other core breaks. Shit. Gotta be faster.
Be trapped here forever.
Okay, yeah, Lamia doesn't count.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in.
Enjoy the release.
Shit, that's not enough. Oh no, that's not enough.
Please don't come over here.
Okay, I have to save 11
Thank
shit
you
apparently.
for tuning in.
Okay, yeah, I really gotta save 11 stuff. 11 needs more energy. I need to be able to immediately double ult. Actually, they're probably gonna have 3 cores now, so I'm probably fucked.
Face your fear head on. Be trapped here forever.
Oh, no, they have...
Thank you for tuning in.
Enjoy the release.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for
Oh my
tuning
god,
in.
yeah, you have to be so fast to catch
Please
any
don't
more
come
than
over
that.
here.
My finger's not that
For
fast.
tuning in.
I guess it's probably at 30 seconds, right? That the next round comes up. It's probably like right here. Yep.
Thank you for tuning in.
Face your fear head on. Enjoy the release.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in.
I'm so bad at this, chat. Fuck.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in.
Be trapped here forever. Please don't come over here.
Go. Thank you for tuning in.
Enjoy the release.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in.
Face your fear head on.
Damn, couldn't triple S control duration because I was microing poorly. I realized that me spamming multiple ones on the same group wasn't increasing duration much since they were already feared. And unit shield value and healing amount. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's the only thing is energy and more healing and shielding, so. Providing more healing and shielding dry edge up will increase the healing amount of shield value, so it's really just heal Rider Duck and tank that guy, I guess? Okay. Keep LL for the energy. Grab
Firewall
you.
debugging completed.
You go to such danger.
I don't have letter built, do I? Shit, I don't have letter built, so I can't use letter. I do not have shielders built.
Hear it.
So we go for raw healing, I guess.
Flowers will bloom wherever I go. Bloom here, till the day you wither. D-Matrix, activate.
The smoke has risen. The smoke has risen. Now, play your heart out.
D-Matrix, activate. Enjoy the release. D-Matrix, activate. D-Matrix, D-Matrix, activate. D-Matrix, activate.
Listen. The smoke has risen.
Enjoy the release. D-Matrix, D-Matrix, activate. Bloom here, till the day you wither. D-Matrix,
Let the dance begin.
enjoy the D-Matrix, activate.
Lamau, the more spam. More shield spam. So not that much more I can do to build her shield faster though.
Till the day you wither.
Oh wait, is the shield not going up? Ah shit, it has to, motherfucker has to take damage. I'm capped on shield.
The smoke has risen.
D-Matrix, activate.
It's not doing enough damage for me to get more shield, chat. Shit, so do I have to do this then?
Activate.
Like I have to like
D-Matrix,
force the shield
activate.
off of them
D-Matrix,
so I can re-shield.
enjoy the D-Matrix,
Yeah, okay, that is how it works, great.
enjoy
That's-
The smoke has
Bloom here. D-Matrix, activate. D-Matrix,
yeah, I have to like
activate.
force the shield off of them.
D-Matrix, activate.
That's so
Enjoy
expensive
the
for
release.
more, holy shit.
Activate. D-Matrix, activate. Enjoy the D-Matrix, activate. D-Matrix, activate.
Yeah, I don't think I can afford
the
another one.
smoke has risen.
D-Matrix,
Okay, now that I
activate.
know that though, I can redo this and get a double S. Yeah, not having a secondary healer kind of sucks for this. Oh, secondary shielder for this kind of sucks. Because Demon has like unlimited shield cap, but Moore has a shield cap. So I'm like forced to like actually move their move shield off of them.
D-Matrix, activate. D-Matrix, activate.
The smoke has risen. The smoke has
Bloom here, till the day you wither.
Actually, not thinking about it. LL or Moore needs to have like the primary energy set on her, just to maximize her energy gain. Okay, cool. That should be good.
D-Matrix,
The smoke has risen. The smoke has risen.
bloom here, till the day you wither. D-Matrix,
How many shields can I get out? 3, right?
D-Matrix,
And it caps
activate.
out for the most part. So now we need to move
Activate.
shields.
D-Matrix, activate. D-Matrix, enjoy the release. D-Matrix, activate. D-Matrix,
The smoke has risen.
enjoy the D-Matrix, activate.
Okay, yeah, that fourth one's not worth using. Barely got any healing out of it.
Listen.
Already barely got any shielding out of it.
D-Matrix, activate. Enjoy D-Matrix, activate.
The smoke has risen.
D-Matrix, activate. Bloom here, till the day. D-Matrix, activate. D-Matrix, activate. Enjoy the D-Matrix, Activate. D-Matrix. Activate.
The smoke has risen. Now.
D-Matrix. Activate. D-Matrix. Enjoy D-Matrix. Activate.
Let's bloom here.
Till the D-Matrix. Activate. D-Matrix. Activate.
Is there even worth doing?
D-Matrix.
Probably
Activate.
still it is some degree of gain.
Activate. D-Matrix. Activate.
The smoke has risen. The smoke has
bloom here.
Listen to its
D-Matrix. Activate. Enjoy the real D-Matrix. Activate. D-Matrix. Activate.
Oh no, it's not worth doing. I barely got anything out of that one.
D-Matrix. Activate.
Yeah, I mean either way we hit double S, but I don't think with only more I can hit triple S shields. It's just not enough.
The smoke has risen. Now.
D-Matrix. Activate.
Bloom here. Till the day.
Enjoy D-Matrix. D-Matrix. Activate.
Listen to its whispers.
You know, I used to hate playing Data Crevice. It's a bit more fun now, though, that I actually have, like, put in the investment time into having the breadth of teams needed to deal with the mechanics in it. So I have most of the teams necessary to deal with most of the weird mechanics that this demands. Because Data Crevice is an interesting case where, like, building meta teams purely for damage is kind of not how you actually deal with it. More so how you deal with it is, there's like a few where damage matters, but for the most part it's about having breadth of team types, so you have like shielding and healing teams, you have shielding and healing available, you have the ability to control and fear enemies and freeze enemies available, so you have, because they're all like weird gimmick, contents, where it's not just do as much damage and kill things as fast as possible, but more so apply this specific mechanic a lot. Main one I'm missing is I don't have like highest damage number team currently, because I only have Darren, but I don't have Oak Casket built, so I can't actually triple S that. I haven't been able to get a triple S high damage number score with Darren so far. I might be able to do it with a different amping setup than what I run, but fuck, it's 220. I just missed all my dailies. I got distracted. Fuck. What is this? Do we have a new EX? No, we don't have a new EX. Oh, do we have a new EX? Do I need to, like... I might need to clear further in main story to unlock a new EX then, if there is a new one. Okay, I got distracted, chat. We missed all of our dailies.
Oh!
Fuck.
Are you here to see me, Chief? Feel free to take the time to look at the new supplies, too.
Oh, yawning. I'm getting a tiny bit tired, but we should do a little bit more story first. Now that I've efficiently wasted like an hour, well, not really waste an hour, but an hour's worth of like contenting. Alright, what does 11 need though? Since now we have Reforge mats, we have like Reforge mat purchasing abilities now. Ugh, I couldn't buy all the ones from the last period, that sucks. Yeah, I missed like a whole data crevice, unfortunately. What else does she have not purchased yet? This one. Oh, I think I bought everything. Yep. She's maxed out now, so can actually run her. Just need to get enough of these. Yay. How many blues do I need for a new character now? What Reforge am I building next? I guess Oak Casket. I was just talking about how I don't have Oak Casket built. So I probably just want Oak Casket Reforge. Which requires a lot more materials. 1, 2, 3, 4 blues, so I need 2 more of these. Ugh, I have to wait until the full next period to be able to buy more purples and golds, though. That's a full month from now, chat. I wanna wait a month. Let's see, how many of these do I actually need for 11? I might as well buy them. Let's see, I need 505 more. Alright, let's just go buy them. And I can focus my stamina on purchasing other things. Alright, 11 Reforge is fully built. Yay. I think this is the better one for, like, short-term content. Pretty sure, since it's just more raw damage. Oh, since it allows you to do burst stuff, while the other one is probably better for long-form content, because it requires distant entities to die. That one is only useful for data, just because most bosses aren't fearable. This one allows more ult spam, this one allows each ult to have more slap. I believe that one is better, generally speaking. First grab this one though. One's probably okay. I actually don't know if this is optimal. I'll have to look up what the optimal setup looks like later, but for now that's good. Cool, 11 is built. I mean, I should probably rank this up, but yeah, that's actually really nice. Still, I'm gonna be stingy with those for now. I don't know who else I want to build that might need them more. Then again, she is the main DPS. It's kind of important that she gets these. Ugh, I don't want to burn 20 of them. I'm so stingy. Those are such, like, heavily time-gated materials. Plus, if I'm building Oak Casket, I do need to get her ECB to 3. I guess I need to go raid this. Don't have stamina, so we do it in 2 days, I guess. Okay, well, that was a nice little aside for gameplay and character building. Back to story. Although, real quick, before we start this off, I do need to go grab a snack as well as sort my laundry, so BRB chat. Alright, and we are so back, chat. Thank you, Brain Rot, back on for your service as always. I am back with more machaca and making more tacos with it. This time with a bit of sour cream, though, since I forgot to last time. And then we will eat a little bit while we do more event story, because we're apparently only a fifth of the goddamn way through this. It's so long. I'm glad that we're getting on this early, because we would not have had enough time to finish this if we weren't already starting this event before the last day it was available, because I'm really bad about doing that. Okay, oh, goodness. Dropping things. Apparently my tortilla decided to break immediately as soon as I stuffed it. Okay. Oh. How damn now, Shishi. I should make these myself at some point. Pretty nice. I haven't ever really tried mixing shredded pork with eggs before, but it is a nice combination. And I do make shredded pork quite often because pork butt is a very cheap cut of meat that is often on sale. And shredded pork is a relatively lazy dish to make because you throw everything into a pot and then just let it braise for like an hour. And it's very easy to freeze and stuff as well, so you can have a very large portion that you eat a decent chunk of and then freeze the rest for later. Okay. Okay. Taco. Still a taco left for me to eat, but let's get going. Heavy clouds still hang oppressively low, forcing the managed light to burn despite the early hour. You spend a sleepless night hunched over Hilda's cipher strip, the cryptic symbols swimming before your tired eyes. All you have to show for it is the elimination of a few common encryption methods. Yet, it's a drop in an ocean of possibilities. A trial and error approach could take a year and yield nothing. You wonder how professional cryptographers ever crack these things. The task feels hopeless. With the arrival of daylight, you reluctantly freshen up and step out into the corridor. As you walk through the corridor, you notice a guard in the blue raincoat at the manor's entrance. He appears to be a messenger, exchanging something with a guard outside the gates through the curtain of rain. No one but Hilda could send or receive mail from the sealed manor. This must be the identity verification letter she mentioned yesterday, with the one destined for her superiors. You need to find a way to intercept it. Directly intercept. This could not end badly at all. You rush to manor's entrance, arriving just in time to see the messengers retreating back. The crucial letter is already in the hands of the gate guard. Faced with your request, the guard is an unyielding statue, his loyalty to protocol absolute.
The officer's orders are clear. All intelligence letters must go directly to her. I cannot relinquish it to anyone else.
Jump his ass! Helpless, you only watch as the guard turns and carries the letter into the main hall, sealing your fate. You are escorted to Hilda's room with grim efficiency. The questioning begins calmly, then sharpens when you offer no answers. Finally, with a disappointed sigh, she begins the formal interrogation. Your truth serum pulls you under, and your consciousness becomes a flood you cannot control. What secrets have you revealed? You may never know. But it doesn't matter. You think to yourself in a daze. The next time you meet, she will have no memory of this. You will start again, as strangers meeting for the first time. Sag. Bound to reunite. Okay. We think of something else. For now, you have no justification to accept the letter. Your only option is to wait and watch. A group has already gathered in the hall. Helen is quietly arranging breakfast on a large table. Your eyes are drawn to Hilda, seated alone and sipping a cup of pitch black coffee. 3 empty chairs punctuate the table. The other guests shift uneasily, and you catch them stealing furtive glances at you and Hilda. The silence is suffocating. In this tense stillness, you find yourself quite unexpectedly missing Edward's presence. Our boy, Edward!
The book. Have you finished it?
In a single night? Hilda's voice cuts through the silence as she gestures toward the copy of The Wilderness you brought with you. I find your notes more interesting than the original text.
Just the scribblings of a younger me. If you found them worthwhile, then they served their purpose.
Reading a book at a time like this, and the wilderness of all things. You two sure have leisure time to spare.
Man, chill, dog.
Fate, you blind thrower of dice, casting us onto fields shrouded in war. Aspiration, you sacred yet callous flame, flickering in this bloodied storm.
How nostalgic. That was a particular favorite of mine in my youth. It's quite remarkable that you still remember those lines, Captain Marlowe.
Do forgive me for interrupting this little trip down memory lane. Is this some special outland childhood reminiscence I'm not privy to? What a pity. I'm from this city. Didn't have my nose in many books as a girl, let alone poetry. Then again, if I hadn't gotten myself tangled up with a man of such lofty aspirations, I suppose I wouldn't be sitting here now.
Oh. She fixes Marlowe with a pointed, challenging stare. He looks away, unable to hold it. An awkward silence blankets the room, thick and uncomfortable, but it's shattered moments later by a guard's sharp announcement.
Reporting, ma'am. A new dispatch from intelligence headquarters. Shall I bring it in?
A cold knot tightens in your chest, and Hilda's gaze flicks to you for a fleeting moment.
Yes. Bring it in.
Okay, done eating. The guard crosses the hall, the sealed envelope pinched between his fingers like a verdict. With deliberate steps, he delivers it to Hilda's waiting hand. Every eye in the room looks into the letter. You are utterly powerless to stop it. It's too late. Just as your mind starts to scramble, calculating when to rewind with your next link attempt, a sharp concussive blast rips through the mountain's foundations. Ooh, how convenient! Boom! Long dash. The light whips violently, strobing the scene in frantic flashes before surrendering completely, plunging the world into choking darkness.
Enemy attack! Get down! Find cover!
How convenient for us. Gunfire erupts the moment he barks the order. The walls and windows are pockmarked with the sickening thud of impacts, punctuated by the crystalline shatter of glass. A wave of screams that swiftly choke down as training overrides panic. This is it, the perfect chance, and you're only one! You scramble through the chaos, feigning a stumble of terror as you crash into Hilda and reach for the envelope in her hand. A grunt is punched from her lungs.
Who's there?
Screams and gunfire are deafening. You're so close. Your fingers brush the rough paper of the envelope. You seize it and yank with all your strength. But as the letter tears from her grasp, it never reaches your hand. A bullet screams through the darkness, punching clean through the paper. For a heart-stopping moment, it flutters, a grey with a leaf tracing a silent arc before vanishing completely into the chaos. Finding it now, in this impenetrable darkness, seems impossible. You decide to... ... chase after the envelope, and of course we're gonna fucking die, chat. You dive through a hail of gunfire, bullets snapping past your ears, and you feel the searing heat of a few rounds grazing your body. You stagger behind a nearby chair, heart hammering against your ribs. Then an unfamiliar guttural rasp cuts through the chaos right beside you.
Fuck off! Get out of my way!
Bang! The world goes black. You never even see the shooter. Lamau. Alright. This time we pick what was obviously the correct answer. Avoid the crowd and investigate the true explosion site. The explosion tore through the second floor. Given what's kept up there, the only thing the attacker could be, the monolith prototype in Hilda's room. By the time you reach the upstairs corridor, the gunfire sputtering out, the perimeter attack has been quelled, the guards' shots growing isolated, then ceasing altogether. In the ensuing quiets, your eyes strain against the darkness. A single vague silhouette has collapsed on the floor ahead. Definitely not, yep. Definitely not Rich Man. The lights flicker, then flood the corridor with a harsh, steady glow, allowing you to make out the face. Johnson? The scene is one of utter devastation. The electrical equipment at the corridors end is shredded. A nest of wiring has been blown apart, its core still smoldering, tendrils of black smoke coiling toward the ceiling. The walls are scarred with soot. And there, directly beneath the shattered electrical box, is Johnson. He lies on his back, an ordinary military knife driven deep into his chest. A pool of fresh, shockingly red blood is still spreading beneath him, gleaming under the emergency lights. Motherfucker tried to escape and got killed in the chaos. His eyes are frozen wide in the final mask of terror. His right hand is twisted into a desperate clawing gesture, while his left hand is clenched in a death grip around a single, severed piece of copper wire. A choked scream escapes Casey at the sight of the body. She stumbles backward, nearly fainting, before Man-Fist lunges forward to catch her.
No. Johnson. No. Who did this? Tell me who did this!
Her voiceover very much sounds like a side character. Emotion overwhelms her. She lurches to her feet and stumbles toward Johnson's body, the stunned hesitation of the others granting her a tragic passage.
This knife. It's Marlowe's. I saw it on him yesterday during his argument with Horn.
Her gaze instantly falls on Marlowe. His face darkens as his hand goes instinctively to the empty sheath at his waist.
With all the shooting and chaos earlier, some rat probably swiped it in the dark.
You're a professional. You expect me to believe someone could lift your knife without you knowing? And how convenient that you just happened to be on the second floor when the lights came back on.
Casey steps forward, her gaze intense and bloodshot from a sleepless night, pinning Marlowe in place.
You didn't leave it on purpose. You dropped it because Officer cut off your escape. You knew you'd be trapped if you didn't run, so you fled. And now you're lying about it being stolen.
Hey, Hilda, you just gonna stand there and let her run her mouth?
Ignoring their arguments, Hilda strides to the blast site, her eyes scanning the charred plastic fragments and fine metal powder littering the ground.
No, Lane. Analyze the composition of this powder.
Let me see. Looks like a crude ammonium nitrate mixture. Homemade. Low yield, but enough to damage the junction and cause the outage. The residue contains copper shavings and fragmented engineering plastic.
So Johnson was sabotaging the electrical box before he was attacked. He succeeded, and then someone stopped him. Permanently.
Oh.
But why kill him? And why leave the body at the scene of the crime?
No time to get out of the way. That and, you know, framing Marlowe. Her gaze sweeps across Marlowe's empty knife sheath.
One possibility is an intervention. A would-be hero discovered the sabotage and killed him to stop it. But it seems we have no such clever detective among us. That leaves the second scenario. The killer was an accomplice. The murder was to silence him.
That's not true. Johnson would never do this. He was loyal to the Metropoles. One of you must have forced him into it, then killed him to cover your tracks.
I didn't kill him. When I got here, he was already on the ground.
Then why were you looking for him? When the shooting started, who would think to check the electrical box?
Someone who would expect them to sabotage it.
Now that you mention it, Huck was the one who asked me where Johnson was.
Hey! Was this your doing?
That's a vicious lie. You're the one caught with an empty sheath, and now you're trying to pin this on me?
Huck, why did you send Marlowe after him? Did you know what he was doing? Or did you put him up to it? Johnson didn't know a thing about electrical systems. Someone gave him the tools, told him what to do. Let's see if the copper wire in his hand matches the spool in your toolkit. That should clear things up, shouldn't it?
Huck goes perfectly still. A tremor runs through him, and his gaze snaps involuntarily to the toolkit at his hip. In the breathless silence that follows, Man-Fist carefully clears his throat, the sound cutting through the tension.
Perhaps a suggestion. While we cannot ascertain the true culprit at this moment, might I propose that Marlowe and Huck surrender their weapons first?
Smart!
A reasonable proposal. Please hand over your weapons.
Marlo's glare is sharp enough to shatter steel. A muscle twitches in his jaw as, with deliberate slowness, he opens his jacket and unbuckles his gun belt. Huck's face bleeds of all color, leaving it a mask of stark fear.
What are you waiting for, Huck?
He's gonna shoot your ass. I told you, I didn't kill him. I'm not a murderer. In a flash of motion, Huck wrenches a screwdriver from his belt and hurls himself at Casey, the closest target, shouting frantically. Fine. Yes, I went to see Donson. I invested everything in his private fund. I just wanted my money back. I gave him the tools to escape. That's all. The sudden aggression is all the provocation Marlo needs. His weapon is already raised, his aim steady on Huck.
Drop it, Huck! Now!
Huck, you fool! Killing me won't save you!
I confess, I sought information. I leaked the cryptography department's location, but don't you dare act high and mighty. None of you are clean. You, how many bodies did you climb over to get where you are in the gang? How many families? And you? You twist the truth. You ruin lives with your headlines. And you? You fabricated the grounds to have your own comrades eliminated. Don't any of you see their faces when you close your eyes? His hand jerks violently. The screwdriver flashes, gashing deep into Casey's neck. A torrent of blood immediately streams down her skin. We're only a fifth of the way through the story. There's so many dead people already. We're all dead if we stay. Just let me go. Let me go. Hilda! ... Hilda's gaze coolly assesses Huck and the hostage, Casey. She takes a deliberate step back, seemingly clearing a path. But in that same movement, her hand makes a subtle, deliberate gesture meant only for you.
Huck, think logically. I can let you pass, but you won't survive the journey back to this city.
When he goes down the stairs, in our secret little language just for us.
Surrender is your best option.
Follow my lead.
Is this how you want to reunite with your family?
3. Cold sweat and Casey's blood smears together as Huck drags her limp form. Stumbling toward the stairs, he's focused on his escape. 2. Meanwhile, you're already in position. 1. Strike now. Swiftly, you snatch Marlo's discarded gun from the floor, but you don't aim at Huck, the dangerous moving target. Instead, you fire at Marlo!
Now.
Hilda's shout rings out almost simultaneously with a gunshot. In a split second, Hack is distracted by Marlo's scream. She explodes into motion, lunging at him. She crosses the short distance like a phantom, her right elbow driving with brutal precision into the soft tissue beneath his ribs. A strangled gasp escapes Huck as his vision tunnels. His grip fails. In one fluid, vicious motion, Hilda wrenches the weapon from his hand, drives a knee into his lower back, and slams him into the floorboards. The cold, hard kiss of a gun barrel presses against his temple.
Don't move. One twitch and I'll make you wish you were dead.
Damn, Hilda! Meanwhile, you step calmly past the chaos and send Marlo's pistol skittering into the distant corner with a precise kick. He clutches his blood-soaked shoulder, glaring up at you with pure venom, but he's too weak to do anything more. Helen and Manfist stand utterly still, frozen by the lightning-fast reversal. The hole stinks of dust and iron, Johnson's corpse, Casey's grievous injury, Marlo's bleeding shoulder, and Huck beneath Hilda. Together, they form a tableau from a nightmare. Hilda kneels on Huck's back, her weapon unwavering. Her breath comes in quick, controlled puffs, but her eyes are razor sharp. Whenever her gaze flicks to yours, you catch a clear, unmistakable flash of approval. Damn, alright. Poison capsule. Wait, why did we get a poison capsule from this? Alright, chat. 1 sec. I just realized it's almost 3 o'clock, which means Reverse 9099 is going to be resetting soon, so let's knock that out super fast. Oh, yawning. Oh, kinda tired, chat, which is a good thing. My sleep schedule's been a bit fucked the past 2 days, so it's nice to be tired a little bit earlier than I've been going to sleep, since I've been sleeping after dawn, and that is not great. So, hopefully we'll be able to sleep well before then tonight. Probably got like about another hour in me before we end stream, so that I can try to get to sleep at a relatively decent time. Gonna keep R99 muted though, so we can like have it run autos in the background. If it loads, holy shit, it is struggling. Oh right, I have window capture on. 1 sec. Alright, yeah, let's knock this out super fast. Bop, 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 bop. Back. Click this button. Go back, go back, go back. Okay, ah shit, did I ever stick Marcus in my wilderness? I will bit later. Oh, looks like I already did Numa analysis. Actually, maybe I already did my dailies. Oh, I did already do my dailies. Okay. Actually, in that case, I'm probably better off doing this after reset then, so that my stamina can go towards the next day. I also have some stamina that's about to die, though, so let's actually just go ahead and knock this out, sure. Yeah, this one dies in 5 minutes. Okay. Alright. Back to Toxic Lesbian Gacha game. While that order's in the background. The switched letter. Daylight gradually bleeds into the sky, yet the gloomy rain refuses to cease. The chaos subsides into a grim aftermath. With Marlowe and Huck bound and locked away, the Nolane having taken Casey for emergency aid, Hilda dismisses the messenger guard. The hall suddenly feels cavernous and half empty. As a night shift worker, time is an illusion. My bedtime is 4 in the afternoon. Oof. I'm sorry to dunce, but also, I mean, that is definitely a lifestyle, though. If that is like a lifestyle you can sustain healthfully, then it's not really necessarily much of a problem. My therapist definitely has talked to me about how it doesn't necessarily matter when your like sleep schedule bedtime is, as long as it remains consistent. My issue is that mine is not remaining consistent because there are, I mean, I do sleep fairly late because I also I don't work that kind of a graveyard shift, but I do work night shifts. But the past 2 days it has been way later than it should be. So I do need to try to make a more considered effort to make sure I am like sleeping by 4 AM every day. The horse. Oh wait, I already read that part. Then you remember the most urgent matter. Your eyes frantically sweep the room, landing just in time to see a slender, feminine hand retrieve the fateful envelope from its shadowy
Hilda,
corner.
You forgot this.
With elegant poise, Helen passes the letter to Hilda. A silent nod, and Hilda opens the envelope once more. Her face is an unreadable mask, giving no hint of its contents. The opportunity to act has slipped away. All you can do is watch, your breath caught in your chest as your eyes trace the final lines of the document.
It appears the city-state's verification is conclusive, officer. I'm sorry for the previous skepticism.
Huh?
Now that your identity has been officially confirmed, I must formally apologize to you.
So, when we try to intercept the letter in the previous options, that alone basically makes them know that we aren't who we say we are. But apparently, if we just do literally nothing, we're fine. Because apparently, it says it confirms we're okay. Interesting. Question mark. You force your expression to remain neutral, a mask held in place by sheer will. Every muscle in your face fights the shock screaming within. What is happening? How can a letter from a metropole confirm your identity? Your eyes lock onto the envelope in her hands. That's when you see it, a critical detail. This envelope is different from the one you saw in the darkness. The original was grazed by a bullet, causing it to fall. This one is pristine, unmarked. Ooh, Helen. The other was switched. But by whom? Your heart hammers against your ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the chaos whirling in your minds. You scramble for an explanation, any thread of logic in this sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Hilda simply folds the response letter and tucks it into her coat. Her movements are unhurried, efficient, as if she just filed a routine report. The matter, for her, is now settled. Then she turns and bows to you with solemn formality.
From this moment, I will no longer entertain any doubt regarding your capabilities or your authority.
Let's go!
And I must hope that you can find it in yourself to overlook my earlier lack of decorum.
I mean, considering you're a spy, that was completely understandable. Also, we're still lying to you. I won't forgive you. I have a long memory for slights, you know. Adequate compensation might shorten it.
She raises her chin, the ghost of a smile on her lips, yet, in the subtle crinkling around her eyes and gentle aqua brows, her true feelings are quietly revealed.
In that case, you are free to move about and rest. I will be interrogating Huck and Marlowe, and will inform you at once of any new developments.
Shouldn't I help you with that again?
You may keep Marlowe's firearm. Secure it properly. It will serve you well for self-defense, should you face danger
Let's
again.
go! She places her hand over her heart and offers a crisp, formal salute before turning on her heel and striding away. Only then do you exhale the tension you've been holding and collapse to the floor. One hurdle is now cleared, but a critical loose end still hangs in the air, threatening to unravel everything. Fortunately, the solution is clear. You've already pieced it together. Of the handful of people who touched the letter, the most suspicious by far is that person. Fine, Helen!
Stay
Oh,
back.
there's another option
Don't
though.
poke your head out.
Hilda leaves the hall, leaving you and the others, each harboring private agendas, to occupy separate corners of the room. You pace casually, using the moment to examine the traces of the attack while plotting how to extract the information you need. Helen may be gone, but the hole itself still holds answers. Click, 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 click. Oh. Your scan of the room reveals a curious detail. Despite the chaos, there is surprisingly little damage. The only exception is upstairs, when an elegant corridor light is out, apparently struck by a stray bullet. But if the targets were all downstairs, why would fire reach that high? Unless the shot was never meant to hit anyone at all. Ooh. The only clear damage downstairs is near the sofa where you and Hilda took cover. Amid the chaos, a bullet tore through that letter. Pinching the scorched edges of the upholstery, you get carbon residue on your fingers. Tracing the trajectory to the wall behind, you find a shallow indentation. Examine the wall. A brief search along the line yields a prize, a slender brass shell casing on the floor. You roll it in your palm, only to find it noticeably smaller than standard military issue. It's consistent with a compact, close-range personal defense weapon, 9mm. This changes everything. This casing could be the key to identifying the real perpetrator. A spent shell casing you pick up from the ground. Its caliber is substandard, smaller than any standard issue firearm. Click 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 click. Oh, there we go. Your eyes drift to the central painting. The crystal chandelier washes light over its weathered brushstrokes, while the gilded frame remains pristine. To the painting, the attack was as insignificant as spilled brush water, a stark contrast to the agitated humans below. Oh, now we have people in front of us. Footsteps sound to your right. You swiftly pocket the casing and glance up. On the staircase stands a man who seems to share your skeptical nature. Having finished his inspection of the shattered light and central painting, he now descends the steps with deliberate slowness. Find anything of note? Anomalous power expert. MURRICRIMBUSDINGUS, but also Limbus Company, excuse me, smile. How's it going, Angels of Lols? Merry Crimbus. Merry, very late Crimbus 2 weeks ago. How's it going? Did you have a good holiday? Happy holidays and all that? You simply shrug, holding your hands up in a universal gesture of innocence to show you have nothing to share. Heh, no need for such caution. Though given our circumstances, keeping your cards close to the chest is likely the wisest choice. Manfist approaches and, seeming out of nowhere, brings up the book you talked about at breakfast. So, you're a reader of the wilderness as well. It seems we have similar tastes. I imagine you wish to know my whereabouts before the blackout. Skepticism is an admirable quality. Fortunately for me, I was at the scene itself with no shortage of witnesses. If you are truly investigating our mole, I may have some information for you. You weigh Manfist's words, scan the room to confirm you're unobserved, and then lean in to ask. Mr. Manfist, didn't you just say it's unwise to lay all your cards on the table? I had a good meow session. I meowed at people. Hell yeah. Manfist looks taken aback, but a strange smile still finds its way to his lips. For those in our line of work, caution is a reflex, but observing you now, I find it highly improbable that you are the mole. I assume you're talking about Limbus Company's writing. It's potentially better than Path to Nowhere's. I have heard very good things about Limbus Company's writing. I haven't had a chance to actually get into it myself, since too many gachas. I haven't been able to play it yet. Don't be so quick to leave. There's something I'd like you to have. The room plunges into an unnerving silence. The prickle of eyes on your back make you turn, and you immediately lock with an intensely scrutinizing gaze. Do you need something, Miss Nelaine? Soon. I am also in 7 gachas and trying to cull a bit. I think you might be matching me then. Let's see. WUWA, PGR. Currently on 2 Hoyo games since I'm playing HSR and ZZZ, and I'm taking a break from Honkai Impact this patch. So Impacts minus Impact, that's 4. Path to Nowhere, Arc Knights, R1999, Chaos Zero, Nightmare. I pulled on Nikkei for this patch, but I'm probably taking a break for the rest of the patch. And I was on Uma. I might take a break now that Christmas Ogre is out, and I pulled Christmas Ogre. I took 166 goddamn pulls because fuck my luck, I guess. But now that I have Christmas Ogres, I might take a break for a bit from Uma. So yeah, I guess that technically puts me at 7 right now if I do take a break from Uma. Arknight's Enfield soon is 8. Yeah, tell me about it. Fucking hell. Enfield is very soon. Well, yeah, I included Path of Nowhere in that. Yeah, PGL. Well, yeah, so I guess, like, we apparently have pretty much the same games, except for I have Path of Nowhere instead of Limbus, and 1999 instead of Genshin Impact. Your horses need to rest in the winter, so true. Just came downstairs and saw you poking around. Got curious, that's all. Working alone doesn't make me suspicious, you know. You give a resigned smile and palm the shell casing, tucking it into your pocket as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Besides, I've got plenty of eyes on me right now, but since you're here, where were you right before the attack? Are you suspecting me? Nelaine frowns, her eyebrows knitting together in a clear displeasure at your line of questioning. The power went out right after the blast. I came as soon as I heard. But it was chaos. There was nothing I could do. Damn it. You recall that she did indeed arrive at the scene immediately after the chaos erupted. Since you're here, I take it Casey has been taken care of. When you bring up Casey, Nelaine's face becomes a guarded mask. It takes her a long moment to form a brief, quiet response. Casey didn't make it. Ooh. What? Casey was the head of the Tomorrow Post. In the earlier chaos, Huck took her hostage and critically injured her. She fought, but still didn't make it. I mean, he did kind of stab her in the fucking neck with a screwdriver. I'm not that surprised she didn't make it. Oh, whoops. The number of deaths you've seen since coming here is beyond counting, and you know, I mean, it's not really beyond counting. I think we're at 5, and you know with cold certainty there are more to come. Her injuries were too severe. We're trapped here. No way to stop the bleeding. No supplies to fight infection. It's a miracle that she held on as long as she did. Nelaine's tone remains detached, giving you no insight into her true feelings on the matter. That cursed mole. That traitor. Sooner or later, they'll pay for this. Oh, we talked to Man-Fist again. Ah, Nelaine's gone. Here, take this. From within his coat, Man-Fist withdraws an object wrapped in a handkerchief and hands it to you. Unfolding the cloth, you are stunned to discover a small, sleek handgun. Is this? Still holding it through the cloth, you check the gun's caliber. A cold certainty settles in your guts. This is the source of the shell casing you discovered. It's a smaller caliber than standard issue, typical for espionage, easy to conceal, suitable for personal defense. You must have realized it by now. Our attacker was no outside. This was all a carefully staged performance. Man-Fist leaves the gun in your possession, offering a casual wave as it departs. Beyond counting, counts. Keep it. I have a feeling you may need it. The manor has become a rather dangerous place when you go. I literally already have a gun, Man-Fist. You just watched Hilda give me a gun, sir. I mean, sure, I guess we can go akimbo. After wrapping the gun in a handkerchief and tucking it into your coats, you head upstairs to find Helen. As you pass your own room, a faint rustling from inside catches your attention. Who? You shove the door open, startling the intruder. The moment she sees it's you, the tension melts away. She leans back against your desk, a look of pure amusement on her face. My, look what the cat dragged in. You seem tense, my dear anomalous power expert. Trouble in paradise? Sneaking around in my room, you took that letter, didn't you? Helen carefully rearranges her fluffy shawl and offers a non-committal nod, a gesture that is neither confirmation nor denial. Our hatter has to have her skills. Let's just say I can liberate things from nearly sealed pockets, creating a convincing duplicate and slip it back in, all without missing a beat. Call me paranoid, but I've had my eye on you since yesterday. Still, even I didn't expect this little secret. Your story isn't exactly adding up, is it? So, officer, if you want it back, you'll have to make it worth my while. You gave me quite a scare, you know. What do you want? Money? Position? Or something else? She purses her lips in a playful pout, then settles into an alluring stance. A sly smile touches her lips as she speaks. Oh, you poor, straightforward thing. You're thinking too small. I don't want any of that. I want alliance. You still have your cover as the Metropol's expert. Turning you in gets me nothing, but watching at each other's backs, that's how we both get out of this mess alive. And don't worry, I'm no mole, just a nobody trying to keep her head above water. So, I'll be holding onto this letter for now. Consider it my little insurance policy. Helen glides to your side, brings her fingertips to her lips, and then gently brushes them against your ear. Oh my. May luck favor us, officer. Search complete!
Crimson staining the floor is the most beautiful reward for a dancer's performance.
Very sane woman. Jasmine, very sane woman. Who uses special weapon that does not make her even more crazy. Oh my, indeed. See, I hear that Limbus Company's writing is very good, and one of my close friends is like a huge Project Moon fan. But are there toxic lesbian hags and Yuri in Limbus Company? Only kind of, sort of. I don't know. I have played about 70% of Lobotomy Corp and really enjoyed it. And I have experienced a chunk. I have seen some Limbus story. I can't speak on it in any particularly educated or experienced way though, because I haven't actually properly played Limbus myself. And I do understand that from what I've heard, the writing is quite good. I also know that Project Moon fanbase has kind of a problem that it's infested with like Roblox kids, apparently. And my Project Moon fan friend has advised me to not ever interact with the Project Moon fanbase for that reason. I mean, I guess a thing that I really enjoy about Path to Nowhere is how emotionally evocative the writing is, how beautifully written the prose is, and how thoroughly real they make the characters feel. At least with my experience in Lobotomy Corp, as well as my experience in, my experience in what I've seen of Runa from watching a friend play through most of it. I really enjoy the writing of Project Moon. I enjoy the thematic elements and the things that they try to explore. I don't feel like the characters feel particularly real to me though, if that makes sense. They aren't particularly grounded, which is not necessarily a bad thing and works well with the kinds of things that they try to tackle with their stories, but they don't feel particularly grounded, I guess. Which isn't a bad thing, again, just kind of more of a taste thing, I guess. But at the same time, Limbus does have the advantage that like PGR has with its writing, and Honkai Impact 3rd have, where they are the style of gacha, where the future characters you pull are mostly alters or future in-timeline versions of a main cast of characters with very few added and the roster not being expanded much at all. In terms of so that means that you get a lot more opportunity to see the characters a lot more. To see the characters have more interactions and character arcs and whatnot, especially in terms of their relationships with other characters. You get a lot more stories involving them. You get an opportunity to develop a much more intense bonds with and attachments to the characters because you get to see so much more of their story, right? Like, that's part of what makes
Honkai Impact Third's like love of specific characters much more intense is that you get to see them for more than like 1 or 2 patches worth of story, right? But I think part of what impresses me so much about Path to Nowhere's story writing is how incredible of a job they do with like really exploring with and showcasing and really making feel real a character with a single narrative. They somehow managed to achieve all of that very effectively, despite most of the characters only getting essentially a single short story, like a single novella's worth of story, right? Which is much more typical in gacha story or gacha games for the characters to get like that single one, but it's also like a pretty common complaint for a lot of the bigger mainstream ones, especially like a lot of the bigger Hoyo games and whatnot, that the character stories tend to be a little shallow because of how short they end up being. But Path to Nowhere still managed to do an incredibly good job with keeping these like tight, but really well-constructed, nice explorative and like emotionally evocative narratives despite having like a single narrative constriction to their writing. By the way, any idea how I can change my ad to my actual name of choice? Catching up on stream, missed a bit due to overlapping audios. Oh yeah, no worries. Oh, it's like character exploration is very intricate in one story? Yeah, exactly. And even character growth and arcs can be fairly intricate in the one story. I know, it's... Path to Nowhere does a fascinatingly good job at doing what I notice a lot of other gachas struggling to do, which is making you really care about and therefore also want to pull a character you did not care about. Like, that is a pretty common thing that both players of Path to Nowhere in our community and in general Path to Nowhere players I've seen and interacted with will consistently say it has happened to them at least one time, if not many times, where a character comes on banner that they don't really have interest in, right? Like, whatever is being showcased in terms of their, like, surface level qualities, and that's, like, a thing that a lot of the big modern gachas really thrive off of, right? Is making these kinds of really overly designed, like, really eye-catching characters that immediately make you want to pull them or think they're really cool on, like, that more of a surface level. That's a thing that the big MiHoYo games are really, really fucking good at. Especially because, you know, they'll have characters that, like, people really want to pull and love, but then their actual character stories in that patch can be, like, pretty mid and not super interesting, but, you know, they still very successfully make sales and everything, and people still love the characters. But Path to Nowhere is incredibly good at making a character that you don't have that much interest in. Then you play through their story and you go, I would fucking die for this woman, and so you pull them. They're really, really good at doing that. With a lot of recent releases too, there's been a lot of characters along those lines for me. A more recent one, Millie, that we actually played through her Fortuna story on stream like 2 or 3 months back when it came out. I did not give a shit about Millie. I mean, I pulled her partly because, like, she's a meta unit, but I did not really care that much about Millie because her archetype and, like, her archetype is, like, kind of crazy, like, blonde bimbo type, performer, right? And, like, all of, like, the small surface level outward stuff about her just doesn't really appeal to me. She's not really an archetype I care that much about. I'm also definitely not, like, that immediately, like, physically rabid about her, right? Like, her actual looks and everything and all of that don't really, like, trigger any kind of visceral goon reaction in me or anything. And here in the Goondola, we are very big about, just generally speaking, gooning from the heart, because, I don't know, a lot, like, that's part of what I enjoy about Path to Nowhere, is that it is a game that, like, legitimately makes you goon from the heart, because you will not be that interested in the character, or in any way, like, more physically or, like, sexually gooning for a character, and then they'll make you love them so much that they become your beloved. And they're so good at doing that. Like, Millie's story was fucking incredible, and made me, like, love her so goddamn much. And I had zero interest in her from the beginning, and Path to Nowhere pretty consistently manages this. They're just very good at... They're very good at their tight narratives. Their extended narratives are pretty good too, I would say that the main story extended narrative is good. I don't know if I would say it's particularly better than something like Honkai Impact Thirds, for example, that is that similar, and especially not necessarily than PGRs, which is that kind of like continual narrative, right? Of like a core cast of characters with a lot of development, a lot of character arcs, a lot of relationships, a lot of like interplay relationships and changes in those, right? I don't know if I would necessarily say the main storyline in Path of Nowhere is like in any way necessarily better than those games in that, but like what they accomplish with their single tight narratives, I don't think is matched anywhere in like gacha games, and because most other games and mediums don't have that constriction for that super tight narrative like that, in my opinion, they do the best job with that out of what I've seen, just period, in media. Because I mean, that kind of like really short story narrative and like tight, like short story / novella sort of thing isn't necessarily that common, right? Like the other primary medium you would see that more commonly in would be a movie, because a movie has, you know, it's more limited time duration than like a series or something does, so movies need to have that tight narrative, and genuinely the writing in some Path of Nowhere stories are better than any movie I've really ever personally watched. Millie mentioned different Millie angels, but I do love Millie. Their music is fucking peak. Like, it's funny because Limbus Company is definitely one of those games that people will talk about how they are a music company that also makes a good gacha game. You know, like Hypergriff with Arc Knights, and like Kuro with PGR, and like Nikkei, Shift Up with Nikkei and everything, right? And Aizno and Path to Nowhere is definitely that. I don't know why the music is so fucking good in EN in this game, considering how global is such a tiny community and market, and it's massive in China. Like, this game is absolutely fucking massive in China, but it is so small in EN, and I do not understand why the fucking music and voice acting slaps so much in this goddamn game for EN. I don't know why they invest so many resources in it. I'm definitely not complaining, it's just slightly confusing. But yeah, that's my piece. That is my piece about why I love Path of Nowa's writing so much, and why I will still always contest that they have the best writer in gaching, at the very least in that aspect. There is preferences, right? And they don't really have the same like long continual narrative style with like a specific, like a cast of characters as you have with some of these other gachas like Limbus and PGR and Honkai Impact Third, because those games get to have by their very, like, the way that their gacha models design get to have those continual narratives without having new characters and new shinies have to pop in constantly and pull away from your main cast of characters. But within that confines of those tighter, strictly time-limited narratives, I don't think that anyone does it better. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really know also how you can change your @ in YouTube. If you're in the Discord server, the Goondola To Gacha Hell, link in the description if you want to join into that, anyone who is watching this VOD or in the stream right now. I know there's a few people in our community who have managed to do that. Like, I know Merrick has managed to change their name at the very least. I think maybe Acid has to? No, I think Acid's always been Acid in YouTube. But there are some people in our community who managed to do that. I just have no idea how you fucking do that, honestly. Alright. Well, let's keep going. You head to Helen's room. Alright, do we actually get voice acting now? Since it's not an interrogation. It is interesting that for this particular event, they didn't voice act all of it. Because generally, all of the event story is voice acted. Well, for this one, when we're doing like interrogations and like little like fucking point-and-click adventure puzzle stuff, they don't actually have voice acting, which is interesting. I guess actually now I think about it, the other events don't have necessarily have voice acting for those segments either. There's just generally less dialogue and narrative happening in those. But I guess it also makes sense because this event is like abnormally long compared to their normal event lengths for their narratives. Like, I think it was it Yutadans who was mentioning that this event is as long as a main story chapter, which is insane considering how long main story chapters are in this game.
Footsteps echo, swallowed by the oppressive darkness of the tunnel.
Hey, I'm here.
Who the fuck are you?
I saw the signal you hid. Where are you?
In the suffocating quiets, every sound carries. A moment later, a series of sharp, metallic taps rings out from the pipes within the walls.
Fuck. Always with the games.
He said a bad word.
They actually don't really cuss that much in this game.
Swallowing his frustration, he raises his own fist and begins to answer in kind, rapping a sequence against the pipe.
It is interesting that they have to censor the actual text when they don't have to do so in the
The most
voiceover.
common are local assets. People living ordinary lives, only activated when needed.
Although it is actually very funny now I think about it, because there is one thing, I guess maybe there is one thing that they make use of that whole thing, where they censor the text and not the voiceover to pretty good comedic effects, which is there is one of the main cast characters, Hella, is our daughter. Like, not biologically, but she is daughter, right? But every time she cusses, they actually bleep it out, and it's just really funny that they don't that they bleep out anytime our daughter cusses. that is definitely entertaining every time it happens. My innocent ears. Oh my god, I fell asleep again, and no, mine used to be really long. That's right, it used to be Random Pinoy Gamer. It's somewhere in the settings for YouTube, just look for it. Yeah, that's right, you did used to be Random Pinoy. That's right, yeah. You changed your name, yay, let's go. Yeah, it's beefy, but I personally think it paces itself well enough that it's hardly noticeable until you actually look at all the chapters. Yeah, I mean, so far the pacing's felt really solid. I'm just kind of wondering... I'm more expecting the tighter narrative, so I was figuring kind of once everyone, like, fucking, all of these people turn out to be working with the mole and dying, and we're already down to, like, 2 fucking people left. Right? That would be kind of around when then that's kind of rising action, big conclusion happens, and then that's kind of narrative wrapped up. But considering that we're like not even halfway through it yet, that means there's a lot more that's gonna be happening afterwards. And I'm definitely not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to there being like future arc and plot happening. It's just that's kind of what I was originally expecting, and then I realized that we had gone through half of the fucking people in like the mole hunt. Like, half of them were fucking dead, and we were 20% of the way through the story.
Then there are the infiltrators, planted into specific departments. They require an elaborate cover and a full support system to maintain. A man like Marlowe is what we call deep cover. Do you have any idea what it cost him? How many people he had to kill to earn his place in that gang?
Yikes. With a slight sway, Helen sets down the glass and leans into your space, her movements softened by a drink. Oh.
So yes,
girl,
he's a bad person. I'm hardly surprised.
Oh, it hits a fan later on, it gets crazy. Oh yeah, that's what I'm fully expecting now. I mean, generally speaking, I don't know if there's a single path to nowhere storyline where shit doesn't kind of hit the fan towards the end, right? That's kind of what they like to do. They like to have much more, like, climactic, intense, climaxes, I suppose, to their stories. So, like, shit tends to hit the fan to some degree, at the very least, towards the end. I think maybe the main example against that was probably Diddy Night Song, and even Diddy Night Song still had some degree of shit hitting the fan at climax, but it was definitely not nearly as fucking crazy as it tends to be. And I think that's also kind of, like, oftentimes a natural development of the power system in this game, because mania does, by its very nature, corrupt people's minds and reality, right? So, oftentimes when these stories about sinners reach their climax, oftentimes the manic contamination is the mania contamination is also hitting something of a climax, and it causes fun things to happen. What a waste of good weed. On one hand, that was a really slick nap. On the other, great, I have to unsober again, probably after dinner. I'm sorry to hear that, Acid, but it's also quite funny. Sometimes a good nap is what you need, though, right? With a subtle shift of your weight, you evade her touch. Your face betrays nothing. Ooh, no bad touch. Bad touch. Oh, also, is it Nagandria? Nagandria Nabune, I'm not really sure how to pronounce your name, but Nagandria, a thing that I really enjoy about Path to Nowhere. Because like I said, they're really good at their like emotionally evocative writing. And one thing I think is a distinct advantage for that. Because like, I'm only half joking when I say this is the toxic lesbian hag gacha game, right? Because the thing about Path to Nowhere, it's one of the very few gachas, especially one of the very few non-otome gachas, or like dress-up gachas, that is a majority female player base. And it is, to me at least, very clearly written by lesbians for lesbians. And I'm not saying that, like, men can't write good emotionally evocative stories, but I think it's a distinct advantage in terms of the quality of, like, the emotive nature. And, like, the emotive nature and how emotionally evocative a lot of these stories are, that they are written by women for women. I think that's part of what makes, like, Honkai Impact 3rd, especially a lot of the earlier arcs, its stories, its writing so emotionally evocative and so good, is the fact that the lead writer for the vast majority of the early story, and, like, even, like, early mid-story of Part 1, for the first few years of Honkai Impact 3rd, was a pretty gay woman. Perfect pronunciation, oh, Nagandria? Oh, okay, glad to hear. That's why the story is so good too, because the mania is a lurking threat in this setting because it isn't as widespread as current day mania. Oh yeah, definitely. But I do think that's part of what makes Path to Nowhere so interesting from a writing perspective too, is that the power system, like, directly affecting people's mental state and emotions definitely allows them to do very interesting, fun things with their narratives.
Of course.
Sounds like you really hate him.
Isn't he the one who made me who I am today?
As if catching her own loss of composure, she grabs the wine bottle and shakes it. Nothing sloshes inside. It is empty, girl.
Talking with you is so refreshing, officer. I'll go fetch another bottle.
Also, it's just kind of nice, and this is definitely a preference thing, it's just kind of nice that this is one of those games that lets you pick, like, the gender, or at least the very least the gender presentation of your character. And it's one, and again, it's a primarily female player base, and it's pretty much, like, hard agreed upon by the community that the canonical chief choice is the female chief. And that's just kind of refreshing, considering how, because gacha gaming is, as an industry, is so largely, like, male player base dominated, that it's pretty much always, like, the male MC is considered the quote-unquote canonical one, right? And we love Yuri here, so it's nice to see the female MC be the one that people just agree upon. This is the canonical choice. Well, Jinx says Jinx One-san with full pronunciation, fish better how to pronounce other names. Look, I try my best, but I try to be conscientious of other cultures and languages and how they are and how they pronounce their words and stuff as well, but, like, I ain't an expert. I'm not a fucking linguist. I'm not a cunning linguist, alright, chat?
She sways to her feet, but her movement freezes mid-step, her attention seized by something beyond the window.
Hey, what's that?
It's also just nice in Path to Nowhere because a lot of gachas, even the visual novel style gachas like Path to Nowhere, where, you know, it's largely very heavily writing and reading based. A lot of them tend to be, in my opinion, too focused on dialogue, and it's obviously a big issue with any of your 3D fully animated gachas, because the dialogue is kind of the main part of writing, right? Like, they have things happen on screen, they don't really make you read stuff much. It's part of, like, I guess what people like about it. But so many other gachas, like Arknights is really nicely written in a lot of its stories. I wouldn't say it's the most consistent about that a lot of the time. I love Arknights, but there is just some chapters that I'm just like, you could have written this so much more succinctly, and that's coming from me, the person who yaps for half an hour about a random topic that we talk about. Sometimes in a circuitous fashion. But a lot of it's so heavily focused on dialogue, which makes sense. That's also kind of more of a classic visual novel thing, right? Is to be very heavily focused on dialogue. And Path to Nowhere has really good dialogue, but I find that they don't ever, like, overuse it. The dialogue serves a purpose in the narrative, but there's a lot more of it that is actually, like, setting the scene in prose, and I enjoy that personally. In my personal taste, I just enjoy how well written their prose is. Yeah, Arknights I skip all except main story because it's either 5 minutes or 30 plus before and after the action. Exactly! Like, I have honestly not fully read through a lot of Arknights event stories because there's so, like, it's a lot. It is a lot to commit to a lot of the time, and in my experience, they don't always do the best job with, like, the characters, in terms of, like, a lot of the writing. Like, honestly speaking, the main ones I've actually read all the way through very committedly are for the ones of characters I really adore, which is basically, like, the Siracusa ones. I fully read through all of the Siracusa events because I literally started playing Arknights because of Tex Lap Yuri, because I loved Lapland and Texas's dynamic, and I love Lapland as a character. Lapipi is my spirit animal. Actually, no, Lapipi is my spirit animal. She's my id. Stella's my spirit animal, but Lapipi is definitely my id. And I mean, I've read through all of the main story up through chapter 14. I've been taking a break from reading the stories. I haven't finished anything. I haven't finished all of 14 or anything past it right now. I like the writing, it's good. It's just, it's oftentimes not nearly as engaging, I guess. And Path to Nowhere, I'm sometimes bad about it and, like, miss events because I just procrastinate too long on it, but every time I get into it, I really enjoy it. Again, though, I think part of that is kind of how the characters are to some degree a bit more grounded. Like, it's not like they're always writing real people or something, but it feels that there is a level of more grounded nature to their characters that makes them, in my opinion, more relatable, and they don't have as much focus on, like, wow, look at how cool this is, or this cool this character is. It's a bit less anime-fied in that way, I guess. And there's nothing wrong with those kinds of characters and them having that kind of appeal. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I do enjoy my stories with more grounded characters that feel more like real human beings. And that's something that I largely get from Path to Nowhere when it comes to writing in, like, a lot of games. Not just gacha games, just in games in general, and a lot of media. So I don't really enjoy a lot of live-action shows all that much, honestly. And so a lot of the actual shows I consume are anime, but anime is really bad about grounded characters. It's kind of part of its nature, though, right? A lot of anime is really bad about, like, really grounded characters, and that's not really a problem, right? That's part of the enjoyment of the medium, is the more fantastical elements of it, and I think it's part of the strength of anime, is that it, out of all the different kinds of, like, visual medium, I think is like the best at having that's a strong degree of immersion without in a more fantastical nature without having as much to break you out of it. There's less uncanny valley effects, I guess, in a more, like, thematic sense, because anime can have really fantastical elements in it but still deeply immerse you without having, like, I guess just aspects that pull you out of it as intensely. Because, like, if you look at, like, live action stuff that has fantastical elements, because of the fact that they are real people acting it out, I find that, at least in my opinion, I find that they can run into issues of it seeming of that kind of pulling you away, especially if they aren't really high production quality with really great special effects. But even then, there'll be things happening on screen where you're like, wow, that's really great special effects, but it kind of has some degree of detachment from reality because you're seeing a real person doing these things. But in anime, I find that because of the nature of the medium, you can still have that level of immersion without that being as distracting of a thing, at least in my opinion. Okay, I can't even defend my favorite Guna game now. Alice is supposed to walk through Miasma Fiend. Yeah, Miasma Fiend, I find that when I use Monophys against Miasma Fiend, it's a bit of a struggle now. Like, I still 20k no problem, but it's kind of a struggle to push 30k, I find. I know part of it's just, I know a lot of that skill issue, but it's just interesting that for a shield boss, it feels a lot less shield. I started separating the reading and playing, as in read few first ones, skip rest of get farm stage, read rest after. Yeah, the thing is, like, I always just hard skip through on Arknight's events just to get the farming started, like day one. And then I go back and read later, if I go back and read. I've been really bad about going back and reading. Just because I just haven't been... There's been like a hard limit to how much reading and story I can kind of get in my life right now, at least in terms of like active reading. Because like passively watching anime is a separate thing for me, right? But reading does require more active inputs. And for like writing, I really like too. I always want to be in like a certain... I don't like doing it when I'm really tired, because it makes it harder for me to really enjoy the like some of like the more emotive aspects, I guess, of consuming a story, right? Of experiencing a narrative when I'm too tired. There's an issue that I've run into on stream before that has like led to particular moments that I do regret. Like for example in Honkai Star Rail, with how much I love Cypher as a character, experiencing the climax of Cypher's storyline, her story, while really tired, made what should have been like a gut-wrenching, like heartbreaking moment a bit more emotionally numb for me, and I'm kind of disappointed that I robbed myself of that. So a lot of the times I don't want to experience story while too tired, but I'm tired a lot, chat. And a lot of the time, if I experience story, I want to do it on stream, right? So I don't really do like Path to Nowhere story off of stream. It might be nice to do some Arknight story on stream at some point, but even then I'm kind of like, maybe about it. There hasn't really been any particular stories that really grab me that much. I do like Arknight's lore a lot, because I think if there's anything Arknight does better than basically any other gacha that I am aware of, or have experienced personally. I know Olympus is pretty good about this too. It's the world building. And so I enjoy the lore and world building a lot, so I definitely do listen to like synopses of events that certain content creators make, so I can and gives me a better idea of like the characters, the storylines, the world, the geopolitics, all of that. But I don't really necessarily read through them myself. Gotta go eat breakfast in Final Fantasy 14 7. You have 7 gachas and you're also playing FF14, doing FF14 raids. Best of luck, Nagandria. Salutes. But have a good one. Thanks for popping in. It's been fun. Maybe why you're more in tune with Vera than other of the PGR cast. She's probably the most normal, no seriously human, typical reaction to anything happening in that batshit universe. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I don't know if she is like the most typical human reaction, but she does feel weirdly human and grounded in her own weird, broken way, I guess. Like, in her own weird way, she is like weirdly grounded, despite seeming like such like a crazy character. But I guess I think I kind of understand what you mean by that, in that she has very clear coping mechanisms she uses to cope with how fucked the world is. Well, everyone else, a lot of them just kind of seem like they either kind of just like aren't that affected by like the fucked shit, or they're like a bit too resilient about it. Right? Like how unfazed fucking like Lucia and Lee and Bianca and everyone are by like the bullshit that happens outside of my heart bleeds kind of way. But like Vera seems like the only one who seems like she's like actually has like real human coping mechanisms to deal with how traumatic fucking everything is all the time. And I guess that's part of why I like her so much.
Oh my. It appears so. But in this downpour, and given the manor's brick and stone construction, it should have considerable fire resistance.
Shit, what did I put that? Saline spray. I don't know why I can use saline spray on Amazon. Yeah, I need to check on that. But this one's like fucking empty. I got a new piercing recently, chat, and I kind of accidentally touched it. It's still healing. And if you touch it, you should always clean it with saline spray immediately afterwards, because you don't want to get your piercings infected or mess with their healing process. And I don't know where I put that spray. It might be in the bathroom or something like that. Oh shit, that sucks. I can't find it. Oh well. Once stream is over, I'll just wash it properly. With my piercing soaps. Yeah, I need to take a look at why that new Bailey spray hasn't showed up yet, cause I kinda need it. Need to keep things careful. Liv is such a fake caricature of resilience, honestly. I don't know if I would call her a fake caricature, but yeah, she definitely is. I don't know if I feel like she's a fake caricature, but she's definitely a little too overly self-sacrificing, right? Like, she is very much that kind of, like, not even necessarily sanctimonious, but like too goody-goody, goodier than thou, like missionary type, right? A little too, like, willing to she's a bit too willing to sacrifice her own happiness and safety and comfort for the sake of others. But I don't feel like that's a caricature, because I also know too many people pleasers like that in real life. And because I know that, and that is a way that a lot of people are, especially a lot of, like, more messed up people who have been through rough shit, right? And lack a sense of self, like, can lack a sense of their own self being worth more than the people around them and the people that they care about. In fact, that's the thing I personally can struggle with sometimes. And so, like, I don't necessarily if I feel like she's necessarily a caricature, because I find that to some degree relatable. It doesn't mean I also like it, though. It doesn't mean that's the kind of character that I necessarily like all that much, though, is also a thing, for sure. Ugh, I can feel my piercing being a little bit irritated. Oh well. Barely cleared Hunter with Bernice Miyabi Yuzuha. Yeah, like I said, it's gone a bit rougher, for sure, Dread.
No, that's the depot with the fuel reserves.
Oh shit! Womp. A thunderous explosion tears through the air outside the window. Gunpowder, oil barrels, it's impossible to tell. The shockwave is a physical force, slamming through the main building and hurling objects to the floor. Before the deafening roars even faded, a wave of heat and light follows. Flames surge and thick, billowing smoke immediately begins to choke the air, rolling relentlessly toward the main building.
Not again. Guards! Where are the guards? Open this door at once. Let us out. This whole place could go up.
Oh no, Manfist. Manfist your way through the door, nerd. Manfist screams, throwing his weight against the locked door in a frenzy. Then a second blast erupts directly beneath your feet. Oh shit. This is another attack, more brutal and dangerous than anything from this morning.
Everyone stay calm. The attack is currently confined to the annex. Reinforcements have been dispatched. All main hall personnel, follow us to the shelter immediately.
Freaking mole! This time you won't get away!
Wait, she said freaking. Why is it censored?
Freaking mole! This time you won't get away!
Why did they censor freaking? That's so funny. With an angry roar, Nelaine charges through the doorway and into the smoke. Helen's hand finds yours, her grip tight with panic. Oh yeah, girl is fucking panicking. We help Nelaine! Help the butch fight the fire! If the mole orchestrated both explosions, the blasts themselves are just a means to an end. The real clues, perhaps even the mole itself, were still on sight. You wrench your hand from Helen's grip and sprint after Nelaine through the doorway.
What the hell are you doing here? Desk jockeys like you will just get in my way.
With a flash of movement, she pulverizes the falling slab with a powerful kick. Damn, okay, girl. Clearing the path. In the same instant, she seizes your arm, yanks you back from danger, and shoves you forcefully into the safety of the adjacent area. Are you trying to destroy evidence?
Fine. If you've got a death wish, then follow me.
Nelaine's figure vanishes into the inferno. With a grit of your teeth, you plunge after her. Don't worry, Chief is very used to running into danger, especially blazing fire. This is not the first or like the 7th time. The world is smoke and chaos. The blast's aftermath stings your eyes, and the floor shudders with the rumble of fresh explosions nearby.
Schlick. A muffled, sickening sound. Through the swirling ash, you see Nowhere Lane's silhouette buckle and vanish into the gloom. Schlick. A second muffled sound, this one searing, personal. White-hot agony erupts in your abdomen. You glance down, dumbstruck, as the dark stain blossoms rapidly across your clothes. Your hands fumble to stem the warm, slick flow, but your strength is already draining away. The wall tilts, your vision blurring at the edge. Through the dancing firelight, the mysterious silhouette solidifies. It calmly raises a firearm, centering it on your failing form.
Long live this city!
The gun ahead. No! Nalaine was the only loyal one and she got fucking murdered! Escape with Helen. This definitely won't end badly. You grip Helen's hand tightly as you both follow the guard evacuating toward the far end of the manor. This is definitely not the guard that just shot us and
Where are we going?
Okay.
Stop talking and keep up.
The ward shudders without cease, and soon the thick choking smoke swallows the entire corridor. The relentless thunder of explosions confirms it. The main building is rigged to blow! Helen's hand is a vice of terror in yours, her nails biting into your palm. Her progress is hobbled by her heels. The faint shapes of the group ahead gradually vanish into the gloom as you two stumble through the hellscape of crumbling stone. No, that was Shadow God number 32. True, this is number 27. Now is the moment. This is the perfect cover to steal the deadly letter from her grasp. Trim Helen! Helen lets out a scream as she loses her balance and falls heavily to the ground. Helen! You quickly bend down and steady her.
My ankle. It hurts.
Ah shit, we broke her fucking ankle! You look up. The others are gone. You've been left behind. Behind you, the tremor of the explosion rolls closer, followed by a wall of thick black smoke. The fire's glow licks at the chaos, inching nearer.
Hey! Are you both alright?
Through the choking smoke, the guard's silhouette turns back toward you. There's no time to think. You haul Helen over your shoulder and burst into the nearest room, fireman style.
What's all this about? Why bring me in here?
It's safer. We can shelter here for a while. You help Helen into the interrogation chair, her ankle swollen and useless. But that's not enough. Once she's seated, you move to the next necessary step, fastening the restraints that bind her wrist to the chair!
Officer, really? An interrogation now? What could I have possibly done to raise your suspicions?
She has a point. This is not the appropriate time, Chief. She gazes at you, her eyes slowly filling with tears.
Or is this about that letter? What will you do after you get it? Kill me?
No. ... Her tears leave you frozen for a moment. Indeed, the path is clear. Interrogate Helen, seize the letter, and if needed, silence her forever. Your secrets demands it. But, is that who you are? Can you truly cross that line? Yeah, Chief has never, intentionally murdered someone. That is, actually a line she has not crossed. In that single heartbeat of that. At least as far as I know, I still haven't finished main story. But I'd be kind of surprised if she ever... well, in this situations, I could see that happening. Schlick. A crimson line etches the air. Understanding arrives a moment too late. A strange weakness floods your body, the room lurching into a dizzying spiral. Your knees buckle. In the moment of your collapse, you see Helen calmly repositioning herself in the chair. The restraints were already undone, a fact you failed to notice. Now a bloody blade and a white envelope dance between her fingers, a macabre performance stage just for you. Damn. Girl got skills.
I planned to keep using you for a bit longer, but you just had to go and spoil my plans, didn't you? Promise me, never underestimate the Hatter's fingers again, all right?
She has truly talented fingers, chat. What happens if we pretend to be injured? You feign an injury, dropping to the ground, but your plan backfires instantly. Helen directly trips over your body and stumbles past.
The sharp point of a heel digs viciously into your side. Ooh. You hear a sickening crack as your ribs protest. Internal bleeding, probably. Yikes.
My goodness, are you all right?
Now? No. Her voice is frantic. She crouches down, her hands fluttering over your body as you gasp, fighting for air. Just then... Oh, yep. Helen collapses. No cry, no final word. Just a silent, heavy thud against the floor. You clutch the searing pain in your chest. Thick, acrid smoke and blooming flames swarm your vision. Through the shimmering inferno, a dark silhouette stands firm, raising a gun toward you.
Long live this city!
Ah, this motherfucker again. Fine, we go upstairs to protect Hilda, because it's obviously the correct choice. You go with Man Fist, and the others, I'll find Hilda. You wrench your hand free from Helen's grasp without a second thought, racing up the stairs until you skid to a halt outside Hilda's door. The corridor is a tunnel of fire, deserted and choked with swirling smoke. You pound on the door, only to hear no answer. Instead, from within, you hear the unmistakable, metallic click of a gun being cocked. Instinct screams that something is terribly wrong. You retreat, slipping cautiously into your own room next door. And into the secret tunnel! You make straight for the study, your fingers finding the hidden switch with practiced ease. The wall opens, revealing the secret passage. What in the... The narrow passage is illuminated by ghostly fluorescent arrows. In their eerie glow, you see a chaos of footprints scuffling the dust, and the air hangs thick with the acrid sting of gun smoke. A cold dread grips you. You plunge forward, racing toward Hilda's room.
Who's there?
Hilda, no! She had to use her mania powers. The room is a the room is a charnel house? What the fuck is a charnel house? Oh, interesting.
Charnel House.
Oh, a building of old in which corpses or bones are piled. Oh, interesting. I have somehow never heard of this term before. I'm familiar with these rooms. I've actually been to one of these in, like, Europe before when I was a kid, since I grew up in England. But I didn't know they were called a charnel house. Huh. Neat. I learned a new word today. I find it funny and fascinating that many of the choices that go against the type of chief we know they are from, the story leads to bad ends, so they are easy to spot. Oh yeah, exactly. So far, all of the correct choices have been like, this is actually what the chief would do in this situation, right? Several guards litter the floor, their blood mingling in dark, spreading pools. A brutal gunfight has painted the scene with violence. There is Hilda. She lies on the cold floor, most of her clothing saturated with blood. Below her throat, a ghastly wound leaks crimson, viscous fluid. Every shallow, wet breath takes bubbles horrifically. She takes bubbles horrifically. Yet, her gun is still clenched in her fist, aimed shakily at the door. Hilda! You crash to your knees beside her, pressing torn cloth hard against the wound. Blood instantly soaks through, hot and relentless against your fingers. You can feel her life slipping away, like an unstoppable tide receding. Hilda, no!
I hear... Officer...
Screenshot.
Is that you? The lights... have all gone out.
Hilda, no!
Listen. They found the secret passage. Behind the wardrobe. In the that gun from before. Keep it close. When the time comes, don't hesitate.
Stop talking. I'll find something to stop the bleeding. She tries to lift a hand to stop you, but the gesture dies as a feeble twitch.
Don't. It's already too late.
Fuck you, no it isn't.
never thought you'd be the one with me.
I keep clicking too early and missing the last bit of her gasps in her lines.
Bad. Could have been much worse.
With the final, monumental efforts, the one hand she can still move finds your collar and clutches it. What are you trying to tell me? A small key rests on her palm, reading a stark silver light. Without ceremony, she presses it firmly into your hand and gestures toward the monolith. Your gaze finds the device behind her. Its dark surface is broken only by a single prominent block. Even now, the machine stands like death itself, cold and ruthless in the room's center. You fit the key into the lock. The casing clicks open, revealing a breathtakingly complex web of multifaceted circuitry. Hilda points directly to the core components, her silent command clear. Take it. This is the fatal shot. The bullet shattered her brooch, robbing it of its velocity, but still drove deep into her chest. It didn't exit. It lodged itself inside her. Now, with every ragged breath, she pumps more blood into the cavity of her own body. Saving her is impossible. No! She knows it. The fight has already left her eyes.
The monolith isn't finished, but the remaining data is enough for the city. State's researchers.
Not allowed to die, Hilda! Hilda's voice is a threadbare whisper, each word strained through a bloody froth.
I entrust you with the spark beneath the monolith.
I mean, this accomplishes our goals, but this is not how I wanted to do it, chat. Her voice is a fading whisper, but as your fingers close around the unfinished monolith she entrusted to you, your unresolve hardens into something cold and sharp. For all this time, that cipher ship has been an unbreakable lock. You've tried every method, every key, to no avail, but now you hold the key to the monolith itself. This creation of Hilda's can truly decipher and decode any cipher. There's no time for sentiment, no time to wait for a natural end. With swift, deliberate movements, you take out the cipher strip and slide it into the monolith's waiting slots. Hilda's eyes widen in utter disbelief. JinJinx wa nei-san. The facade crumbles. In a final, desperate act, her trembling fingers reach for you, not with strength but with a plea. But the monolith's work is already done. One by one, the encoder strip unspools into stark, undeniable truth, laying bare the reality she has been so desperate to bury! June 7th. The lockdown directive came in. Cut water and power. I checked the coordinates 3 times. They were targeting civilian sectors. I reported this. The response was just to follow orders. This operation resulted in 11 casualties. I'm writing their names here. I have to. June 9th. Filed the raid report. Operation successful. Another list of names to record. August 11th. Sent the preliminary mole reports. 15 traitors purged. They were our own. The real mole is still out there. I questioned it. Got reprimanded. Again. Obey orders. Fulfill your duty. Don't concern yourself with anything else. Duty, they say. Duty. But is my duty just to relay death warrants on which innocent people die? Aw, shit. September 21st. Orders to transport real medical supplies. No cover story this time. Good. For once, that's a relief. October 2nd. Another operation against civilians. I objected. My first time in solitary. I regret it. Not for speaking up, but because I'll be stuck here for days. How much intel will I miss? October 10th. Out of confinement. October 20th. A major error happened today. Made my hands unsteady from the injury. I pressed too hard. Smudged the coordinates on the translation. The strike missed by 5 degrees. Hit nothing but dirt. No casualties. Our operation failed. And I felt happy. I think I'm losing it. Aw, shit. Your consciousness is slipping away. As you clutch the decoded text tightly, emotions surge within you. So this is it. What she has been hiding all along is a loyalty shattered and remade, not by blind obedience, but by conscience. Seeing her secret laid bare, Hilda's dying face contorts in despair, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She doesn't know who you truly are. She believes the cold machinery of the city-state has uncovered her hearts, with your answers that clasp her hand, firmly, in your own, in one last moment, impregnating Chief. The darkness presses in, a physical weight. Each breath is a struggle, a shallow gasp in the encroaching void. Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me.
I'll get you. I'll get both of us out of here. Death is not the end, chat! Oh wow, we go way back now that we have that information. Let's do the time warp again. We find Hilda this time. Once the attack begins, it'll be too late. You must find her immediately. To avoid raising any alarms, you calmly walk straight to your room. The switch for the secret passage should be right around here. The walls within are coated in ghostly fluorescent paints. You drop to a crouch. The floor is bare. No footprints. They know about the passage, but they haven't come through. You've beaten them here. There's still time. Inside, heavy velvet curtains mute the unrelenting storm and chaos down in the hall, creating an island of intense silence. Hilda is hunched over a desk, her entire focus locked on the monolith prototype.
Do you need something, officer?
There's going to be a real attack. I just got word there's an attack coming in 20 minutes. I think all the guards are in on it. Their plan is to storm the manor, kill everyone, and take the monolith. We need to get ready. Now. She doesn't immediately accept your story, but she doesn't reject it out of hand either.
What's your source?
I made it the fuck up! You cross the room to Hilda's wardrobe, fling the doors open, and with a few practice motions, pry away the false back panel. A yawning, pitch-black passage revealed. Within the darkness, a series of faint, fluorescent marks hover in the air. When you look at Hilda, her face gives a mask of shock.
Did you just say... the guards?
Think about it. If you could use it to stage a fake attack, why couldn't the mole use it to launch a real one? ... Hentai protagonist eyes. The light catches half her face, revealing a stern profile. The faint smile is gone. Her lips now a tight, severe line.
How much do you know?
You take a deep breath and reveal what you've discovered. The attack used non-lethal rounds. They deliberately avoided any angles that could cause real casualties. With that much gunfire, we didn't have a single injury, and it was just subdued. That's not believable. It was more like an elaborate fireworks show, designed to create the illusion of chaos. Looking back now, certain details seem a little too convenient. You knew Johnson had connections with a few here, so you loosened security around him to draw them all out. But you never expected it would involve innocent people, that it would lead to real casualties. Finally, Hilda turns to you. Her movement is deliberate, unhurried. When her eyes meet yours, there is not a trace of hesitation in her gaze.
Johnson's death was necessary. His actions alone warranted execution 100 times over. He was the most obvious, weakest link in the mole's network. His stupidity and fear were a liability.
Oh shit, is Hilda the mole?
I just made use of his corpse. It was an efficient way to flesh out potential traitors. Nothing more.
Is that so? But I don't think that's who you are. As you speak, you produce the roll of cipher paper, flashing it in her direction before placing it down on the table. A flicker of naked panic in Hilda's gaze, swiftly mastered. She assesses you, the evidence, and the stakes in a heartbeat. The pretense is over. Now she might as well hear you out before resorting to more permanent solutions. You hate manufactured sacrifices. You despise involving civilians. You're loyal to the city-state, but you question its orders. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you had already altered classified documents given the chance. You have your pride. You only eliminate targets you deem deserving. So admit it, Casey's death was never part of your design. It's a flaw in your otherwise perfect plan. And I was angry. You knew who I was. You still kept me in the dark. You used me, just like you used everyone else. If I hadn't been quick on my feet, I could have ended up like Casey. Seeing her lips tighten involuntarily, you soften your tone. I'm not turning you in. Not now, anyway. I believe that even in a war, we need a line we don't cross. A sense of what's right. But I will say this. One person can only do so much. If we had worked together from the start, maybe we could have avoided this tragedy. ... Triple ellipses. At this point, her agitation suddenly stills. A calculated silence hangs in the air before she breaks it, her voice now measured and clear.
To be honest, I never expected you to show up here. And you saw through my scheme far quicker than I projected.
Well, we had a few attempts to do it, girl.
You could have remained silent, or you could have moved against me in the chaos. Yet, you chose to help me.
Because you're worth it. Your proposal for an alliance hangs in the air. She meets it not with acceptance, but with a steely, knowing look, seamlessly pivoting to lay out her own shrewd assessment of the situation.
This shows that despite your anger, you've made the most rational choice. Aside from me, you trust no one else here.
Yup.
I remain your only viable ally.
Her words leave you utterly speechless. She is right. The truth is, she isn't in your power. She's your only reliable ally. Any advantage you seemingly hold is purely theoretical. In seeing this, both of you have proven yourselves a step ahead of Helen. Having laid her cards on the table, Hilda extends her hand. Time has taught you to decipher the subtle language between her icy composure. We love kureres. And now, in her eyes, you see not just calm assessment and approval, but a faint, genuine glimmer of joy.
Chief just had to die a few times, I forgot. Just a few times. Just like 7. It's fine.
Thank you for your honesty. And for your fair judgment. You have my word. I will not act unilaterally like that again.
Chief is like one of those people who, in order to look smarter around their friends, does an escape room with them, but does the escape room beforehand so they know how to handle all of the puzzles first, so they can look smart.
So, let us table the discussion of my methods and your objections to them. For now, we need a plan for the very real attack that is coming. That, after all, is the immediate priority.
You scout the passage behind the wardrobe again, calculating that a strike team of 3 or 4 will likely use it as a point of entry. Any more than that, and the front door remains their primary breach point. With quiet efficiency, Hilda arranges a decoy from clothes and pillows before the desk, and directs you to use the furniture as concealment. You've trusted no one else with this plan. The mole is still out there, and a single leak could be fatal. And so, time passes quickly. The expected explosion comes, rocking the annex building. Man fists! Man fists! Flustered shout echoes from below, immediately drowned out by the front door splintering open in a thunderous stampede of combat boots on the stairs. Almost in sync with the assault on the door, you hear hurried, chaotic footsteps echoing from the depths of the wardrobe passage. They're here. The room's door is kicked open with a violent crash. A storm of gunfire erupts instantly, shredding Hilda's decoy into a cloud of fabric and stuffing in a matter of seconds. As the gunsmoke clears, the soldiers' grim realization dawns. They've been lured into a kill box, but the realization comes a heartbeat too late.
No!
Hilda's shots are precise, shattering wrists and sending guns clattering to the floor. Yet, even with their hands broken, the guards charge forward, eyes bloodshot with frenzy. There's no choice left. The last remaining survivor makes a desperate move, raising his hand to bite down on something hidden in his sleeve.
Stop him. He's got a poison pill. We need him alive.
Knock him unconscious. Prevent him from swallowing it. You lunge forward, locking your hands around his throat and squeezing until his eyes roll back. Damn, Chief! He collapses to the floor, out cold. Augustus taught us some, quite a bit of brutality, I guess. A quick pat-down reveals the poison pill. You pry it from his clothes and toss it aside. Rapid footsteps approach from outside the door.
Heard gunshots! You two in one piece?
Oh, it's Marlowe.
We're fine.
I thought you were in confinement.
Outside?
I guess with all the chaos, you got out of confinement.
No idea, but you're safe. That's what counts. Those guards are all traitorous scum anyway. I'll go kill.
I guess Chief shot some guards. But they're not, it's not really murder. They're just, you know, traitors in this mindscape right now. They're not really people. As he speaks, he bends down to retrieve the guns dropped by the 2 guards. At this moment, you decide to... Let's let him take the guns.
Appreciate it.
you would be a bit feral too in these circumstances. I mean, Chief definitely had time to settle their qualms with shooting the guards. They got to like set up defenses and like chill for at least like what 10-15 minutes before the attack happened. So like, if Chief did have any qualms with shooting these not actually people, she probably had enough time to resolve that in her head. He strides out, a submachine gun in each hand. Man's going akimbo, chat, and a small arsenal strapped to his body, radiating an aura of pure, predatory menace. Moments later, the staccato roar of gunfire erupts from the corridor, punctuated by agonized screams that are swiftly cut short.
No need to worry. Marlowe will take care of it.
Okay, so we were supposed to give him the guns. Hilda deftly reloads her weapon.
These guards, including Shane, were all assigned from the city-state headquarters by the intelligence leadership.
Oh.
As for who is really pulling their strings, we will find out during the interrogation. Let's go.
Hilda's
We'll take him
already
to the
mentally
interrogation
prepping
room
all of her
first.
professional tools in her head. Ah, so we were supposed to give him the gun. Okay, what happens if we don't let him get the guns? We all just get fucking shot? Marlowe's intentions are still a mystery. It's better to play it safe and keep the guns out of his hands for now.
The hell are you doing? Give me those guns, now, or I'll... You fucking...
The moment Marlowe hits the floor, a staccato rhythm of frantic footsteps echoes down the corridor, closing in fast. Time to spray and pray! What's the holdup? Are they dealt with or not? No survivors. Take the shots! Chief, you had a submachine gun. Spray and pray. Ending achieved. Paranoia! Oh, that's great. I think the nail puller is our favorite device. Oh, you mean like the fucking, what were they called? God damn it. Forceps. I did this choice first and felt called out. To be fair, I picked the give him the guns one because I thought it was the bad end. Because I'm actively trying to do the bad ends first to see what to enjoy them. And I thought that would be the bandit. I thought Marlowe was gonna betray us in that moment. But apparently I was wrong. I was also paranoid to dunce. The city-state will not forgive you. Or not forget you? Shit, let's say forget or forget, whatever. The last of the flames sputters and dies, and with them, the sounds of Marlowe's massacre fall silent. In the hazy, smoke-choked aftermath, you follow Hilda through the dim corridors, the acrid stench of burning saturating the air. I just realized, when we stop him from taking the guns, he gets to say like half a sentence, then gets shot. But when we let him take the guns, he gets to like full strap himself, like akimbo submachine guns, fucking like Rambo style, and then like gets to shoot people. So apparently, he got extra time to get ready. He got anime protagonist time to like fully equip before having to fight there. In the hazy, smoke-choked aftermath, you follow Hilda through the dim corridors, the acrid stench of burning saturating the air. She leads you to the hall that has been utterly transformed into a scene of chaos. Here, the survivors have gathered. Nalane's alive! Nalane crouches by the doorway, a gun hanging limply in her hand. She stares with profound shock at the dozens of corpses littering the floor.
Freaking hell. That was brutal.
I also really like her bandage. I don't know, there's something about like ribbon, about messily tied ribbons and bandages I enjoy a lot as a design element. Before the sprawl of corpses, Marlowe sits on the sofa, a god of slaughter soaked in blood. Although I think part of that too, and Path to Nowhere is very heavily biased because Shalom has like a black ribbon neck piece with definitely not a lily on it. Shalom's like flower she has on her neck piece, and that is used as part of her like motifs and whatnot in her stories. Is apparently called a silver blossom, which is not a real flower, but it is like very definitely just a lily. Anyway. Before the sprawl of corpses, Marlowe sits on the sofa, a god of slaughter soaked in blood. And if you know what if you know what a lily is in Japanese and Chinese context, it's quite funny. It means Yuri.
Eliminated.
All 29. My guy.
That old dog Huck tried to slip away in the chaos. I put him down with one shot, too. Not sure if the actual mole was among them, but if you interrogate that survivor, you'll get something useful.
Oh no, wait, his face is blacked out. Is Marlo about to die, chat? Did he eat a few shots in return? We got to see the other guy, but what about Marlo? His hand trembles as he fumbles for his cigarettes, but his strength is gone. His fingers betray him, and it tumbles from his grasp, unlit.
You idiot! Are you trying to get yourself killed?
With reddened eyes, Helen sits down beside him and lights a cigarette for him.
After all this time, never learned to do anything but kill. Guess you could call it playing to my strengths. I've spent half my life killing. My hands are stained. The soul is stained. Can't wash it clean. When I die, hell's the only place that'll have me.
At least he gotta do it for the greater good, I guess. Some small solace.
Hilda, I've always been on the level. The ones I didn't kill, I didn't. The ones I did, I own up to everyone.
I want to comment on this particular line, but also it's very in character for him to say that.
Remember this. I'm not the mole. I never betrayed the city-state.
I know. Why else would I have untied you?
Good. Looks like this was part of your plan, too. That's good. That's good. Among Us. As long as you stay on the right path, everything's fine.
Goddamn. His voice grows faint, dies away, and in the void it leaves behind, a new one arises. The soft, unmistakable sound of someone reciting poetry.
Fate.
Ah, fates, you blind thrower of dice, casting us onto fields shrouded in war. Young hearts, once flowing freely like spring waters, now bewildered, trembling beneath iron hooves. The future is a wasteland veiled in mist, a deafened horn, a silent summon. To voyage without a map, how treacherous. The destination, perhaps just an unsealed coffin. I want to make a quip about how is it a poem if it doesn't rhyme? But this is too serious of a moment for that. Hilda gently closes his eyes.
Rest in peace now, Marlo. The city-state will not forget you.
He was such a rough and tumble man, but he gave everything, even his own life and his own conscience for his city-state. I've never really been much of one to really be all that into the idea of patriotism, but that one kind of hurt, chat. That one kind of hurt. The man's went into deep cover, had to do horrible things, broke himself in so many ways, but he never betrayed his people and he never betrayed his city-state. I salute this man. I salute this man's. Marlo a real one, chat. Rip John Rambo, so true. Spy pistol, a standard issue spy pistol. It is utterly unremarkable in every way, yet its reliability is its greatest virtue. Marlo! He's such a real one, chat. The metropoles and the satellite towns. A metallic clang echoes through the room as the door swings open. The soldier chained to the interrogation chair lifts his head. You recognize him. It's the messenger from this morning. Now you have a name to put to the face. Shane Alves. He's a frontline soldier, dispatched directly by the Metropolis from White Sands with a single objective, to ensure the smooth development of Monolith.
Shane Alves. Let's drop the act. Tell us who you really are, and who you're working for.
He shoots a defiant glare at Hilda, and his eyes flick to you, feigning busywork with your notes. A contemptuous snort is his only reply.
In your dreams. I'm not saying a damn thing.
Time for torture!
Is that so? Then take a look at this.
I guess in this world, they never had the studies to prove that torture is not a very effective way of getting accurate information.
With a stern expression, Hilda places several photos in front of him, informing him that his operations had completely failed and all his teammates have been eliminated. ... Exclamation mark!
Damn you!
Damn, them's were some grunts, chat.
A wave of crimson fury sweeps up Shane's neck and floods his face. I can't believe Shane's a furry. His eyes bulge with uncontainable rage, and he unleashes a blistering tirade, his words devolving into a coarse, incomprehensible outland language. Hilda waits, a statue of patience, until his rage spends itself on the sterile room air. Only then does she utter a single soft word, a city-state name you don't recognize.
How did you know?
Language gives you away. You slip back into it when you're emotionally charged.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hilda speaks softly, as if stirred by a personal memory.
I remember that city-state. Your people needed hypercubes and requested aid from the metropoles. After the agreement was signed, it became a subordinate city to surveil. That was over a decade ago.
A sharp, manic laughter is torn from Shane's throats, his shoulders heaving with the violence of it. It's the laugh of a man who just heard the world's most cruel joke, a sound utterly devoid of warmth, sharpened to a fine edge by pure hatred.
Yeah, you helped us back then. But how long are we supposed to pay that debt? 10 years? 20? For the rest of our damn lives?
And that's when this city came to them. Offered them a better deal.
The finest wheat in all of White Sands. But the moment we signed that deal, we lost all say in the price. Every industry we try to build, we have to kneel and ask the metropoles for permission. A whole decade gone, and we've got nothing to show for it but wheat.
Damn.
No industry, no development, no future. You use hypercube rations to keep us on a leash.
Motherfuckers are literally
nothing
hoplites.
but your farmers.
Finishing work, so time to put you in podcast mode. Trying to die horrifically again and again, or do if you're into that. I like dying horrifically again and again. I like seeing all of the choices. Although after this one, we're probably gonna hop off chat because it is past 4 o'clock, and I was planning on hopping off at 4. It just this happened to be a particularly intense moment that I wanted to get through. I didn't want to end it in the middle of, you know, that attack. The inevitable fate of any city-state drained by a metropole. The more one-dimensionalist industry, the more anemic it becomes, until it is reduced to a mere blood bag, tethered to its master and forever unable to stand on its own. Faced with this fate, revolutionary upheaval or a slow death by bleeding, it's no wonder they became what the authorities labeled separatists. Separatists? Wait, not separatists. Separatists. Yeah, separatists. Man, reading is hard. Hilda must understand this on a visceral level. As you watch her, you see her fists clench, her words becoming rigid and forced as she speaks.
The metropole system has its flaws, but it remains the most effective way for human civilization to survive against the catastrophes.
Fair. Shane sits forcefully on the ground.
Keep lying to yourself. We believed that too at first. But what did we get? Half our harvest is taken as tribute. Our children who go to the metropoles never come back. Wheat prices get worse every year. And if we have a few bad harvests from disasters, they even cut our hypercube rations the next year.
Suddenly thinking about The Walking Dead and, God, what's his fucking name? I never actually finished Walking Dead. I got kind of up to
like 2 seasons off from it, from like the end of it. But there was a whole thing about the various settlements getting giving up half of everything they have to big bad guy, empire leader, stuff. Words are hard. I am tired. Continuing.
That's impossible. Hypercube allocations for satellite towns are non-negotiable. No one has the authority to reduce them. Where did you hear such lies?
Oh, Hilda. A violent, wheezing laugh erupts from Shane. His chest heaves with effort, each breath a ragged rasp like a torn bellows. Yet, cutting through that grating sound, his voice is laced with terrifying, unmistakable excitement.
Lies? If they were just lies, your parents wouldn't have had to run, would they?
Oh! ... Exclamation mark. Hilda's expression instantly turns cold.
You... What else do you know?
So much. Shane lifts his head, defiant and twisted smile creeping across his face.
That person was right about you. This gets under your skin, doesn't it? You're dying to know more.
God, this man's voice performance is so good and I hate him so much.
Fine. I'll tell you. 10 years ago, a man from Metropole came to my hometown. Said he was secretly researching the real conditions of satellite towns under the Metropole system. What a dedicated guy. He spent months visiting over a dozen towns like ours. Promised us his wife was a counselor who could definitely bring our situation to the higher-ups. He wrote a long report detailing all the flaws and dangers of the Metropole system. Warned that both this city and the satellite towns were sitting on a powder keg ready to blow.
Clearly he was wrong. That's definitely not why they're in a war right now.
Then, well, you know what happened? He got an arrest warrant. Branded a traitor. Until there was no place left for him in the Metropole.
So we do turn Hilda.
Enough.
Hilda lunges to her feet, sensing the damning words about to leave Shane's lips, but his voice explodes over hers, a roar of raw defiance that drowns her out.
So they went to this city and personally lit the fuse.
A spasm of agony seizes him, twisting his facial nerves. The manic triumph in his smile warps, contorting into a terrifying, grotesque mask.
They started the war!
Oh.
And their daughter, the one they had to leave behind, got brainwashed into becoming the Metropole's most obedient, most loyal dog!
I said, that's enough!
I mean, I would say Hilda chill, but you have every understandable reason to not chill right now. Hilda's voice shakes with a low, chilling menace that seems to darken the very air.
Believe what you want. Either way, you've only got 2 choices. Believe your parents were real traitors, or admit the Metropoles are actually a rotting pile of garbage. This city's the only one who got the spine to resist being swallowed whole by you people all this time.
I mean, they have the spine, they also have the hypercubes, which is a very important factor. A gleam of undisguised reverence shines in Shane's eyes, the same fanatical gleam Hilda has seen in far more repulsive things.
You call that spine? This city abuses hypercubes to warp the anomalous power and distort life itself. Turning soldiers, even infected civilians, into monsters, neither human nor beast, then throwing them onto the battlefield. Even if they win, what kind of twisted victory is that?
You made us do it! Don't forget the Nirvana massacre.
Oh.
Fucking bastards have no right to judge anyone! The Metropole should have fallen long ago. You people, rotten to the core, just wait to be slaughtered by this city!
He descends into manic laughter, vomiting fresh blood with every gasp. Stop him! He's trying to bite his tongue!
Don't you dare die!
With lightning speed, Hilda lunges forward and seizes Shane's jaw, her grip brutal and final.
Who organized your group? Who gave you the intel on the secret passages?
Oh. Hilda's voice got notably more pissed there. This is probably the most emotional we've seen her so far. The coup de rey is breaking, chats. As her own emotions surge, a flash of mania responds. Black, spike-like shards erupt through her gloves, piercing deep into his jaw. Instantly, the dark sludge recognizes a host. It surges into the wound, a torrent of living shadow rushing down his throat.
No!
Oh, whoops. Hilda recoils, snatching her hand back as if burned, but the damage is done. Mania is already borrowed upward, shattering his jaw from within and tearing his mouth apart in a grotesque, silent scream. Under the interrogation room's pitiless white lights, his face is frozen in the monstrous, gaping ruin. God, Hilda has like some crazy level of mania powers and contamination. Ah ha 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 ha! How pathetic! You've been so thoroughly deceived! Ha 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 ha!
We will have vengeance. We will be free. We will destroy the hegemony. We will have freedom.
Man, with the introduction of the metropoles and everything into the main story, it has made like the world building in Path to Nowhere and like the geopolitics so much more interesting. For the longest time in the story, they definitely kind of did position this city as like the main remaining major human civilization. To the point where there were like a few sources that I looked into that were under the impression and stated that this city was like the last remaining human city, like, which got disproven in second anniversary. Oh, not second anniversary, was it? It was 1.5. There was like the 1.5 year anniversary, I believe, with Yao being released and us learning about Istia. Since up until that point, the last time and I think on the first half-year anniversary when Istia got mentioned, it was mentioned that it was destroyed, which was incorrect, which was false information, propaganda thing. But I don't know, they have managed to expand a lot more in the world and make it a lot more interesting to me, at least.
You lunge forward, catching Hilda as her legs give way. The sudden emotional shock has sent her mania into a violent spiral, now turning back on itself, corrupting her from within. Through her palm, grotesque spikes writhe and spread, threatening to consume her entire body. You're an anomalous power wielder? You play dumb, acting as if you've seen it for the first time. I was about to say, we're definitely playing dumb here. Stop talking. If you can't control your power, don't use it. Take deep breaths and calm your emotions, or it will pierce right through you.
It's okay. I was just...
I mean, she's fortunately very good at controlling her own emotions.
I'll be fine in a moment.
She brushes your hands away and stumbles back to the chair, her eyes fixed on the viscous dark sludge before her. Her gaze is a window to a private torment, the physical agony of the mania's corruption, the sharp sting of remorse for a life lost to her own lack of control, and, most profoundly, a deep, disorienting bewilderment that threatens to consume her. In the silence, you offer the quiet thanks to Shane for his brutal, necessary truth. Now it's time to press Hilda further. So, what would you choose? ... Question mark? The question Shane asks you at the end, your parents or the city-states, which would you choose to believe? A shadow falls across Hilda's eyes.
I... don't know.
Oh. Poor Hilda. ...
With a soft sigh, you lower yourself beside her and take her hands! Your grip is firm, an attempt to soothe the violent mania surging through her veins.
Even if it gets Chief pregnant, she's here to help Hilda, calm her emotions, help her against the mania.
I know it wasn't intentional. You were trying to stop him from killing himself. Your power just slipped beyond your control. Hilda turns her gaze to you. Her eyes, under the influence of mania, flicker between clarity and deep, consuming shadows. But regret won't change what happened. If you truly feel responsible for what happened to him, then carefully consider everything he said. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. Don't deny. Don't avoid the difficult questions. Then, answer his accusations with action! God damn it, I fucking love Chief. Since this was your parents' former residence, they might have left documents somewhere even the Metropol's assassins couldn't find. Didn't you say they were resourceful people? The odds are slim, but I still want to search for myself. Come with me. You hold her gaze, your invitation hanging in the air between you. Slowly, the light returns to her eyes, the lost and avoidant haze giving way to a fragile but growing spark.
You're right. I should go look for whatever truth is there. Thank you, officer. I'll go with you.
Let's go! Hilda affection level increased, chat.
Discard the shell casing. A spent bullet casing dropped on the ground, showing traces of rust.
Damn, chat. Oh, new second blight.
Hushing throats. This throats, once a conduit of secret messages and course the truth, has now been twisted into a symbol of silence. Please infiltrate the subject's consciousness, purging the suffocating void, and rebuild her mental architecture.
Alright, chat. After this level, I think we need to call it. If we start the next main story beat, I'm gonna be stuck here for another hour or two. And I need to, like, actually try to sleep and not fuck my sleep schedule too terribly. I got work on Thursday, and also I would like to actually get a bunch of some shit done tomorrow that I didn't get to do the past 2 days because I fucked my sleep schedule too badly. Alright, daughter. S5 daughter. Go! Go, S5 daughter, go! Okay, I need to, like, actually make sure that these guys die fast now since we're running out of time. Can't afford to wait for them to spawn in. Actually, given, like, the pace of, like, point increase here, I'm not sure if I can actually... Yeah, I'm not going to be able to clear it all in one go. I just realized at the very end here that they don't spawn in new wave until you kill the previous wave, so I need to be more active in killing them if I wanted to actually clear that in one round. Arknights continues to be a good at Gacha Hell? Yeah, it does, but what makes you say that, Dread? What just happened in Arknights? I mean, I knew the new event came up, and I've been, like, on my phone grinding the ever-loving shit out of AS7 because holy fuck do I need Oriron. Oriron me now. Me needing Oriron now. Oriron, please. Me now. But yeah, I need to be a bit more active in killing for faster spawn rates. That definitely seems to be kill gates for the spawning. There we go.
This kind of stuff is nothing to me now.
Alright, chat. It is late, and I need to at least make some attempts to go to sleep so that I can wake up not way too late tomorrow and actually take care of some stuff, as well as I want to stream more of this tomorrow, so I'll probably schedule a stream around when I wake up for tomorrow. Try to do it a little bit earlier. I've got to make sure I get to bed not too late as well tomorrow, since I have work on Thursday. And I don't have to get up until like fucking noon to make it to work, but I still want to make sure I get a decent amount of sleep because I don't want to be too sleep deprived for work. So definitely wants to make sure we get to work on that. Get do thing, get done on that.
Are you here to see Michi? Feel free to take the time to look at the new supplies, too.
I don't really need Mania Essence right now, but always need more skill points. I mean, either way, we'll easily get all of these before the end, as long as we finish the event. Oh, enjoying some of that good game balancing. Smile. How so are you enjoying the good game balancing, Dread? I mean, you're not wrong. Arknight's game balancing is like genuinely goated. They do such an incredible job with making the game like an actual sandbox game in a weird way, because you can, if you are skilled enough, you can make literally fucking anything viable. Like, people still do insanely high difficulty clears in like the hardest endgame CC with only 3 stars. My friend introduced me to this one content creator who did like a fucking 900 difficulty CC clear on the most recent CC with E0 units. The man is like actually a hyper whale who like P6s every unit and doesn't level anyone past E050. Like, what the fuck? That person is insane. Anyway. But yes, there is a very good game balance. 20 minutes of yapping later. Hi, Port. Okay, yeah, we go sleep. Fuck you, we go sleep. We sleep. Sleep me now. We go sleep now. Hopping off now. Sleep me now. Okay. It's been fun, everyone, though. It's been a lot of fun playing through the Path of Noah story. It's also nice to see how many people we had hanging out. I know a lot of people who aren't necessarily regulars in the Goondola To Gacha Hell Discord server for our community. Link in the description if you want to join us as well and hang out with some fellow gacha degenerates. Remember the goon from the heart and look respectfully. But anyway, it's nice to see how many people actually came to hang out. We're a bit low, like even right now it's late and we still have like around 10 people. But earlier we were pretty consistently having around 20 people hanging out, which is nice to see. I'm glad to see that getting to play like and do the content I really want to do, which is like Path to Nowhere story. I really enjoy playing through Path to Nowhere story on stream. Had enough people get interested and wanting to hang out and enjoy the narrative with us. That was neat. Someone go click on that Arknight's channel web event. I want my 3rd team open there. And good night, Jinx. Oh, is there a web event on Arknights? What is this? Final prep orders. Final prep orders, eventing on the Enfield page. A 5-star event is guaranteed within 20 draws. You also have a chance to win a PS5 with other physical items. Oh, okay. I'll take a look at this later then. Yeah. Interesting. Take a look at this later. It is time for bed. It is still funny to hear we had more than 20 and then see the 131,000 subscribers. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you know how it is. Back in the olden days when different content was being done and I actually did this shit full time, we built up all the subscribers, and now we do very different content because it's no longer Monster Hunter and Genshin Theory Crafting. It's just hanging out and enjoying gacha games on stream together sort of bullshit. So it's very clear that like the 131,000 subscribers left, because we peaked at 169k, which also nice. But it's nice to see, like, it's very clear that the 131,000 subscribers just don't have notifications turned on and haven't realized to unsubscribe yet. But that's how it goes for most channels, right? click all the things or something by, even if no one clicks it, it does guarantee the 5-star weapon. I know. Yeah, you know the Mon Hunters? Yeah. Yeah. OGs. Remember the Mon Hunt days? Oh, I'll go back to playing Wilds at some point. We'll do some Wild streams at some point. But I'm just enjoying this stuff right now, you know? And with Enfield coming, it's gonna be a whole thing. Like, Enfield's coming. I still want to try out Where Winds Meets. I just need to figure out, like, getting around. I need to, like, get around to it, though. It's, like, a lot. It is a lot to... There's just a lot. There's a lot. I play too many gachas, chat, and there's a lot of content. Like, right now, we're pretty good in terms of, like, the... in terms of, like, what's going on with the gacha content. We've got quite a few weeks left for most of the big... all main gachas I play in terms of clearing the content, but like most of that content's gonna be kind of due around when Enfield comes out, and then Enfield happens, so the next week or two definitely needs to be focused a lot on clearing content in terms of streams being done. And then also on top of all of that, I really want to spend more time doing art things. It was like so much fun doing the art things that I did recently. Yesterday I managed to put like a solid 3 hours, which is not even that long, but I've been like struggling to do art things for like put hours into art things lately for like the past few months, honestly, that even spending 3 hours working on like just this painting practice was like so much fun and so nice to do. And I want to try to make a more consistent habit of fitting in some degree of art practice and arting several times a week. Ideally, I would like to do like 30 minutes to an hour every day, but I'm gonna be real, it's kind of hard for me to work that into my work days. So I will try to see if I can work something into that. But it was a lot of fun, and I want to get back into doing art stuff too, but that also means that it makes my gacha time tighter because, you know, I do work full time, and my work days are very long and tiring. And I enjoy what I do. I enjoy bartending a lot. It would be kind of neat for me to kind of work on moving back into actually managing and running a bar too, because that was, other than like the nice times during like the YouTube stuff, probably the most I've ever enjoyed working career-wise was running my own bar, my own craft cocktail bar specifically. It was a lot of fun. So moving back towards that direction might also be nice career-wise. We'll see. We'll see how things go in the future. But either way, it was a lot of fun doing this art stuff, and I would like to spend more time doing it, but that does cut into my limited free time that I also spend, you know, doing gacha things, playing gacha games and stuff. Good, truly a unique kind of piece to do. Like, exactly. It was a lot of fun. I miss it. I definitely miss it. Yeah, I don't know. I miss it. I enjoy where I work right now, but there's definitely a distinct lack of that. So we aren't particularly that heavily focused on craft cocktail stuff, as much as that was kind of part of the initial idea, because I signed on back when the hotel, before the hotel opened. I was part of the opening crew, and things are just kind of moving in a bit of a different direction. And it being like a Marriott hotel, it's like an autograph collection hotel where like kind of unique and don't act like or look like or operate like a normal Marriott hotel, but we are still under Marriott, so like the R&D on terms of like cocktail development and like changing menu stuff is very long and a whole bureaucratic thing, so there's not really room for that in terms of the stuff that I want to do. So, you know, we'll see how things go. Right now I'm kind of just chilling though, work-wise. We do have a promised promotion coming up soon, and at the very least I want to become a bar lead, if for no other reason than to be able to put it on my resume and kind of get back into that stuff as well. And then we'll see what opportunities present themselves in terms of moving forward with more of the craft cocktail stuff in the future. Oh, so nostalgia cutscene, yeah. Oh, kind of need to sleep, yeah. I'm just kind of yapping a tiny bit. As much as Port jokes about the 20 minutes of yap, I'm yapping a tiny bit, I guess, just to kind of wind down, because I enjoy yapping to wind down. Since I am definitely tired, though. I am tired, but it is... Oh, I guess I'm getting my last little dregs of energy out before getting ready for bed. I guess this could be considered part of my getting ready for bed. Kind of giving myself a little bit of a break from the, from like the engagements triggering my brain awakeness of playing The Path to Nowhere, because gaming definitely is great at making me ignore my sleepiness. Also, I'm just really enjoying watching this time lapse of me doing the art thing. I don't know, it's been really nice doing art things again. I definitely want to get better, and I definitely want to get better at anime stylized stuff. I have like this soft goal that I haven't been working on and want to kind of maybe work on more towards, where I would like to start working. I would like to kind of build up my skills and be able and like put together some actual like anime stylized like illustrations. And kind of the eventual goal would be to have enough pieces I'm proud of and like to get myself like a small, get myself like a stall at at a local artist alley. We have like 2 local conventions here in Phoenix. Fan Fusion being your more like general Comic-Con / Dragon Con, general nerd sort of thing, and then Sabaton, which is specifically an anime convention. And I would like to get to the point where I could be in the artist alley at one of those. It's like a, I don't know. It's nice to have a creative, productive hobby that creates, right? That's one thing I really learned about myself that I really liked. I guess, an important thing to me from doing the YouTube work was that I realized that I am kind of a creator at the end of the day. Whether that's content or not, I enjoy creating things. I enjoy making things that add to people's lives in some way. And I think that's part of the big appeal about craft cocktails to me too, is that it's kind of an act of that creative creation for me. And being able to create something that is, I mean, and at the end of the day, hospitality is entertainment as well, right? It's entertainment and recreation. And if I can make a really interesting, tasty craft cocktail that gives someone an interesting, that gives someone kind of like a unique, happy experience, I think that's a cool thing. If I can make artwork that also does a similar thing, that's a cool thing. Being able to make YouTube videos and guides and stuff that that help people enjoy their like recreation more, because ultimately that's what like guide stuff is, right? Guide content has value because people play these games and enjoy them, and then the guides help them enjoy the games more because entertainment has a lot of value. Life is filled with bullshit and work, and our recreation and our entertainment is important because that's a part of the human experience. It's a very important part of the human experience. We can't just work and not enjoy our lives. A big thing that my therapist is focused on that I've kind of been taking more to heart, is that it is not as healthy as a human being to define yourself by things that are out of your control, aka your work. Because if you are an employee especially, your job can be taken away from you at any time, right? Like, that's out of your control. That's in your boss's control. That's in the market's control. And it is much healthier and more stable to define yourself by your hobbies, by the things you choose to spend your time doing. Work, you can enjoy your work, but work is ultimately an obligation and it's a matter of survival. But what you choose to spend your free time doing through your hobbies, through the things that you enjoy, through the skills you choose to develop, through the stories you choose to consume and the experiences you choose to have, that is a much more stable and healthy thing to kind of define yourself and your identity around. And that's part of what got me back into art, because, I don't know, I like spending time on art. I like building that skill, I like creating, and I want to be able to take the concepts and ideas in my head, oftentimes in fan art stuff, but also just there's like a creative project I want to hopefully work on someday. That's kind of a mix. That would be kind of like a mix of like a web comic and web novel sort of thing. That has been like bouncing around in my head, and then I've had like notes and some draft stuff around for a while, but I would like to be able to like do my own illustrations for that as well. I don't know. Future stuff, maybe it'll happen, maybe it doesn't. But it's also a thing I was thinking about at some points during this stream, because when I experienced really good writing and narratives, there's things I like. I'm very analytical, right? And so like analyzing things I like about writing is also part of me kind of developing things towards the eventual potential creative writing project I want to work on. Since there is like a the idea, I guess, is like it's a future project of mine in my head where it would be like mostly a written web novel series sort of thing, but with illustrations for certain impact scenes. So having a mix of like webcomic in it, but I would never want to do a full webcomic because it requires too much illustration, and because, like I've said before, I love visual novels and writing and the written medium because there's so much you are able to convey with really well written, really well executed prose you just can't do in a visual format. But I also love the visual format. I love arts. I love incredibly incredible impact panels and like scenes in manga. I love what you can also express in the visual format that you can't as necessarily do as well expressing in the written format. So like a mixture of that in like this, I guess. It's partly a story, but it's more like characters and a setting and everything that I would like to tell stories in. Is like a potential future project of mine. I don't know. But I want to develop skill sets towards that first before I actually do any actual work on it. Illustration being a big part of it. But yeah, anime writers take notes. Sense of progress is a one-of-a-kind feeling. It really is. It's a really nice thing. Plus knowing where to improve. But yeah, I understand that is really essential to build up yourself, not just career. Exactly, yeah. I mean, the career is important too, right? It's just that I kind of really took to heart my therapist talking about how it's just kind of important to not define yourself by your work, because that's a big issue of mine. I have a very toxic attachment of my self-identity and self-worth to my work and work productivity, and it's not been a healthy thing. And it is not necessarily always a healthy thing. It is... I mean, you can choose what your work is, and you can enjoy your work, but ultimately, like, defining yourself by your hobbies and, like, by those things you choose to spend your limited free time on, I agree is kind of a healthier place to be. Okay, anyway, that's been a fun time, chat. It's been a very fun time. I have enjoyed this stream thoroughly. This has probably been my most enjoyed stream in a good couple past streams, actually. Because holy shit, do I love Path to Nowhere, and do I love yapping about this game, and do I love these toxic lesbian hags, and do I love the writing and the prose, and do I enjoy the gameplay, what little of it I actually really gets to do and enjoy. And do I enjoy yapping about these kinds of things, and yapping about, I don't know, there is something inherently different, and to me, so uniquely enjoyable about yapping about, like, narratives and stories and themes, and, like, analyzing these more superfluous, less, like, quantifiably and analyzable things that I enjoy a lot, versus just like hard quantifiable data-driven analysis stuff. I enjoy that too, obviously. I mean, what this entire fucking channel exists is because of that kind of stuff, right? Because of theory crafting and spreadsheets and being able to analyze data and mechanics and stuff, and all these are more like hard quantifiable things. But there's a unique kind of joy that comes with being able to discuss and appreciate art. Because writing is art. I consider the stories and narratives in these games definitely art. Especially in Path to Nowhere, it's definitely art. I enjoy visual arts and illustrations and animation and everything as well. And there's just like a special kind of joy that comes with discussing and appreciating art instead of just cold hard numbers. I enjoy the cold hard numbers too, obviously, but I've been indulging that art and art appreciation side of myself more lately. And that's something I gotta do a lot more when we do these kinds of streams, playing through these stories and whatnot, versus streams where I just kind of like playing the game or like molding end game content, which I enjoy too, right? It's just a different thing though. I don't know. It's nice to yap about art. And I'm glad that so many people were willing to and happy to like hang out and enjoy the yapping and the experience of arts that happened today on this stream.
Let's hurry up.
Actual 20 minutes of yapping later, JinJinx. Yeah, okay, thanks, Port. Yeah. He predicted it. Not in any way that it was a yeah, this has definitely never happened before. This is not a thing that I would definitely do on the regular. Ha. The stream is blended well today. Yeah, it was fun. There was a degree of variety to it, but I think at the end of the day, all that happened today was like an appreciation of art in its various forms and yapping and discussions around art. And we got into talks about like Cyberpunk 2077 and about like Deus Ex and about video games and visual versus like written medium, rated mediums in terms of their artistic qualities and things like that. And it's been fun. It's been a very fun stream. This is probably the most fun I've had in a stream in the past good chunk of second in stream. I think part of it though is that this wasn't like a, oh my god, content has to be cleared, push sort of stream, right? This was just kind of an enjoyment stream, and that's nice. I want to do more of these in the future. I was joking about the 20-minute strings that have to fill it. Okay, fine, we're killing the air then. No more filler, no more air filling, alright? It's been 20 minutes, I hit my quota. Anyway, if you had a fun time tonight, you want to hang out with other gacha degenerates, and check out the Discord server, the Goondola To Gacha Hell, in the description of the video, and all the live stream, and all the VOD if you're watching this for some reason, you weirdo. And we love Hags here, and don't forget to goon from the heart, and look respectfully. Okay, bye!